Chapter 551, Learn Alchemy. Nick LeMay naturally heard Ivan's potential lines and was a little bit dumbfounded for a while. It is no problem for him to repair an alchemy item. But the key is that he injects emotions into this pendant to fill the vacancy. After all, it is a little inappropriate, so Nick LeMay shook his head and rejected Ivan's request. I will teach you the relevant guide magic these days. Whether it can be fixed is up to you. Nick LeMay said. Ivan couldn't help but brighten up. If he can learn the magic that guides his emotions, he can not only fix this crescent moon pendant, but he may also be able to make some powerful magic props to take his alchemy to the next level. By the way, teacher, can you see when this pendant was made? Ivan suddenly thought of something and asked. Judging from the degree of wear and tear of the mithril, it should have been 14 years ago. Nick LeMay hesitated to answer Ivan, then turned the pendant over and looked at the name engraved on it. Continue to speak. As for this name later, it was engraved more than 3 years ago. 14 years ago. Ivan's thoughts moved. From the time point of view, it should be before and after his birth. And the name on the pendant was engraved 3 years ago, exactly when he entered Hogwarts. This made Ivan a little doubtful in his heart. If this crescent moon pendant was prepared for himself, then after he was born, this thing should be engraved and hung on his neck. In his memory, Asia has never carried this pendant herself. Why has a magic item with the function of resisting death curses been sealed for so many years after it was made? Ivan frowned, really wondering. Since there is a question, why don't you just ask her? Nick LeMay looked at Ivan's contemplation and couldn't help but suggest. Ivan shrugged helplessly, he wanted to ask. But if Asia saw that this crescent moon was broken, he would immediately know that he almost died in Hogwarts. Because of Asia's character, he would be furious, not to mention, it is possible to go to Dumbledore to settle the account, so Ivan kept dragging it down. Nick LeMay saw that Ivan hadn't answered for a long time, so he understood that Ivan had concerns, and stopped asking more, and instead continued to explain the advanced alchemy knowledge. Ivan did not mention this matter tacitly, and temporarily set aside all the doubts before, and concentrated on studying. Unknowingly, the time of January passed in a flash, and under the guidance of Nick LeMay, Ivan's alchemy level can be said to have improved by leaps and bounds. Although there is still a long way to go to level 7, the long proficiency has been filled in half. It takes more than a month to make such a big improvement. Ivan is already very content, because according to Nick LeMay's description and his own guess, level 6 to level May 7th be a huge change. What makes Ivan even more happy is that Nick LeMay finally let go of his apprenticeship, promising to accept him as his apprentice when he repairs the meniscus pendant. After having a clear goal, Ivan worked harder and hesitated to use grade points to speed up his learning progress. A week ago, Ivan read several books recommended by Nick LeMay. In the following time, Ivan spent time in the studio experimenting with the alchemy knowledge he had learned, especially considering how to repair the meniscus pendant. A few days ago, Ivan learned how to use emotional power from Nick LeMay, which can be roughly divided into 2 types. The first method is to use a specific magic spell to help inject strong and pure emotions into alchemy items. The advantage is that it takes a short time and is very convenient, but the disadvantage is that it is difficult. Once it fails, this alchemy item will become extremely unstable and may be accompanied by certain risks. The second method is more troublesome and takes a long time, so he doesn't even consider it. Ivan was thinking silently in his mind, but the movement in his hand didn't stop, waving the carving knife in his hand and burning the magic text on a talisman little by little. Focus, guide emotions. Ivan tried his best to follow the method given by Nick LeMay, and it took several hours to engrave the last magic text. I hope it works. Ivan glanced at the talisman he had made with a guilty conscience. After thinking about it, he felt a little uneasy. Then he blessed himself with an iron armor curse. Then he closed his eyes and began to think about the situation when he was in danger. This magic is similar to the patron saint curse that condenses happiness, both are the power to condense emotions. Ivan tried hard to recall, his heart full of willingness to protect himself, and then drew out his wand and put the talisman on the tip of the wand, trying to enter some magic power in. Strands of silver silk thread drifted along the tip of the stick into the talisman. www.mdlnovel.com. The magic inscriptions on the surface of the talisman lit up one after another. If Ivan opened his eyes, he could see that the silver silk thread was not pure, it was still mixed with a little black and red light, and because of this, the color of the amulet became deeper and deeper, and it gradually became hot. A feeling of palpitation suddenly rushed to my heart, interrupting Ivan's thoughts. He opened his eyes and noticed the abnormality of the amulet. Ivan's face suddenly changed, and with a wave of his wand, a wave of air lifted off the talisman and flew out, and fell directly into a pool of water. The next moment, a silent explosion sounded, and the violent magic power in the talisman was completely out of control, and the pool water was blown up everywhere, and the whole studio was like a light rain. Unfortunately, I failed again. Ivan looked at this scene, sighed, and a thin magic barrier flashed across his body, blocking the water droplets outside, and then waved his wand again and began to cast the healing spell to clean up the mess. A few seconds later, under the action of magic power, everything seemed to be back to the original state. Ivan took out the badly damaged talisman from the pool, shook his head, and threw it into a box of discarded items. Ding! After a period of practice, your alchemy level has improved slightly, the current level is 6. In his mind, the system prompt sounded, but Ivan didn't pay any attention at all, and looked a little frustrated. In this week, he has conducted similar experiments many times, but all failed without exception. He only accumulated a lot of failure experience, and there was no successful example. It seems that condensing strong and pure emotions is more difficult than he thought. Chapter 552, Hogwarts is a very suitable place, isn't it? Ivan thought that he was full of confidence some time ago, and told Nicolas that he would soon learn this magic scene. His face became a little embarrassed. No wonder Nicolas just smiled and said nothing. Now it seems that the other party clearly knows that this special alchemy method is not so easy to succeed. Ivan looked at the discarded items scattered on the workbench, shook his head helplessly, glanced at the darkening sky outside the window, touched the empty stomach, and put down the carving knife in his hand. Troubles belong to troubles, but Ivan still knows the principle of the combination of work and rest. After cleaning up the messy studio, Ivan took the book all the way to the living room to enjoy today's dinner. And Nicolas has already been waiting there. How is it? Do you have a clue? Seeing Ivan walking over with a sad face, Nicolas, who was eating the pastry, turned his head and asked. Ivan walked straight to the other side and sat down, grabbed a piece of pumpkin pie, took a few bites, and said in a vague tone. I've tried it many times, but it still doesn't work. I always feel that something is missing. Ah, is that so? Nicolas said with a smile, not surprisingly at all. To guide and use one's own emotions to inject a certain will into alchemy items is a very high-end alchemy. Alchemists who can do this in the entire magical world can count it with one hand. If Ivan can master it in more than a month, then other alchemists who have been studying for decades and have no access to it will not be ashamed to commit suicide. In fact, when Ivan was in trouble, Nicolas felt calmer, because the learning speed of this little wizard was so fast. Ordinary wizards need to learn several months of knowledge, and Ivan can often master it within a week. If this alchemy knowledge had not been sorted out by him over the years, and had never been passed on, Nicolas could not help but wonder if Ivan had learned it in advance, and then pretended to deliberately fool himself. Teacher, is there no trickery? Ivan didn't know what Nicolas was thinking, but frowned and asked. Nick raised his brows and his expression became serious. Hals, I need to remind you that alchemy is an extremely delicate subject, and you can't make real progress by specializing in tricks. Ivan's heart slammed, and he immediately understood that he had said something wrong, and immediately wanted to apologize, but Nicolas waved his hand at this moment and interrupted his words. You are a little too eager these days. At your age, there is still a lot of time to learn slowly. The improvement of alchemy requires years of accumulation, and it is not possible to do it overnight. Nicolas reminded me earnestly. In the past month or so, while surprised by Ivan's ability to learn, Nicolas has also been a little puzzled by Ivan's hard work. In theory, shouldn't a little wizard of this age be more keen to play around? When Ivan asked about the magic TV before, he was a little worried that Ivan would be addicted to the cartoons produced by Muggles. As a result, the magic TV has not been turned on for so long. Nicolas can't understand the reason, but he can only attribute it to Ivan's precociousness and his ability to restrain his desires. I see, teacher. Listening to Nicolas' words, Ivan nodded and quickly adjusted it. In the past few days, he was indeed a little too anxious. However, he can't be blamed for this. After all, whether it is the pressure caused by the prophecy, or the restless dark wizards in Knockoff Alley, they are forcing Ivan to improve his strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, once you encounter a powerful enemy that is difficult to solve in a short period of time, the combat power disguised by the bloodline magic that consumes a lot of mana and the blessing of the strengthened magic text will be instantly dismantled. By that time, who knows whether these dark wizards will be obedient. If it is a collective backlash or some small actions in private, it will be troublesome. Therefore, the improvement of strength is urgent in Ivan's view. Is only the transformation technique he is best at in terms of magic. After reaching the 6th level, the increase in proficiency has become slower and slower. Recently, it has reached a point of near stagnation and can't find the way forward. It just so happened that Nicolas was willing to teach him alchemy, and he was ready to find a breakthrough in this regard. After all, alchemy, like magic, is a method of using magic power. The two final forms have the same goal in different ways, both for the wizard to become of what the heart thinks is reality. Injecting self-will into alchemy items to achieve a certain effect is somewhat similar to the casting state of what you want to happen. Ivan thinks that if he can improve alchemy to level 7, it will definitely improve other magic's help. Of course, Ivan did not say these thoughts, but hid them in his heart. The various experiences in Knockoff Alley taught Yvonne to shut up in time. www.mtlnovel.com. Sometimes I said in front of smart people. Too much is not a good thing, and maybe something extraordinary will be made up by the brain. Nick LeMay did not say much after reminding him a few words. Instead, he took out a letter and placed it in front of Yvonne. Yvonne picked up the envelope and glanced curiously, noticed the Hogwarts school badge on it, and suddenly guessed the contents of the envelope. This was sent by Phoenix Fox. I think Albus wanted to remind you not to delay the start of school. You have lived here for a month and a half, and Hogwarts is about to start even if you count the time. Nick LeMay said with a smile. So fast. Yvonne muttered to himself, opened the envelope and took a look. The content in is the same as in the past. It was told that he would go to London's King's Cross station on the train to go to school on September 1st, and attached the book list for this school year at the end. School is about to start, but Yvonne is not very happy. With his current level of magic, Hogwarts has not much to teach him. The most important thing is that without Nick LeMay's guidance, the growth of alchemy proficiency will probably become very slow, and you will have to wait another year to break through your bottleneck. Halls, blindly mechanical learning can't provide you much help, let alone let you experience this kind of strong and pure power. If you have never experienced it, how can you talk about using it? Nick LeMay asked. Hearing this, Yvonne suddenly fell into contemplation. Nick LeMay pointed to the envelope in his hand and continued. Hogwarts is a very suitable place, isn't it? Chapter 553, Actually, we have no plans at all. Injecting wool into alchemy items is an extremely special alchemy technique, and no one can help you in this process. But your talent is very good. Experience more things, I think you will experience it. Nick LeMay looked at Yvonne and made the final summary. Hearing this, Yvonne fell into deep thought, and he gradually understood what he lacked. Unlike what Nick LeMay imagined, he is not without any experience. If it were changed to a year ago, Yvonne felt that he might be able to use the power of hatred to try to make a powerful black magic item. However, since I got the time converter and understood the causes and consequences of everything, this powerful negative emotion has become a lot weaker, and some memories have been buried deep in my heart. Yvonne doesn't want to recall those painful scenes at all. It is obviously impossible to use this to break through the bottleneck. I understand, teacher, I will go back to school on time. Yvonne quickly adjusted his mood. Although the Hogwarts course has not given him much help, he still needs to take the course. Just staying here can't cause emotional fluctuations, not to mention that you can get grade points in class, which can be used to speed up the progress of learning, but it is not a loss. Seeing Yvonne finally figured it out, Nick LeMay smiled and nodded. He emphatically reminded this point. In addition to making Yvonne aware of his shortcomings, he also did not want Yvonne to devote himself to learning. At such an age, he wanted to improve his strength, thus ignoring some more important things. After making the decision, in the next few days, in addition to daily study and experimentation, Yvonne took some time to return to Diagon Alley to buy this year's school equipment. Originally, Yvonne wanted to experience the French style. He went to the magical world of Paris to purchase supplies, but the books he bought were all in French, and they were not the same set of Hogwarts textbooks. That was why he put out this idea. On the last day before school started, Ivan took a trip back to Knockoff Alley, and changed into an owl form to look at the status quo of the wizards, and then bid farewell to Asia privately. There is no way, he is already scared by those brain remedies, and it is better to hide before the mind can be read at will. It's hard to come back once, why don't you stay for a while? I have lost so much weight and dark circles are coming out. Are you not used to living with your new teacher? Asia gently squeezed Ivan's on his cheeks. He looked at Ivan's eyes with some distress, because of the faint dark circles formed by staying up all night for a long time. No, I am used to living there, and I have learned a lot. Yvonne shook his head quickly, telling his own experience these days. From the alchemy creatures and magic potted plants that he saw after entering the door, to the later analysis of alchemy, Yvonne said in great detail, but selectively omitted the existence of Dumbledore and the related topics of the crescent moon pendant. As for whether this will affect the reclusive Nick LeMay, Yvonne was not worried, because Aisha knew that he had been visiting the alchemist master in the past 2 months, and if he wanted to get to this residence, he must have the corresponding coordinates, so it would not cause any hindrance. The only thing to worry about is the spread of some secret knowledge. Fortunately, after these days of understanding, Yvonne found out that Nick LeMay has no doorway, nor is it the kind of wizard who hides knowledge and teaches others. So Yvonne tried his tone a few days ago, and now he dared to tell Asia the conversation between him and Nick LeMay. Under Ivan's slow narration, Asia quickly sank into it, especially when he heard Nick LeMay's explanation of the nature of magic and alchemy. His face was even more shocked. What the heart thinks is reality. Aisha muttered. Well, the teacher told me this is the end of magic. Yvonne said. Aisha would naturally not question Nick LeMay's explanation of magic, but this kind of statement is so strange that she can't help but wonder, Can there really be wizards that can do this? It is impossible to be called a person anymore, omnipotence and omnipotence. By the way, did you just say that Mr. Nicklame has not officially accepted you as a disciple? Aisha thought of Ivan's previous words and asked strangely. That's right, the teacher gave me a test, saying that I would consider accepting an apprentice when I passed it. Ivan shrugged helplessly. Really? Then you have to work hard. What is the test? Asia said with a smile, not too worried. In her opinion, since Nicklame is willing to teach Ivan so much core knowledge, it proves that the other party intends to accept his child as a disciple. It's repairing a very special alchemy item. Ivan vaguely fooled the past, and was scolded, and didn't intend to talk about the crescent moon pendant. Ixia didn't ask much, but thought it was a non-disclosure. She believed that with Ivan's cleverness, she would definitely not be stumped by a small test. Ivan also hurriedly changed the subject www.mdlnovel.com to understand the current situation of Knockdown Alley, especially to know if the restless dark wizards have made any moves. The training is going very smoothly, it looks a little bit already, and the number of law enforcement teams has also increased to 10. Aisha talked eloquently, and within a few minutes he would talk about what happened in Knockdown Alley for nearly 2 months all over again. The work of transforming and recycling the protective ring is also steadily proceeding. It is estimated that within 1 year, the protective props originally ordered by the Ministry of Magic can be replaced by 7 or 8. Ivan nodded, as long as there are no problems. Then Ivan handed over the alchemy notes he compiled and summarized during this period to Asia, which recorded a lot of tricks for setting up secret doors, all of which he asked about from Nicklame. Unless there is a careful verification by an alchemist of the same level, it is impossible to see that these protective items have been passive. With this knowledge, we will be more secretive when we implement the plan. Asia took the alchemy notes and opened a few glances, and her eyes suddenly brightened. There are also many capable people in the Department of Mystery Affairs of the Ministry of Magic. The secret door they figured out by themselves may not be sufficiently secretive and may be discovered. Don't worry about it now, because there is no alchemist who can match Nicklame in the Ministry of Magic. No, in fact, we have no plans at all. Ivan rolled his eyes, trying to explain, but before he could speak, Asia suddenly spoke as if he had remembered something. You wait here first, I almost forgot to give you something. Chapter 554, Manifesto of the Dark Lord in the New Century. Ivan waited in place curiously. A few minutes later, Asia walked out of the house with a book in her hand. Gleason asked me to pass it on to you a few days ago. I think it's pretty good. If you have time, take time to see if it works. Asia handed the book in her hand to Ivan. Gleason? Ivan thought for a while. He didn't have any impression of this name. He only remembered that he had seen it on the list of personnel given to him by Doubt, who was one of his subordinates. Ivan took it over and glanced at it. On the cover, the New Century Declaration was engraved with gold and red lines. The background is a painting, which looks like a hand-painted style. It outlines the scene with only black and white lines. It can be vaguely seen that it is a small wizard surrounded by a group of people, standing in the center, raising his left hand, doing what is the action. The pure black scenery around has left a strip of white lines, extending from the man's left hand, which seems to represent endless light. There are also several wizards who knelt at his feet and confessed as if they had been inspired. Ivan frowned, suspecting that this book was a brochure for a certain cult, but how did he feel that the scene was so familiar? However, I opened it from the middle and found out that it seemed to be a philosophical book with some religious thoughts. He was born with knowledge, has great wisdom. He is the only light in the darkness, and will surely lead us to prosperity. After scanning a few lines, Ivan curled his lips. He had never been interested in such books. He even suspected that Gleason was a fanatical religious man and planned to draw him into religion. In view of the special title and Asia's suggestion, Ivan closed his backhand and decided to take some time to read it when he went back. If it is the same as he thought, then he has to consider kicking Gleason out of Knockout Alley, so as not to fool other wizards. Mom, it's not early, I'm afraid I have to go back. Ivan put away the book, looked at the clock hanging on the wall and said. Aisha rubbed Ivan's hair a little bit reluctantly, but didn't say anything to keep it, just reminding Ivan not to forget to send her regular letters when he arrived at school. Of course, I will remember. A month, not once a week. Ivan replied proudly. It would be strange if you can remember. How many letters have you voluntarily sent me in the past few years? And you promised me every Christmas. Which time did you come back? Asia stretched out his hand and flicked Ivan's forehead, and told Ivan to write it down and hang it in a conspicuous place, otherwise he would forget it after turning his head. Ivan shrugged helplessly, how could he be to blame? Every year at Hogwarts, there will be a lot of messy things that need to be dealt with. In the past 2 years around Christmas, he was either embarking on a new blood fusion, or was pitted by Dumbledore and was helping him with his tail. How could he get it back? And this year Hogwarts will host the Tri-Wizard tournament, and Voldemort is secretly planning the resurrection. Ivan does not have a bottom line about whether he can come back at Christmas, and he dare not give any guarantees at all. Past. After bidding farewell to Aisha, Ivan cast an apparition and returned to Nick LeMay's mansion. Such a long-distance spatial displacement twice a day, even if Ivan's magic power reserves have surpassed that of ordinary adult wizards, it is still somewhat overwhelming. Fortunately, London is not too far from Paris, otherwise he must be drained. Ivan shook his head and walked into the house all the way from the courtyard. A group of small alchemists screamed, and the weird green plants on the side shook without wind, seeming to welcome him home. Ivan is not surprised, he has been familiar with the alchemy creatures and magic plants here for more than a month, and the relationship is very close. Wu Kaka. Where's the teacher? Ivan looked left and right without seeing Nick LeMay, before looking at the little carrot heads. The latter pointed him in the direction of the studio. Ivan suddenly understood that it seemed that Nick LeMay was a little fascinated by his research, and did not come out for afternoon tea as usual. What is the teacher studying? Ivan looked at the closed door of the studio on the first floor, and secretly guessed. He thought that Nick LeMay was repairing the Deathly Hallows, the Resurrection Stone, during this period, but when he entered the studio for advice yesterday, he unexpectedly saw the alchemist drawing a drawing. Even though I only had time to look at it a few times, Ivan turned his eyes away, but because the impression was too deep, he clearly remembered that a strange device was drawn on the drawing. The whole thing is drawn with the magic text that guides the magic power, with a groove in the center, inlaid with a bright red irregular stone, which looks exactly like the magic stone he has seen before. Obviously, what Nick LeMay has concentrated on is related to the Sorcerer's Stone, not the Resurrection Stone he expected. But if he remembers correctly, the Philosopher's Stone has already been destroyed. What use is there to study this? Still saying, the destruction of the Philosopher's Stone was actually a fake news? Even if this is the case, Ivan feels a little strange. Because Dumbledore once clearly said to ask Nick LeMay to repair an item, he guessed that it had something to do with the Resurrection Stone. Other things simply don't correspond. Ivan touched his chin. www.mtlnovel.com. I suspected that Nick LeMay might be studying multiple things at the same time, but after thinking about it, I think it's impossible. Dumbledore was very anxious at the time. He wanted to shorten the repair time as much as possible. With the friendly relationship between the two, Nick LeMay shouldn't share his energy by fishing and researching other topics. Alas, forget it. After thinking about it for a long time, I didn't understand. Ivan had to shook his head and left it behind. Anyway, he couldn't control the affairs between these big guys. After teasing the alchemy creatures and watering the weird green plants, Ivan went straight back to his room, curiously opened the New Century Manifesto and read it. Turning to the first page, Ivan was stunned when he saw the golden red preface that was magnified several times. We should measure the value of a wizard by his level of magic rather than his blood. The theory of blood is just the humble opinion of the ignorant. This is the magic world, and magic is the power. Wait, isn't this what I said before? Why is it in this book? Ivan was very surprised, looking at the signature below. It turned out to be his own name. That cover. Ivan suddenly thought of something, turned back and took a look, only to remember that it was the scene where he killed Reese Knott in the conference hall more than a month ago. No way. Seeing this, Ivan already had a bad feeling. He hurriedly turned the pages of the book and continued reading a few pages, his expression unpredictable. Yab. What? What? Chapter 555, You can always come up with something new for me. After reading for more than an hour, Ivan finally turned over the 2-finger-thick booklet, and his face became extremely exciting. This New Century Declaration is divided into 3 parts. The first part is to summarize and analyze the content of his previous speech. Each sentence is divided into a separate page, and at least 1,000 words of annotations will be marked below. Just looking at Ivan, I felt my scalp numb and embarrassed. Even his understanding in his previous life was not so exaggerated. It was similar to the magical version of the Bible or the Analects. The second part is about his legendary experience in recent years. However, this part of the words and sentences has a certain deification meaning, and even it has been so magically changed that Ivan can't recognize the born knowledge, great wisdom, and great magic power, Ivan Halls, who will lead the wizard to create a new era. You mean yourself? Too exaggerated. The third part is based on his theory to explain the future changes in the magical world, which is slightly normal in Ivan's view. The book also specifically pointed out that if you want to liberate the wizard's productivity, you need to change those old ideas, free the wizard from the meaningless and boring work, and invest in more meaningful magic research. Gleason. Ivan turned to the last page and snapped the New Century Declaration together, muttering to himself with a headache. These people can do things like this? He hid in the safe house in Paris, and he didn't plan to let him go. If possible, Ivan would like to drag the wizard named Gleason over to teach him a lesson, lest this guy think about how to make new tricks all day long to claim credit. Ivan was a little itchy with anger. After calming down, he looked at the book again, but didn't know what to do for a while. Putting aside those prejudices, Ivan also has to admit that the New Century Manifesto is indeed a book with progressive ideas, and it sums up some of his ideas very well. The content is simple, easy to understand and thought-provoking. It presents the shortcomings and predicaments of the current magical world in front of the readers, and also puts forward some practical solutions in the analysis and summary. Even Ivan also benefited a lot after reading it. From time to time, he would suddenly have a feeling of "I used to think so, I have such a foresight." As for the deliberate or unintentional deification in the second part of the legendary experience, Ivan thought about it carefully and understood the deep meaning. Obviously, Gleason thought he wanted to engage in personality cultism. Ivan has read history books. Of course, it is clear that in some extreme cases, propaganda in this way can greatly increase the cohesion of a team in a short period of time and cultivate a group of subordinates who are fanatical and enthusiastic. But history also proves that personality cultism is a double-edged sword. Almost all the extreme examples Ivan can think of are wrong. The reason is very simple. Followers usually believe that God is perfect and cannot make mistakes. This leads to God having absolute authority. No one dares to deny the words of God. It is a pity that all those who are sublimated into gods and thus supported by everyone are still human beings. As long as you are an individual, it is impossible not to make mistakes forever, and to make absolutely correct choices in everything. Once an error occurs, the blind obedience of a large number of supporters can easily magnify this wrong behavior infinitely, and eventually become difficult to deal with. Ivan reached out and took a piece of parchment from the side, holding a quill in his hand, but hesitated for a long time without falling. According to his original idea, he should write a severely worded letter, scolding Gleason for his self-assertion, so that he could restrain himself and burn the book or seal it up. Because according to Gleason's idea, he handed out a copy to the wizards of Knockoff Alley, so I would definitely feel very uncomfortable in the future. Being deified is not a good thing. It means that every word and deed of oneself needs to be careful and maintain one's own image. When I first went back to Knockoff Alley, Ivan deliberately pretended to be a strong and vicious look and couldn't stand it in just a week in order to calm the dark wizards, and was forced to hide in this safe house. If it lasts for a few years or more than 10 years, then he won't be crazy. In addition, Ivan is a little worried that this New Century Manifesto renders him too powerful, and if he can't help it, accidentally wears it, it is likely to cause the collapse of his faith. The wizards who realize they have been deceived may do something crazy. This is also the reason why Ivan feels that this New Century Manifesto needs to be sealed, and it is too easy to cause some trouble for himself. If it was accidentally spread out and spread on a large scale, and attracted the attention of the Ministry of Magic, it would be even worse. According to the information he has learned through many contacts with Fudge, the Minister of Magic is a real conservative. His ruling philosophy is mainly to maintain stability. It is impossible to support such radical ideas, and may even be resisted and traced to the source. In the end, he will definitely be found on his head, because the New Century Manifesto was written around him, and his name is clearly written on it. www.ndlenovel.com. Of course, based on his age and in the magic world in terms of popularity, publishing such a book that promotes radical reforms and self-deification can only be regarded as very out of the ordinary. There is no clear violation of the law. Fudge cannot help him at all, and at most explicitly prohibits the spread of the book. But if he raised a large number of dark wizards in Knockoff Alley, and trained day and night to capture the wizarding market, it is not necessarily the case. Fudge will never allow such an army of wizards to threaten the Ministry of Magic. This Minister of Magic might still think that he is the next Voldemort, because this kind of gathering people, propagating ideas and engaging in personality cultism is very similar to the various actions taken when Voldemort emerged. So in Azkaban will be his final destination. As for disbanding the subordinates of the wizards and proactively show to the Ministry of Magic to prove their harmlessness, Ivan didn't even think about it, only a fool would do that. The original time and space has repeatedly proved how unreliable the Ministry of Magic is. In the turbulent days that Voldemort is about to return and Dumbledore's life is not long before, it would be nice if Fudge can stabilize the situation without adding chaos. Wants to protect himself, he has only two options. Either leave all of your friends dingy and leave the British magical world, find a place to hide. Either increase your own strength as much as possible, fight in groups if you do not win heads up, at least don't be squeezed as a soft persimmon by the resurrected Voldemort. The third option of surrender does not exist. Ivan knows very well that Voldemort, the enemy of the two bombs, must have a deep memory. This is also the reason why he actively destroyed the Horcrux. Chapter 556, Forgotten Book. After excluding the options of escape and surrender, there is only one road ahead. That is to increase one's strength as much as possible. Once the situation is critical, use the courageous loyalty curse to hold back. As long as he raises the level of magic, and integrates several bloodlines, Ivan thinks that it is no problem to successfully kill Voldemort. Because of this, Yvonne hesitated how to deal with this new century declaration. It is not difficult to see how much effort Gleason, as the editor of this booklet, is too finger-wide in the depth of the content. Also, only those who think hard every day and are not afraid of staying up late to Bald the Strong can complete it in less than 2 months. If I write a letter directly to refuse and request the burning of the book, it will undoubtedly make Gleason feel chilly, and even feel resentful. If the hearts of the people are scattered, the team will not be able to lead. Yvonne deeply understands this truth, so this matter must be handled carefully. Then it can only be modified. Yvonne thought for a long time, and finally made a decision. After pondering for a while, Yvonne slowly began to write, and first praised Gleason's progressive ideas expounded in the book in a complimentary tone, and said that Gleason's understanding and summary of his own words were very good. But at the same time, Yvonne also mentioned in his letter that he was not satisfied with the contents of the first and second parts of the New Century Declaration and needed to be revised, and hinted that Gleason should focus on elaborating the concept and weaken the content personality cult thought. That's right, it's a weakening, not a complete removal. Although personal cultism has many disadvantages, if it is well controlled, it is not unusable. For example, during the Muggle World War, both belligerent countries used this method. The difference is the difference in degree. The most extreme example is the mustache. Yvonne does not want to be deified, but as a pioneer, he can use this identity and the ideas promoted in the New Century Manifesto to improve the team's sense of identity. No way, compared to forces that have operated for decades like the Order of the Phoenix and Death Eaters, the wizards on his side were all temporarily pulled up in Knockdown Alley. If you want to ensure loyalty, you have to think more about crooked ideas. Row. In a sense, Gleason is indeed an individual talent. The idea of brainwashing with brochures is very good, but it is a pity that talent is used in the wrong place. If the other party is a Death Eater and changes this pamphlet to a pure blood theory, then Voldemort will definitely be ecstatic and introduce him as a confidant. But he doesn't need such extreme concepts here, so these contents must be modified to some extent. It's really troublesome. Yvonne threw the book aside, muttering to himself in distress. He is a person who is not very good at management. Compared to being surrounded by a large number of people, he is more accustomed to fighting alone, so he has no worries. If it hadn't been for Asia to recruit people in Knockdown Alley because of some misunderstanding, he would really not consider developing power. At the beginning, I made good friends with werewolf wizards such as Fern and Walker only to test the effect of the wolf poison potion, and by the way to prevent the malicious dark wizards in Knockdown Alley. But now that's the end of the matter, Yvonne can only go on so black. After all, with his current strength, there is a big gap with Voldemort, far from being able to protect himself by fighting alone. In the original time and space, McGonagall, Slughorn, and Kingsley briefly contained Voldemort in the first battle of Hogwarts, which shows that in the Wizards' battle, the number is not completely useless. It is still necessary to have more trusted helpers, at least to help contain the large number of Death Eaters. Yvonne lay exhausted on the bed, thinking about the goblet of fire to be held this year and the strange snake face after Voldemort's resurrection. The next morning, Yvonne was awakened by a loud noise. When he opened his eyes, he saw a large number of small alchemy creatures beating on the bedside table. Obviously the sound he heard just now was caused by these little guys. Yvonne frowned and was about to complain a few words when he saw these little carrot heads pushing a large clock over. The time above points to 10:20. It's actually so late. Ivan's face changed, only to realize that this group of alchemy creatures kindly wanted to remind themselves. Thanks, Wukaka. Yvonne said apologetically, and a carp quickly sat up. Quickly got dressed, and after washing in the bathroom, Yvonne grabbed his suitcase as quickly as possible, lifted the owl's cage, and rushed downstairs. It's okay if he doesn't hurry up. The Hogwarts train departs at 11 o'clock, and he has been delayed for several minutes just getting dressed and washed. Thanks to him, he had prepared everything he was going to bring a few days earlier. See you next year, Wukaka. Yvonne went out hurriedly. When the door closed, he did not forget to say goodbye. The alchemy creatures in the room waved their hands at Yvonne, yelling goodbye in their mouths. www.mtlnovel.com. After the door was closed, they piled up and assembled into a small robot 70 centimeters tall. The routine began to make the bed and clean the room. After stacking the beds and putting everything in place, the alchemy creatures unexpectedly noticed a book that was thrown into the corner, and gathered curiously. At the same time, Yvonne walked downstairs, passing by the living room, and happened to see Nick LeMay coming out of the studio. Halls, if I hadn't asked Akaka to call you, you might have missed this year's train. Nick LeMay looked at the clock on the wall and said jokingly. I'm sorry, teacher, it was a little late yesterday. Yvonne awkwardly scratched his hair, because last night he thought about Voldemort's things before going to bed, and in his sleep there was the snake without a nose. The face was so ugly that he almost woke him up. Then you have to hurry up. No, I'll save breakfast for you, let's eat a little bit later. Nick LeMay smiled and pointed to the polenta and a few slices of bread on the table. said. Ivan nodded, took the bowl of polenta and drank it cleanly, grabbed a piece of bread and stuffed it in his mouth, ran out, and said goodbye to Nick LeMay without a word. Teacher, see you next year. Nick LeMay looked at the back of Ivan hurriedly leaving, shook his head amusedly and said nothing. Ran all the way to the courtyard outside the hut. Ivan thought of Kingdom Cross Station in his mind, waved his wand vigorously, and recited the spell. Apparition. A vortex of space engulfed Ivan in an instant. Chapter 557, Nick, if it weren't for this book, I don't even know you are doing this again. After bidding farewell to Ivan, Nick LeMay took the drawing and sat on the sofa in the living room, drinking morning tea while pondering the idea of improving the device. At this moment, there was a sudden boom boom down the stairs on the stairs not far away, which sounded very hurried. Nick LeMay turned his head strangely and looked over, and he saw a 70 centimeters tall little robot holding a book and quickly jumping down the stairs. Perhaps because of his short height and being too anxious, the little robot suddenly failed to step on the right steps, his body suddenly lost his balance, and fell heavily on the next step, just like a thump 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 obedience all the way. It rolled down. The alchemy creatures that make up the robot screamed in panic, clutching their companions with both hands, but due to inertia, many alchemy creatures outside were thrown out, and finally hit the ground. At that time, it just fell apart and broke into one place. Seeing this scene, Nick LeMay shook his head. It seemed that these alchemy creatures had to be improved a little bit. The little turnip heads scattered on the ground quickly regrouped after a few seconds of panic. But they weren't grouped together, but like an ant moving house, he lifted up the thick booklet and moved it slowly in front of Nick LeMay. What is this? Nick LeMay picked up the pamphlet curiously, and was fascinated by the picture on the cover. New Century Declaration? Nick LeMay looked at the name of the booklet and couldn't help frowning. The little alchemy creatures are talking about something. Although it sounds like meaningless words like Ulra, Nick LeMay can accurately hear what they want to express. You found it in the corner of Hall's room. Nick LeMay nodded. It should be something Ivan forgot to bring. Nick LeMay drew out his wand and wanted to cast a spell to notify Dumbledore, asking Fawkes to pick it up, and return it to him when Ivan arrived at the school. Just looking at the picture on the cover of the booklet, Nick LeMay hesitated. This kind of thing that is easy to carry around and painted with weird patterns always reminds him of the catastrophe that spread across Europe decades ago. When Grindelwald emerged in the European magic world, he often promoted his ideas through speeches and distributing brochures. This New Century Proclamation seems to him to be the same thing, and Nick LeMay can't help but worry about whether Ivan will be fooled by others. After all, a 14-5-year-old little wizard is in the process of shaping the three views, and he is very easily affected by some extreme concepts, leading to an evil path. Nick LeMay originally intended to accept Ivan as a disciple, and it is even more impossible to let it go. Up. Thinking of this, Nick LeMay tried to turn the pages of the book, and then he saw the preface above. We should measure the value of a wizard by his level of magic rather than bloodliness, Ivan Halls. Seeing the content of the preface and the final signature, Nick LeMay's face changed slightly, and he looked a little surprised. Nick LeMay thought that this declaration of New Century was given to Ivan by someone who wanted to confuse him, but he didn't expect the situation to be the opposite. The content in this booklet was written by Ivan himself. I intend to use this to explain a certain kind of thought. Anti-blood theory. Nick LeMay raised his eyebrows, guessed something from the prologue. After hesitating for a moment, he continued to look through it. The more I look at Nick LeMay's expression, the more serious it becomes, but it quickly turns into a thoughtful look. Because he discovered that the content written in the New Century Manifesto is not purely opposed to pure blood, and does not mean to beat the pure blood wizard to death, but advocates equality and weakens the advantage and influence of pure blood wizards as much as possible. Some of the ideas explained in also made Nick LeMay very interested. They are all aimed at the shortcomings of the current magical world, and seem to incorporate a part of Muggle ideas. As for the length of Ivan's deification of himself, Nick LeMay ignored it. Personality cultism is regarded as the most commonly used method by emerging forces. I didn't expect Halls to have such deep thoughts at this age. At the end, Nick LeMay slowly put down the booklet and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It's normal for a little wizard to have the idea of changing the magic world on a whim. What is really rare is that Ivan can analyze the reasons for it and give some plans. Genius. Nick LeMay muttered to himself. He remembered the conversation he had with Dumbledore last year. It is no wonder that the strongest white wizard in England paid so much attention to Ivan Halls, even a little jealous. Now he understands. During the 1.5 months in this mansion, Ivan has been gentle and polite, like a precocious big boy. If it weren't for this New Century Proclamation, Nick LeMay would never have thought that Ivan would have hidden this. Such a big ambition. This skill of disguise and forbearance is really shocking. No, it's not right. www.mdlenovel.com shouldn't be pretended. Nick LeMay shook his head and rejected the idea. He lived more than 600 years old. Naturally, he has a way of seeing people. No matter how old the little wizard pretends, there is no reason to hide it from him. There is no conflict between being ambitious and being gentle and polite. Unfortunately, it's still a little tender. Nick LeMay looked at the booklet placed on the table and said with a sigh. The concept of ignoring ancestry and that all people are equal based on ability is too idealistic. It is okay to shout slogans. If you want to really implement it in the magical world, there is a lot of resistance, and it will inevitably meet opposition from all parties. Of course, in the eyes of Nick LeMay, these are all small things. With Ivan's talent, the magical world will have no rivals in 10 years, and it will be a big deal. The important thing is that Ivan wants to completely reform the magic world and promote communication between muggles and wizards. This will touch the bottom line of many people, break the hundreds of years of tacit understanding between muggles and wizards, and make it unpredictable. As consequence, you must know that signing a secrecy law to isolate the wizarding world from muggles is not just a move by England or a region in Europe, but the consensus of the entire wizarding world. In these hundreds of years, many smart people can see that the power balance of wizards and muggles is gradually tilting toward the latter. There are not a few wizards who want to fight and break the tradition, and Grindelwald is only one of the most radical in the past 100 years. But these people failed without exception. Those in power who put out the flames of reform are certainly not fools, because isolating the muggle world from the wizarding world is precisely the gentlest they can think of, and the only feasible move. Chapter 558, Let Fate Make the Decision. Thinking of this, Nick LeMay unavoidably felt a little powerless. Don't look at the existence of wizards as a secret to ordinary muggles, but the top muggles know it. The two sides usually establish a certain cooperative relationship. As for whether the status is equal, it depends on the balance of power between the muggle government and the magical world. For example, in France, the muggle government has weak control over the wizarding world. The Ministry of Magic is nominally a department of the country, but it has a high degree of freedom and tends to complement each other. It also has corresponding seats in the muggle parliament. In addition, the muggle government will help conceal the existence of the magical world and allow the Magic Academy to recruit students in the local area. It can be said that the magical world can smoothly conceal it with the help of the top muggle leaders. Indispensable. In exchange, the Ministry of Magic will supervise the wizards in the country, regulate their behavior, and send a powerful aura to protect the president and important officials to prevent the muggle head from being controlled by some malicious wizards, or even spy wizards sent from other countries. Occasionally deals with things that the muggle government does not handle. Therefore, the attitudes of various countries towards the group of wizards are very contradictory. To put it briefly, it is necessary to win and be guarded. The wooing is to resist the wizards of other countries and guarantee the interests of the country. Defense is the magical ability of fear wizards to modify memories, read thoughts, and teleport. Anyone in power does not want to become a puppet in the hands of others one day. The two worlds have always maintained a delicate balance in this contradictory relationship. Until now, there has been no major trouble. The International Wizarding Union Confidentiality Act signed in 1689 and officially promulgated in 1692 is absolutely indispensable. The basis for the birth of this law is that Muggle witch hunts began to intensify in the 15th century. At that time, Muggles' persecution of witches and wizards had reached an extreme point. Although wizards are born with magical powers, they are too few. At that time, the total number of wizards in Europe was probably less than 10,000, and they were scattered in various countries and regions. Most of them had not been systematically studied. They could only release some weak magic by instinct. The strength was very weak and difficult. Resist the persecution of Muggles. The implementation of the International Wizarding Federation Confidentiality Act has created shelters for wizards, isolating the magical world from the Muggle world, uniting scattered compatriots, and gathering strength to learn magic. Mellon dare not act rashly. It can be said that this law has greatly eased the most intense low-level conflict between wizards and Muggles, turning it into high-level communication. But this also caused a lot of hidden dangers, making most wizards forced to be out of touch with the times. Since then, the Muggle world has made fewer and fewer actions against wizards, and after the Industrial Revolution, it has completely turned to Huero. Because the Muggle elite knows who will benefit from this delay, this method of boiling frogs in warm water also avoids the war between wizards and Muggles. It is perfect. The wizards who took the initiative to hide are bound by their cocoons, and they can't say anything. Who would have thought that in just a few hundred years, the Muggle world would have undergone earth-shaking changes? In comparison, the speed of magic changes is far less than that of technology, and the wizards are all trapped in a small circle, and the ideology is obsolete, which causes the gap to widen. When they finally made up their minds to make changes, they found that this state has been going on for hundreds of years, and it has become the consensus of the world. Change means facing greater obstacles. Not everyone has this courage and is willing to bear the consequences. Turn a blind eye, maintain the status quo and wait for the successor to deal with it, becoming the first choice of most people in power in the magical world. Nick LeMay sighed slowly, opened the New Century Declaration again, and looked at the beautiful imagination of wizards and muggles in the book, and felt more naive. But there is also a trace of yearning. Peace, communication, new era. Nick LeMay muttered to himself, can such a vision really be realized? Vaguely, Nick LeMay remembered the previous conversation with Dumbledore, and suddenly felt that Dumbledore might be right. This should be the best opportunity. Nick LeMay flipped through the book, revisited the content of the New Century Declaration, and said with a smile when he saw the words calling for change at the end. Oh, the writing is pretty good. Although Ivan's idea is somewhat idealistic, it is such a pure thing that is often the most attractive and contagious. If it can be released on a large scale in the magic world, Nick LeMay believes that New Century Proclamation will definitely be recognized and even sought after by a large number of young wizards. So don't you help that kid. In the silent, empty living room, a faint voice suddenly rang. I'm too old, 200 years ago, my old bone might still want to move. Nick LeMay shook his head and looked at a clearing beside him. An old witch in a loose robe is standing there, her face is peaceful, wrinkles all over her face tell the traces of the years, and more importantly, her body is illusory, with a faint mist spreading like a ghost. General. The old witch looked at Nick LeMay with her eyes full of love, but then a little blame appeared on her face, and pointed to Nick LeMay's left hand, saying something in her mouth. There is no sound around, and only Nick LeMay can hear the faint sound. No, I can't return this thing to Albus. Nick LeMay shook his head and rejected the old witch's proposal, gently stroking the ring on his left hand. The black gems on it were very dazzling. If Dumbledore were here, I would be surprised to find that the ring was intact, and it would not take 2 years to fix it, as Nick LeMay said. But the resurrection stone did not hurt the core. For an alchemist like Nick LeMay, eliminating those minor effects is naturally easy, and it doesn't take much time. I said that deliberately because after a period of research, Nick LeMay found that the energy contained in this Deathly Hallows was amazing, and it was not inferior to the Philosopher's Stone. The more he studied, the more shocked he became. In addition, Dumbledore's enthusiasm for the Deathly Hallows also made him very worried. Nick LeMay once read the collection of English fairy tales. He is very clear about the story of the Deathly Hallows. Coupled with the research these days, he does not think that collecting the 3 Hallows can relieve Dumbledore's dilemma. The Resurrection Stone does not have the ability to truly resurrect people. Instead, it may become the fuse to destroy the fragile balance of the moment, so he prefers to let this deathly sacred instrument be buried along with his own death. However, the New Century Manifesto written by Yvonne has shaken Nick LeMay's original idea. A powerful and unconstrained force usually stirs up chaos, but it may not be able to turn into a sword overcoming obstacles. Forget it, let fate make the decision. Nick LeMay hesitated, and finally sighed. Anyway, he won't live long. The magic world can't handle things, so he can only leave it to the reserves to toss. Thinking about this, Nick LeMay frowned and gradually loosened, looking at the old witch in front of him, his face became more and more peaceful, he took off the ring from his hand, and talked one by one in his mouth. When I finish the last thing, I will accompany you. The old witch's figure slowly faded, before disappearing, she smiled and nodded, and responded to Nick LeMay's words. At the same time, London's Kingdom Cross Station. Along with a shift in space, Ivan's figure appeared out of thin air in an alley near the station. Ding, after practice, apparition has been upgraded, the current level is 6. Has the Phantom Shift upgraded? It's pretty fast. Yvonne glanced at the system skill bar and said with emotion. It seems that the frequent ultra-long distance teleportation these days can still achieve the effect of exercise. No wonder he has recently felt that the consumption of this magic has been reduced a lot, and it has become more comfortable to use. If you have time to practice for a while, maybe you can try to practice teleportation in battle. Yvonne thought as he walked towards Kingdom Cross Station with his small suitcase and owl cage. I was in a hurry when I came just now, and now there is a full 15 minutes before the start, so there is plenty of time. In fact, even if you accidentally be late and miss the Hogwarts train, it will not have any effect. He is not Harry or Ron, so he will apparate directly to Hogsmeade Village, and then go back to school through the secret road, which is much faster than taking the train. Stepping into the station, Yvonne went straight to platform 9 3/4. When he approached, he was surprised to find that he was here. Harry, Hermione, and the Weasley family were all waiting here, seeming to say something. Because of her sight, Hermione was the first to see Yvonne. The little witch's face first showed a happy expression, she wanted to step forward, but she soon thought of something, she paused, and her mouth was closed, her face was very ugly. Hey, Yvonne! This way! Harry and the others quickly noticed the existence of Yvonne and waved their hands. Long time no see, Harry. Yvonne smiled and opened his hand, and hugged Harry as he walked forward. George and Fred also hugged him, jokingly squeezing him and Harry in between. Yvonne reluctantly broke free, looked helplessly at the 2 Weasley brothers who had escaped, and asked casually. George and Fred, how is your research recently? It's superb. Our skipping candy and automatic quill pens are very popular. We received a lot of orders during the summer vacation. We have been busy for a long time before we got enough goods. There is also the portable swamp that I told you last time. We have also improved it. That thing can turn the entire auditorium into a swamp. If Filch confiscates our inventory this time, I will sneak one and go to his office. Speaking of the joke toy, George was very excited and talked endlessly. Ahem. Fred next to him hurriedly coughed a few times and reminded him. George felt cold behind him, and turned his head slightly trembling. Mrs. Weasley was staring at him with her waist in the dark. George. I remember you promised me that your toys won't bother the professors in school. Mrs. Weasley said angrily. Although she reluctantly agreed with the Weasley brothers to study joke products because of the previous agreement, it was not without conditions. George promised her that the toys they made were harmless and purely for fun. Mom, George promised you that. I'm Fred. He never told me about this, you should scold him. George played with the usual identity swap with a guilty conscience. Without hesitation, he sold Fred in an attempt to confuse him. Fred looked at him angrily, and the two soon started fighting. In the end, neither of them escaped a catastrophe, and Mrs. Weasley was severely taught by Mrs. Weasley, which attracted the attention of a group of passing muggles. Yvonne looked at the scolded George and Fred, a little embarrassed. He thought that Mrs. Weasley had accepted the magic items they had made before asking. Okay, Molly. It's late now, the kids should get on the train. Arthur Weasley looked at the time, and quickly persuaded Molly, who was still very angry, to save George and Frey. His ears are about to be deafened. Immediately afterwards, everyone lined up and prepared to enter the 9 3/4 platform in 2s and 3s. Yvonne wanted to enter www.mdlenovel.com with Hermione and Harry, but when he approached, he was frightened by Hermione's fierce eyes. Yvonne, confused, had to go in with George and Fred instead. Get ready, time is limited, you better hurry up. 3, 2, 1, punch. Mrs. Weasley issued a command. Yvonne took the lead, holding his suitcase and owl cage, and hurriedly ran into it according to the instructions, and passed through the wall to the wizard station. As the departure time was approaching, the wizard station was very lively and there were noisy noises everywhere. 7 or 8 little wizards crowded in front of the train and waved goodbye to their parents. A timid freshman even cried on the spot because of leaving home for the first time. 2 or 3 seconds later, George and Fred also passed through the wall behind. I'm sorry, George, I shouldn't have asked that before. Yvonne said apologetically. It's okay, it's not your fault, it's because Mom managed to be too wide. George waved his hand indifferently. Fred also smiled and said, it seems we have to make up a communication code next time. Yes. Then Mother won't find out. George patted Fred on the shoulder and said very excitedly. Fred, you are such a genius. Does that still need to be said? Could it be that you only know today? Fred raised his eyebrows. The two laughed happily, and the slaps and anger at each other just now didn't seem to affect their relationship. Or they just pretended to fool Mrs. Weasley, but it was a pity that they didn't succeed this time. Chapter 559, What are you hiding from us? Looking at the two people like living treasures, Yvonne shook his head helplessly. The three of them waited for a while at the entrance. Harry, Hermione, and others entered through the wall one after another, followed by Bill, Charlie, and Weasley. Everyone was saying their final farewell in front of the train, and Mrs. Weasley kindly hugged everyone. Charlie smiled while hugging Ginny to say goodbye to her. I don't think we will be apart for too long. Maybe I will see you again soon. Why do you say that? Fred asked strangely. You'll know when you get to school. Charlie shrugged, and then added. By the way, don't tell Percy that I mentioned this. You know, this is top secret information, and it will not be released until the Ministry of Magic considers it appropriate. If there is a choice, I really hope I can go back to Hogwarts School this year. Bill on the side also looked at the Hogwarts train in front of him with emotion, with a melancholy expression. The mysterious appearance of the two of them dangled everyone's interest, and made George, Harry, and others very curious. What are you hiding from us? George glared at the two angrily, and asked reluctantly. However, no matter what he asked, Charlie and Bill were secretive and inconvenient to disclose, making George and the others very depressed. Yvonne did not participate, because he knew that what Charlie and Bill were hiding was the Triwizard Tournament to be held this year. Although activities such as fire-fighting dragons, mermaid fighting, and mazes can only be regarded as small scenes in Ivan's eyes, for other wizards, they are indeed thrilling and worthwhile events. Woo! Just when Bill and Charlie were about to be annoyed by George and the others, a loud whistle sounded, and billowing steam drifted into the sky along the train chimney. Mrs. Weasley quickly interrupted the conversation and drove them away. Get in the car. Really, they must know something, but they just want to hide it from us. Ron dragged his luggage along the aisle of the train, grumbling in his mouth. Yes, it's not fair. Fred also agreed with dissatisfaction. Charlie and Bill picked up his curiosity, and half-talked him. Harry was not too curious about this, but turned to look at Yvonne and asked. Yvonne, where did you go during your summer vacation? Why didn't you come to the Burrow? Sirius even bought you Quidditch tickets, but it was a waste. Yeah, you missed this year's Quidditch World Cup. That game was simply amazing. You should really come and see. Ron heard Harry mention the Quidditch game, and hurriedly got together, talking endlessly about the wonderful contest between Ireland and Bulgaria in the World Cup. Especially when talking about Krum, Ron seemed very excited. He talked loudly about how Krum used risky fake moves on the court, and successfully deceived Irish seeker Aidon Lynn. Chi, let the opponent fall heavily to the ground. After that, Krum successfully won the snitch and ended the game. Ron finally concluded, enthusiastically like he himself caught the snitch in the World Cup. But I heard that the Irish team won, didn't you? Yvonne replied casually, wanting to test whether his butterfly has affected the progress of the game. If he remembers correctly, the Bulgarian team's Krum succeeded in catching the snitch, but still lost the game because the score was lower than the Irish team. That's not to blame Krum, is it? He has done well, it's all other Bulgarian players who didn't cooperate well. Ron yelled for Krum, what at the end of the game, the score gap was very small, the Bulgarian batsman scored 2 more goals, Krum can turn defeat into victory, etc. Yvonne rolled his eyes, not wanting to hear Krum's glorious record, looked straight at Harry, and explained. Professor Dumbledore gave me a special training this summer. I really don't have time to watch the Quidditch game. It was not convenient for Yvonne to disclose the matter related to Nick LeMay, so I had to throw the pot to Dumbledore. Anyway, the old professor won't explain it even if he knows it, so there is no need to worry about the risk of being dismantled. It turned out to be like this, no wonder you didn't reply to us during the whole summer vacation. Harry nodded. Reply. Yvonne was startled. Yes. We didn't wait for you during the Quidditch game, so we sent you a few letters, but after waiting for a long time, we didn't wait for your reply. Harry gave an explanation, then smiled and told Yvonne about the funny things that happened when they were a guest in the Burrow. For example, once, they finally waited for an owl. Hermione mistakenly thought it was Ivan's letter and was happy to fetch it. But when she opened it, she discovered that Sirius had given it to herself. Harry talked endlessly, but before she could finish her words, she was so scared that Hermione's fierce eyes shut up. Ivan's mind was stunned, and he finally remembered what he had forgotten. It turned out that he had forgotten to write to Hermione during the summer vacation. But this can't be entirely blamed on him. Everything was fine originally, after all, who knew that so many messy things happened once home? He was a little wizard who had just entered the 4th grade and became the king of Knockdown Alley somehow. He was forced to fight with those restless subordinates every day, and his head became bigger. How could he remember writing letters? I'm sorry, Hermione, Professor Dumbledore took me to a very special place, so I can't receive your letters at all, and my owl can't fly out. Yvonne said with a guilty conscience. Then you should inform me before where you are going, I mean, inform us. Hermione looked very upset, her brown eyes fixed on Yvonne and retorted. Yvonne was speechless for a while, he forgot the incident directly, of course it was impossible to inform Hermione. Without Ivan's response, Hermione couldn't figure out what was going on. So you forgot again, didn't you? You do this every time. The little witch snorted angrily, turned aside her face, holding her luggage, and walked towards the empty box in front of him. He slammed his shoulder hard. God, Halls, you forgot all of us. George pretended to be angrily and stepped up and scolded Yvonne fiercely. Fred did the same. The two sang Yvonne out loud, deliberately speaking very loudly so that Hermione could hear it. But Hermione didn't even look at them, went straight into the box, and closed the door heavily. The Weasley brothers stopped then, and gave him a helpless, self-seeking look. They did this just now. In addition to scolding Yvonne to calm Hermione, they also wanted to let Hermione know that Yvonne didn't deliberately target her. Even their friends didn't wait to reply. It was probably delayed by something. But it doesn't seem to have any effect now. Oh, we can only do so much, please persuade me. Fred patted Yvonne on the shoulder with the appearance of a person, and then pulled George to find a place. Of course, Yvonne can understand the kindness of George and Fred. Looking at the closed door of Hermione's carriage, it is also a headache. How could he forget about writing? Harry and Ron also hesitated to step forward. They had seen Hermione's face just now, and neither of them wanted to go in and get in trouble. Yvonne, should we go in anyway? Harry asked when he noticed that the train was honking again and was about to start. How about we find another empty box? Ron suggested. Yvonne shook his head and stretched out his hand to push the box door open. He looked around. At this moment, Hermione was sitting in the corner on the right, quietly flipping through a thick book. Although she heard the door pushing, Hermione didn't mean to raise her head. Yvonne hesitated, then sat down beside the little witch. Harry and Ron also came in behind them, and sat down opposite Yvonne and Hermione tremblingly. I wonder if it was an illusion, they always felt an indescribable pressure spreading in the car. The weird silence lasted for a long time, the slightly crowded box echoed with the rattling sound of the train when it was running, and the sound of Hermione turning the pages of the book from time to time. It's just that Yvonne, Harry, and Ron didn't notice. Hermione turned the pages of the book much faster than usual. Sometimes the pages were clipped together and turned over without noticing. Sorry, Hermione, I promised to write to you during the summer vacation this year, but I forgot about it. Yvonne hesitated to break the calm and spoke again. Since this incident was caused by his mistake, Yvonne would naturally not take into account the face problem, and apologized very sincerely. So what, and then? Hermione stopped turning the pages of the book, a slight annoyance appeared on her face. www.mdlenovel.com Apologize? That's it. During this summer vacation, she thought Yvonne would be watching the Quidditch World Cup, so she waited happily, but Yvonne did not show up on the day of departure. Hermione was very disappointed, wanting to know why Yvonne didn't come, and expected that Yvonne would abide by the agreement and send her a letter telling her all this. As a result, she waited for 2 months, nothing. Yvonne opened his mouth, intending to explain, but the words got stuck in his mouth and couldn't speak. Normally, he can always find countless reasons to flick the other party for a while, but today he doesn't know why it failed here. Yet, you always do this, the year before last year, this year, every time you forget. Hermione said sarcastically. Well, it was my fault the year before last, but didn't we stay together during the summer vacation last year? Besides, you know, I was not in the mood to write a letter in that situation. Yvonne was helpless. Replied. What? Did you stay together for the summer vacation last year? Ron looked at the two in shock. Harry was constantly scanning back and forth between Yvonne and Hermione with weird eyes. Can't it? The little witch's cheeks flushed, and angrily threw the book in her hand onto them, staring at them fiercely with her brown eyes. Okay. Okay. Harry and Ron nodded like chickens pecking rice, swallowed the words they wanted to ask again, and muttered with dissatisfaction. It was Yvonne who clearly irritated her, so why did she get angry at them? Apex. Chapter 560, Yvonne, it's so difficult for me. Seeing the tragic situation of Harry and Ron, Yvonne suddenly realized that he had said something wrong, and quickly closed his mouth, pretending to look at the owl cage hanging on the side. Hermione snorted softly and took the book she threw out from Harry again. Then she glanced at Yvonne, and was annoyed that Yvonne had not covered up the things of last summer vacation. Come. Especially seeing that Yvonne is completely unresponsive now, the little witch is even more angry. Yvonne looked helpless, he couldn't speak by himself, nor could he not speak. Is really troublesome. Yvonne has a headache. Although he lived for 18 years in his previous life, he spent a large part of his time in hospital beds in the next few years. A sick person like him really has no experience in coaxing people. Can't coax people by relying on the vulgar bridges seen in the film and television drama, right? Then he will definitely be killed. Just as the carriage was about to fall into a long silence again, a familiar, dragging voice floated in from the open door. Do you know? Dad really thought about sending me to Durmstrang instead of Hogwarts. He knew the principal of that school. Alas, you know what he thinks of Dumbledore. That man likes Mudblood too much. Durmstrang doesn't allow those who are indiscriminate to go to school. But my mother doesn't want me to go so far. My dad also told me that Durmstrang's attitude towards black magic is much more reasonable than Hogwarts. Durmstrang's students are really learning black magic, unlike us, learning some tattered defenses. Yvonne turned his head and looked out of the car. Malfoy, wearing a Slytherin robe, raised his head proudly, and was walking through the aisles of the train with his two attendants, lashing out at Hogwarts' shortcomings and injustices. A proud look. When passing by this car, Malfoy deliberately increased his voice and said in a strange tone. Oh, of course. For some people, Hogwarts is probably the best place, because they can only go to school here. His two followers, Bangor and Clark, smirked at the right time, and they responded. Malfoy. Yvonne frowned. Of course he could tell who Malfoy was taunting, but when he pulled out his wand, he was caught by a hand. Do it here, do you want Gryffindor to be deducted? Hermione glared at Yvonne dissatisfied, walked to the door of the box on tiptoe, and gently closed the door to prevent Malfoy's voice from spreading. Come in. But this time Malfoy has gone away with Gore and Crawl. He also saw Yvonne pulling out his wand just now, and of course he didn't want to stay where he was and be beaten. If he likes Durmstrang so much, let him go. We wish he could transfer. Hermione returned to her position, smashing the book in her hand on the table, looking angrily. I don't know if the anger just poured on here. Although Harry was reluctant to stand up as a target when Hermione was breathing, after holding back for a while, he couldn't help looking at Yvonne and Ron, and asked. What is Durmstrand? Is it also a magic school? Why does Malfoy want to go there? Well, I seem to have heard of this place somewhere. Ron said vaguely. Yvonne started to explain to Harry, Durmstrang is one of the 3 major magic academies in Europe. It is established in Northern Europe. The specific location is very mysterious. I heard that only the students and employees there know it. In addition, that place is most famous for learning black magic with an open mind. Yvonne added. You mean they teach black magic in class? Harry looked surprised. He couldn't imagine that there would be a place where black magic would be taught. Isn't Durmstrang a gathering place for dark wizards? I can't say that. Learning black magic does not mean that you are a dark wizard. It depends on how you use it. You must know that when the Wizard Wars, the Aurors were also allowed to use Unforgivable in the battle with the Death Eaters. Curse. Yvonne corrected Harry's notion. Some powerful wizards know some black magic, it's just a matter of using it or not. Of course, Hogwarts prohibits little wizards from learning black magic for a certain reason. Many black magic requires users to gather some negative emotions, and the powerful destructive power is easy to indulge in. In order to change the subject and ease the atmosphere, Yvonne said a lot about the 3 major academies, and then inadvertently asked about Harry and the others at the Quidditch stadium in the middle. Harry and Ron didn't mean to hide, they retold to Yvonne their thrilling encounter after watching the Quidditch Cup. Just like Yuan Shikung, when they slept in the tent at night, a riot broke out on the field. A large number of wizards dressed in black robes and top hats and masks on their faces sprang out from nowhere, unscrupulously lit the venue tents, and used magic to tease and torture nearby muggles. www.mdlenovel.com. Yvonne knew the inside story. It was clear that it was an operation carried out by Lucius Malfoy and those Death Eaters who hated muggles. Sirius said that those people must be Death Eaters, so he asked them to trouble. Ron and Hermione and I ran all the way to take refuge in the woods, and we also encountered a strange house elf. While Harry was talking, he could still see a little bit of fear on his face. There were a lot of thugs, and they were unscrupulous in casting spells. If they accidentally ran into them, they might not have the ability to resist. You said Sirius troubled them. Yvonne raised his eyebrows, which he hadn't expected. Yes. Harry nodded, but he was staying in the woods and didn't see the specific passing, only the light flickering when the spell was flying. Then I don't know who chanted a weird spell, and a huge green gleaming thing flew into the sky, and a huge skeleton appeared, and a serpentine snake emerged from the skull's mouth. Recalling the horror scene, neither Harry nor Ron shrank their minds. Hermione didn't care about getting angry at this time, so she added solemnly. According to Mr. Bagman, it was the Dark Mark. In the last Wizarding War, the Death Eaters caused chaos and killed wizards. After Muggles, they usually launch this sign in the sky. Listening to Hermione and the others, Yvonne touched his chin and fell into contemplation. The Dark Mark should have been released by Barty Crouch Jr. It seems that some things have not been affected by the flapping wings of this butterfly. Chapter 561, Poor Sirius. While Yvonne was thinking about it, Harry kept talking about the rest of the story. Soon after the Dark Mark rose to the sky, Barty Crouch, the director of the International Magic Exchange and Cooperation Department of the Ministry of Magic, and Bagman, the host of the Quidditch World Cup, rushed over with a crowd. What makes Harry most angry is that these people mistakenly believed that the Dark Mark was released by themselves, because his wand was accidentally lost and happened to be nearby again. Some Aurors who maintained order in the arena also arrested Sirius, trying to accuse Sirius of creating chaos with the masked black wizards. How can they wrong us so much? Sirius just wanted to catch a troublemaker and ask what was going on, but those Aurors didn't care about the black-robed wizard who ran away, and caught him first. Lee's body was trembling, looking very angry. Ivan's expression became a little weird. It seems that poor Sirius was almost caught in Azkaban again. But this strange Sirius appeared too coincidentally. As a heavily wanted criminal of the original Ministry of Magic, how long did Sirius clear his suspicion? Run to the World Cup stadium to watch the stadium like a okay person. It happened that a large-scale riot broke out there, and it was suspected that the Death Eaters did it. The Aurors who came to see Sirius nearby, of course they would doubt him. What happened later? Sirius is okay? Yvonne asked curiously. Harry shook his head. They explained for a long time. Those Aurors checked Sirius' wand carefully and confirmed that he had not set fire or cast any Muggle spells. In addition, Ron's father, Arthur Weasley, is willing to give Sirius a guarantee, and the wizards of Barty Crouch let go of Sirius. Hearing this, Yvonne shook his head secretly. Barty Crouch should know that the things marked by the Dark Demon are related to his child Crouch, but he still wants to put the matter on Harry and Sirius. I have to say that this upright and hateful former executive director, in order to protect his children in order to comply with his beloved wife's last wish, has become what he once hated the most. Yvonne couldn't help but sigh in his heart, and continued to ask for more details. Talking all the way, the train keeps going north, and the rain is getting heavier and harder. The sky was pitch black and the car windows were covered with moisture, so the magic lights were also lit during the day. When I just started school, I ran into such bad weather and destroyed the good mood of many little wizards. Yvonne looked out the window faintly, big raindrops fell from the sky, and lightning struck from time to time in the dark clouds, and there was a burst, there was a violent roar. Harry, Ron, and Hermione also stopped mentioning the bad past at this time, and instead wondered what Bill and Charlie were hiding mysteriously. Several people guessed, but they all felt wrong, and Harry turned his head to look at Yvonne, who had not been involved in the discussion. Yvonne, what do you think? Guess what this is for? Don't you know when you go to school? The joy of life lies in the unknown. Yvonne yawned and replied casually. He had known for a long time that the Triwizard Tournament was going to be held this year, but he didn't have a suitable source to tell Harry and others, but he couldn't pretend to be ignorant and guess. Harry and Ron looked at each other. Hermione looked at Yvonne suspiciously. She felt that Yvonne must know something and was deliberately hiding it from them. Woo! The Hogwarts train made a long cry, interrupting everyone's thoughts. The speed of the train under him gradually slowed down, and the towering castle in the distance was faintly visible. Obviously, they are coming soon. Let's go. Yvonne got up and packed his luggage and walked out of the carriage with Harry and the others. When it reached the exit, the train stopped just in time. The rain outside was heavy. Ron got out of the car first, and covered the owl's cage with the hem of the wizard robe so that the rain would not drip on his new pet. This weather is terrible, Ron said in a complaint. Yvonne stopped Hermione, who was about to get out of the car, jumped out of the car first, drew out her wand and deformed a big umbrella, then looked at the little witch and said, "Now you can come down." Transfiguration, how did I forget this? Hermione muttered to herself in annoyance, and did not reject Ivan's kindness, got out of the car and shrank into Ivan's umbrella. After such a long interval just now, coupled with the actions of a gentleman like Yvonne, her anger has disappeared a bit. Wait, what should I do? Harry couldn't help but reminded him that Yvonne and Hermione were about to leave together like this. Ron, who was still in the rain, was even more bewildered. He had known that Yvonne could change the umbrella, so he got down late. Yvonne turned his head, only to realize that he had forgotten Harry and Ron, and patted his forehead with his free right hand. He wanted to expand the umbrella a bit, www.mtlnovel.com, so that Harry and Ron could be together. Come in. But, before Yvonne could do anything, Hermione glared at Harry and Ron and spoke. Professor McGonagall has taught you transfiguration for 3 years, can't you become an umbrella yourself? After speaking, Hermione grabbed Yvonne by the wrist and pulled him away with him. Harry and Ron, who stayed trembling in the cold wind and heavy rain. Did Hermione make a mistake? It's not that we forgot to send her the letter. Ron was very dissatisfied and vomited. Forget it, let's do it ourselves. Harry shook his head, contributed a coat, and performed transfiguration with Ron. After a while of tinkering, he finally turned into an irregular umbrella. The color was divided into several large pieces, which looked like branches, supporting a rag. But Harry and Ron didn't dislike it. As long as this thing can shelter them from the rain, they would be satisfied. The two held their umbrellas with difficulty, and ran along the path of Hogwarts Station to the carriage parked on the side of the road. They finally caught up with Yvonne and Hermione and rode back to school together. The carriage passed through the gates with winged boar sculptures on both sides, and drove along the spacious lane. Yvonne stared at the front through a thin rain curtain. The quaint castle was getting closer and closer, and many illuminated windows could be seen faintly shining behind the thick rain curtain. About 10 minutes later, the carriage stopped under the stone steps in front of the 2 oak gates. Yvonne and the others got out of the carriage one by one, and walked towards the entrance of the castle, vaguely heard the strange noise coming from the front. Chapter 562, Stop. I surrender. Stepping up the steps to the door, Yvonne saw some little wizards crowded at the entrance to the castle. They cursed loudly, and then rushed towards the castle with their heads in 2s and 3s. What are they doing? Hermione couldn't help but wonder, but then she saw a big red balloon full of water fall from the ceiling and hit the head of a hapless little wizard. Boom, the water ball exploded directly, drenching the hapless little wizard soaked. Even the few little wizards on the side were inevitably affected. Damn Pippi, get out of here. There was a sound of cursing in the crowd, but they were greeted by more balloons filled with water and the funny laughter. Yvonne raised his head and looked up. The small leather ghost wearing a hat with bells was floating 20 feet above their heads, holding many water-filled balloons in his arms. Hey, go on. Pippi Ghost giggled, grabbing a green balloon with his right hand and smashing it directly onto the head of another unlucky ghost, causing a small range of chaos again. Some of the lower-grade little wizards who had finally braved the heavy rain and were soaked again almost cried out of anger, but Pippi didn't mean to stop at all, and stared at Yvonne, who had just entered the door. There is Hermione. Among the students present, Hermione and Yvonne were the most special. Both of them were dry. Only the corners of the robes and the shoes could see traces of water. Pepiti's eyes turned grunting, remembering the tragedy of being teased by Yvonne last semester, and suddenly screamed, grabbing a water ball with his left hand and throwing it towards Yvonne. Of course, Yvonne also saw this scene, and immediately became a little bit dumbfounded. Pippi really remembered whether to eat or not, so he drew out his wand and pointed it casually. A red magical beam flew out and exploded in midair, and also detonated 2 water balls. The witches below screamed and hid to the side so as not to be poured water. However, those scattered currents did not fall under the influence of gravity. Instead, they gathered into a stream of water under the drive of magic, and slammed into the location of Pippi Ghost like a water cannon. For ordinary ghosts, such a physical attack does not have much effect, it will only pass through them. But Pippi Ghost is an exception. It can touch entities and pick up things. Strictly speaking, it is not a ghost, but a special kind of spirit body. So of course, the water cannon smashed directly on Pippi Ghost and staggered him. Angry Pippi tried to resist throwing more water at first, but it turned out that this was just to provide ammunition to Yvonne. It didn't take long for Pippi to be beaten up by a series of water cannons. Hermione remembered the spell Lupin had taught in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class last semester, so she held her wand high and pointed it at Pippi Ghost. Wadi Waysai. Several balloon bags that were broken underground suddenly trembled, flew up with a whistle and stuck to Pippi Ghost's face, and Pippi Ghost, who couldn't see clearly, hit the wall with one head. Several little wizards in grades 3rd and 4th grades also followed suit in the same way, and others quickly joined in. "Ah, stop, stop! I surrender!" Pippi couldn't stand it anymore, let out a piercing scream in embarrassment, and rushed directly into the auditorium, although these attacks did not cause any harm to it. It can be uncomfortable to be beaten too much. "Okay, stop for a while, kids." Just as some of the little wizards were still interested, Professor McGonagall's voice came from the auditorium. While everyone was distracted, Pippi squeaked out of the window. Professor McGonagall glanced at the Pippi who was escaping in a hurry, did not care about it, turned his gaze to Yvonne, and said with appreciation. "Good job, Halls. I think with this lesson, Pippi will be willing to stop for a while. I just solved some small troubles easily." Yvonne replied very modestly. "Very good, Gryffindor plus 5 points." Professor McGonagall nodded in satisfaction, shouted loudly, and then looked at the other people. "Although it didn't feel good to be in the rain all the way, I was harassed by Pippi again when I entered the door, but most of the little wizards are still very interested because they just drove away the pesky naughty ghost with their own hands." Professor McGonagall didn't hesitate to praise him. After a few words of praise, he asked the prefect to take everyone to the auditorium. Perhaps in response to the upcoming Triwizard Tournament, the interior of the auditorium has been specially decorated, making it more sounding than ever before. Hundreds of candles floated above the table, shining golden plates and goblets gleaming bright. Under the leadership of the prefect, the little wizards of the 2nd grade and above sat on the chairs of the long table in an orderly manner. The ghosts floating around greeted them politely and welcomed them back to school. www.mdlenovel.com. Nearly headless Nick came out directly from under the dining table, his swaying head startled the little wizards nearby, and then floated in front of them and said with a smile. "Good evening, everyone. What's so good? It's terrible. I wish I could be sorted soon, so that I could go back and change my clothes." Harry complained. He and Ron were not as lucky as Hermione, they were probably half wet. "The shoes are filled with water, it is very uncomfortable to wear on the feet." Yvonne looked at the staff desk at this time, looking for Barty Crouch, who pretended to be moody, but did not see him. "Is the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor this year not here yet?" Hermione also looked over there, and said a little strangely. "Maybe they will come later, of course, it's also possible that they can't find the right person." Ron murmured. "The Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts usually insists that he resign in less than a year. This is not a secret in the British magical world. Ron doubts whether it is because of this that no one is willing to apply for this. The position of a professor. It would be great if Sirius could come here to teach. Lupin is the best Defense Against the Dark Arts class professor I have ever seen, and I believe Sirius is the same." Harry said expectantly. "I advise you not to think like this, Harry. This is not a safe job." Hearing Harry say this, Yvonne rolled his eyes. "You are trying to push Sirius into the fire pit. Not to mention Sirius was officially acquitted a few months ago. Neither the parents nor the school manager would allow him to teach." Chapter 563, Back to School and New Semester. Harry opened his mouth and wanted to explain. He felt that Sirius would not be knocked down by a curse, but he thought of what happened to Chino and Lockhart in the 1st or 2nd year, and Lupin inexplicably resigned at the end of the semester in the 3rd grade. He closed his mouth again. At this time of delay, the sorting ceremony has already begun. Professor McGonagall led a long row of first-year students to the top of the auditorium, placed a triangular stool on the ground in front of the freshmen, and put another stool on the stool. The shabby, dirty, patched wizard hat. The first-year freshmen stared at the weird hat, and everyone else stared at it. For a while, there was silence in the auditorium. Then a crack near the brim of the hat opened like a mouth, and the hat suddenly sang. That was more than 1,000 years ago, I was just woven into shape. There are 4 famous wizards whose names have been passed down to this day. The brave Gryffindor, from a barren swamp. The beautiful Ravenclaw, from the peaceful riverside. The benevolent Hufflepuff, from the open valley. The shrewd Slytherin came from that quagmire. The weird singing of the branch courtyard hatguli resounded throughout the auditorium. When I heard the phrase "the Big Four have injected my thoughts into me, I will choose and evaluate from now on." Ivan's heart moved. According to Nick LeMay, injecting one's own mind and will into magic items is a very advanced alchemy technique, and it is also the bottleneck of his current alchemy learning. Just as Ivan was thinking about it, the singing of the sorting house had stopped, and there was warm applause in the auditorium. McGonagall unfolded a large roll of parchment and read it according to the name on it. The new students who were read stepped forward and picked up the sorting hat, sat on the stool, and waited for the hat to make a decision. Ivan took a few glances and then withdrew his gaze, but unfortunately he was not a new student and couldn't touch the sorting hat, otherwise he could use the system identification function to see the reality of the hat. Harry was not as laid back as Ivan, and was constantly harassed by his little brother Colin, who was 1 year below him. Although he was very impatient, Harry responded perfunctorily. About 10 minutes later, as a freshman named Kevin Whitby was assigned to Hufflepuff, the sorting ceremony finally ended. Professor McGonagall picked up the sorting hat and small stool and moved them away. Professor Dumbledore on the bench stood up slowly. He looked at all his classmates with a smile, opened his arms and made a welcome gesture. "I only have 2 words to tell you," Dumbledore's deep voice echoed in the auditorium, and he stretched out his wand and tapped it in the air, speaking loudly. "Eat." As Dumbledore's words fell, the empty plates on the long table were suddenly and magically filled with various foods. At last it's time. Ron hurriedly grabbed the spoon placed on the side, dug a spoonful of mashed potatoes and stuffed it into his mouth. After sitting on the train all afternoon, he was already hungry. Ivan also put aside the complicated thoughts, and started to enjoy the meal in front of him intently, cutting off a juicy piece of steak and slowly chewing in his mouth. Nearly headless Nick wandered around them. Seeing them feasting, he was a little greedy, but the ghost couldn't eat the food of living people, so he could only watch it like that. "Hey, you are really lucky today, you know that the banquet of the evening almost broke up." Nearly headless Nick said sourly. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Ivan squinted at the ghost and swallowed the steak in his mouth. "Earlier, there was a mess in the kitchen. It was Pepe Ghost who was deliberately making trouble and arguing about it again. You know, Pepe Ghost has always wanted to participate in the banquet." Nick, who was almost headless, shook his head and sighed. His neck with skin didn't look very stable, and he almost threw his head off. Ivan and others were worried about him. Fortunately, his head didn't fall off in the end. After a pause, Nick, who was almost headless, continued. "You should be aware of Pepegui's virtues. He has no education at all. When he sees food, he throws it everywhere. We held a ghost meeting to discuss this matter. The fat monk advocated giving him this opportunity, but Blood Ren Barrow firmly disagrees. I think he is very wise to do so. No wonder Peppies are making trouble at the door." Ron slapped his mouth. Usually Peppies didn't have the guts to block outside the auditorium to tease them when school just started. "Then, Nick, what did Pippi do in the kitchen?" Harry asked curiously. "It's not the same old thing," Nick shrugged. "It's just ruining it. Peppy Ghost messed up everything. Pots and pans were thrown everywhere, and the entire kitchen was flooded with soup. The poor house elves were so scared by it, they drove away Pippi together, and had to make a new dinner again, almost delaying today's banquet. That's really bad. Fortunately, Pippi was kicked out," Ron said with pleasure. "If Pippi succeeded, everyone would have to be hungry all night." When listening to the words of Nick and Ron, Hermione inadvertently knocked over the gin glass in front of her. Pumpkin juice was poured on the tablecloth continuously, dyeing the white linen into an orange for several times. But Hermione ignored it at all. Harry and Ron looked at Hermione in surprise. Ivan also turned his head, vaguely remembering something, and couldn't help but scream in his heart. "You just said, there are house elves here too." Hermione didn't look at Ivan and the others, but stared at Nick and said in a high tone. "That's right. Isn't that necessary?" Nick, who was almost headless, looked at Hermione strangely. He didn't understand why she had such a big reaction, but he replied truthfully, with a hint of pride in his words. "There are not as many house elves in any house in the UK here. There are more than 100 house elves in Hogwarts. Then why don't I usually see it?" Hermione frowned. She had only seen one house elf at Hogwarts a few years ago, that was Dobby. Ahem. This time, Nick, who was almost headless, didn't wait for a reply. www.mtlnovel.com. Yvonne coughed slightly, attracted everyone's attention, and then helped explain. Hermione, house elves are the best helpers for wizards. They can be said to be almighty in housekeeping. There are so many little wizards in Hogwarts, and they always need some house elves. Then they get paid. Do they have holidays? Hermione continued to say seriously without being fooled by Yvonne. There are sick days, allowances, do they have them? When I saw Dobby before, Hermione didn't realize the low status of the house elves, and thought she was similar to a housekeeper. But she had come into contact with Shining and Creaker during this summer vacation, only to realize that the lives of these poor little guys were harder than slaves. Sick leave and allowance? Ha ha ha. The floating ghost seemed to have heard some funny news. He almost lost his breath with a smile. The wheel-shaped ruffled collar crooked, his head rolled down, and he was still attached to his neck by an inch or two. The dead skin and muscles of her were hanging, dangling in the air. They don't need that, Granger. Nick put his head hanging in midair on his neck again, and fixed it with a round wrinkle collar. House elves don't need sick leave and allowance. That means they have to work hard every day because they have nothing? Isn't that slave labor? Hermione said angrily, then turned to look at Yvonne, and continued to ask. Dobby? Yes. Of course. Yvonne nodded hurriedly, interrupting Hermione's words. Dobby gets a salary every month. I gave it a vacation last year to give it a good rest. A few days. Chapter 564, Kill me, I won't eat this shortbread either. After Yvonne explained, Hermione nodded in satisfaction. Harry was holding back a laugh, but he knew Ivan's treatment to Dobby, which meant it was better than nothing. How is this possible? Nick's almost headless eyes widened, and his body trembling in the air. He didn't want to believe Ivan's rhetoric at all. For house elves, wages and holidays are an insult to them, they just love to work. Nick added. No creature is born to like to work. Hermione glared at Nick, and then went on with a vow. They must have been forced by wizards to do that. Isn't Ivan's house elf Dobby just got a salary and a vacation? What if we? Dobby is a very special house elf, Hermione. Yvonne interrupted Hermione's words, looked at her seriously, and continued to speak. I always respect Dobby's wishes. It wants wages and vacations, so I gave it to it. Similarly, I also respect the ideas of other house elves. Hermione choked on her words, and after a while she stammered in retort. But that's not what they really think, who doesn't like a freer life? She has seen Shining and Creaker before, and of course she knows the morbid concept of servant in house elves, but she thinks it is the result of long-term enslavement by the master and should be corrected. Freedom. Ron chuckled, and while eating the cream pudding, he didn't forget to interrupt. If you really talk about freedom with those house elves, they will be terrified. While talking, Ron took another gulp of orange juice, smashed his mouth, and said again. Also, Hermione, what are you bothering about? Isn't it good like this? Of course not. I didn't expect that our convenient life at Hogwarts was built on the pain of house-raising elves. Hermione said angrily, putting all the knives, forks, and spoons in her hands. Down. Thinking that dinner was made by an exploited house elf, Hermione couldn't eat a bite. Seeing that the little witch seemed to be going to be hungry all night, Yvonne reluctantly persuaded. It doesn't have to be this way. Hermione? Just like you want to make some changes, you have to do it step by step, right? This is the first step I did. The little witch said firmly. Yvonne shrugged, and didn't persuade him anymore, but slowly picked up a piece of fragrant syrupy fruit pie, put it in his mouth, and took a bite. The pie is crispy on the outside and soft on the inside, with a tangy aroma, and a thick syrup on the inside. The sweetness is just right without being too greasy. I haven't seen it one summer vacation, their craftsmanship is still so good. Yvonne ate with greasy mouth, and exclaimed inexplicably, then used a fork to fork a shortbread cookie and put it on Hermione's plate. Are you sure you won't come here? Hermione pursed her mouth and went on a train all afternoon. Her stomach was empty. But in the end the little witch endured it, pushed away the plate in front of him, and then stared at Yvonne angrily, as if anyone who ate a bite of shortbread betrayed the anti-discrimination house elves revolution. The same fate. Okay, I think you should all have enough food and drink. About an hour later, Dumbledore stood up again. He waved his wand as he did at the beginning, and removed the plates on the table and the rest. The food was swept away. It seems that you are really going to be hungry all night. Yvonne whispered. I would rather starve to death than eat things made with the labor of elf slaves. Hermione glanced at him angrily. On the stage, Dumbledore's mouth twitched a few times. He obviously heard Hermione's words, but he pretended to be unaware of what he said. Is mainly to remind freshmen not to go to the Forbidden Forest, and to prohibit the use of some dangerous magic toys in the castle. Speaking of here, Dumbledore glanced at George and Fred before the edge. In the past 2 years, he had received many complaints from Filch. George and Fred looked guilty under Dumbledore's gaze. They glanced at each other and immediately decided that they must be more concealed when selling toys in the future, and they must never be caught. Dumbledore glanced, then turned his gaze back, looked at the little wizards in the auditorium, and announced a heavy news. Besides, I also regret to tell everyone that there will be no more Quidditch competitions at Hogwarts this year. Why? Harry widened his eyes in surprise, and almost knocked over the candle holder beside him with excitement. Other Quidditch players also performed similarly. There was a burst of discussion on the long table of the 4 colleges, and many people looked at Dumbledore anxiously, waiting for his answer. Dumbledore raised his hand and pressed it down, signaled everyone to be quiet for a while, cleared his throat and spoke again. That's because there is a large-scale event that will start in October www.mdlenovel.com and will continue throughout the school year, occupying a lot of teachers' time and energy. Therefore, we have to make some adjustments. But I believe that you can all have a lot of fun from it. I am very happy to announce to everyone that this year at Hogwarts. Dumbledore's loud voice echoed throughout the auditorium, but at this moment, a quick knock on the door interrupted his words. The little wizards in the auditorium all turned their gazes, even Yvonne was no exception. Under the gaze of everyone, an old wizard is standing at the door, holding a long cane in his hand and a black traveling cloak on his body. His legs and feet didn't seem to be good, he just limped forward, the crutches in his hand stopped on the ground, making a deep noise. The entire auditorium became silent because of his arrival, except for the heavy rain and the rain outside the window. The thunder resounded in my ears. In an instant, another lightning flashed across the sky. Under the dazzling flash, the old wizard lifted the hood he was wearing, and shook out a sparse grey long hair, and presented the horrible, scarred face in front of everyone. Is the most eye-catching thing about his 2 eyes, one big and one small, looking very uncoordinated. The normal black eyeball stared at Dumbledore on the stage, while the other weird blue eye kept spinning in all directions, scanning everyone on the field. As the man got closer and closer, there was an inhalation sound in the auditorium. Harry and Ron couldn't help but shrink their necks. The little wizards before sitting also dragged their chairs back. Chapter 565, Top 3 Tournament. The panic and disgust of the little wizards were very obvious, but Aristo Moody, who was on the crutches, did not restrain his momentum at all. The magic eye looked around the audience unscrupulously, and unexpectedly saw a person who dared to look at him. Little wizard was stared straight at by a strange magic eye. Yvonne didn't feel anything, but looked at each other with interest. If he is not mistaken, the Moody in front of him should be a guy disguised by Barty Crouch Jr. with compound decoction. Yvonne had to sigh. Barty Crouch Jr. is really bold. You know, Dumbledore is a master of mind-seeking, and he can read some of the others' thoughts just by looking at each other. This means that Barty Crouch Jr.'s disguise will be exposed in minutes as long as the old professor is on a whim. Of course, Yvonne also knew that the old professor would not spy on other people's thoughts at will, unless it was about important layouts or major events related to Voldemort. Not to mention that Moody is still an experienced legendary orator, and he may be noticed by the opponent if he uses the intent of dementia, so it is unlikely that Dumbledore can invade unless Moody's feet are unreasonable. The brain of this old friend. Barty Crouch Jr. may have taken this point accurately, coupled with his trust in his acting skills, made such a risky plan. When Yvonne was looking at Moody, the other party had already closed his eyes back and walked all the way to the high platform. Dumbledore stretched out his left hand and shook Moody's hand, talked a few words in a low voice, and then invited him to sit in an empty seat on his right. Moody was not at all polite, and after sitting down, he pulled over the plates of delicacies that he had deliberately left him on the table. He first sniffed it nervously, then took out a knife that he carried with him and prodded it a few times, and finally poked it in from one end of a sausage and ate it with big mouthfuls. Dumbledore seemed to have been accustomed to Moody's neurotic appearance, and soon faced the crowd, happily telling them that this was the new defense against the dark arts teacher Alastor Moody. There were only sporadic applause from the audience. Everyone was stunned by Moody's appearance and behavior. Even though he was staring at him intently, few people agreed. Maybe it was found that everyone was not in high spirits, Dumbledore said as soon as he turned his voice. Let's continue the topic. This school year will no longer hold the Quidditch Cup, instead we will be honored to host another very exciting event. This event has not been held for more than a century. I am very honored to tell you that the Triwizard Tournament will be held at Hogwarts this year. Dumbledore's tone was not high, but it was like throwing a boulder into the lake, causing a huge wave in everyone's hearts. No one even paid attention to the new Professor Moody. Fred Weasley stood up excitedly and said in surprise. Gosh! Are you kidding me? This is impossible. Some knowledgeable little wizards, both excited and a little unbelievable, Dumbledore once again confirmed this statement and explained the origin of the Triwizard Tournament. To put it simply, this kind of competition was founded more than 700 years ago to promote exchanges among the 3 major magic schools in Europe. Used to be held every 5 years. The rule is that each magic school chooses a brave. The competition is dangerous and exciting. The final score is the most. The brave who succeeds will get a great honor for himself and his school. But this kind of event was finally interrupted due to too many deaths. Finally this year, with the efforts of many parties, the Triwizard Tournament was resumed. Triwizard Tournament? Ivan touched his chin and whispered in a low voice. In his opinion, this is an opportunity to get legendary points, but he hasn't figured out whether to participate in it or not. He is not the same as Harry. There is no little Crouch to help. Even if he finds a way to put his name in, the Goblet of Fire may not choose him. While Ivan was meditating, Dumbledore had already finished his description of the Triwizard Tournament. The atmosphere in the entire auditorium became eager. Many little wizards were ready to move. Everyone wanted to be Dumbledore's hero who represented the glory of the entire academy. We are going to participate. George and Fred looked very excited, especially when they heard Dumbledore say that the winner of the game could get 1,000 gallons prize money. Their eyes came out. I don't know how the warriors will be selected, do you draw lots by luck? Ron was also a little moved, whether it was Glory or Jin Jialong, he was very tempted. But Ron is still a little self-aware, if he is judged by his academic performance, he will definitely be useless. Only by drawing lots is there such a possibility. Come on, Ron, such an important game will not use such a perfunctory method. Professor Dumbledore cannot allow a bad warrior to represent Hogwarts, shame the school. George hit without hesitation shattered Ron's fantasy. Maybe it's a duel to come out to see who can play the best. Fred proposed a slightly more reasonable conjecture, after all, Professor Dumbledore said this kind of game seems dangerous. Then we have no chance. George looked at Ivan sitting on the side in distress. He had seen Ivan cast spells before, and he really wanted to go against him. I'm afraid no one in the school is his opponent. Ivan, will you participate in the Triwizard Tournament? Fred hurriedly asked. If I can be selected. Ivan shrugged www.mtlnovel.com casually replied. Then we have no chance. George and Fred said with a sigh. They both felt that if Ivan were going to run for the election, then they would probably be out of play. What made them even more desperate was that Dumbledore quickly announced the selection conditions of the contestants. I know you are all eager to win the Triwizard Trophy for Hogwarts, but for safety reasons, participating schools and the Ministry of Magic agreed that an age limit should be set for this year's competitors. We will only allow students over the age of 17 to sign up. Dumbledore's expression was serious. It's not fair. George and Fred shouted in unison. Dumbledore's words undoubtedly cut off their last hope, because they were only a year away and only 17. Dumbledore ignored the protests of George and Fred at all, and raised his tone. He said that this measure was set to protect the warriors, and the Ministry of Magic did not think that wizards under the age of 17 could deal with it. Those dangerous games. Ivan remained calm throughout. He knew the rules of the competition for a long time, and of course there would be no mood swings. Dumbledore declared the end of the banquet after talking about the precautions, and ordered the prefects of the major colleges to return to the dormitory with freshmen and students of all grades. Along the way, everyone was talking about the Triwizard Tournament, and Ivan also echoed a few words. When he returned to the lounge, Ivan directly intercepted Hermione, who was about to go back to the bedroom, pulled the little witch aside, hesitated and spoke in a low voice. Hermione, remember to come out by 10 o'clock in the evening. Chapter 566, Ways to Crack the Age Limit. Hermione looked at Ivan in surprise, opened her mouth and asked. At this moment, George and Fred squeezed in uninterestingly. Of course, they didn't come to Hermione, but carefully looked around, and then quietly said to Ivan. Ivan, you must have some way to avoid the age limit, right? When he was in the auditorium just now, Fred was keenly aware that Ivan's expression was unusually calm. Even when he heard the limitations of the candidates for the warriors, there was no change in expression, and he looked confident. This is also the reason why they came here for advice. Professor Dumbledore has just decided on the age limit for selecting the warriors. I haven't said what the specific selection and who will be selected. How can I do it? You are too high to look at me. Ivan shook helplessly. Shaking his head, he retorted. George and Fred glanced at each other, somewhat suspicious. But it's right to think about it. Even the rules for selecting people have not been formally determined. If Ivan could come up with a specific method immediately, it would be too bad. I just don't know who the fair referee who selects the warriors will be. George thought distressfully about Dumbledore's words, and felt a little angry when he thought of this. Why did they set an age limit of 17? We will turn 17 in April next year. This is clearly aimed at us. That's right. This is not fair, we are not worse than those graduates. Fred also complained. Hermione, who had been listening, couldn't help it at this time, she couldn't help but retorted. Professor Dumbledore's arrangement is definitely to ensure our safety. You must know that in the past Triwizard Tournament, many people died. That was years ago, didn't it? Fred said nonchalantly. Professor Dumbledore also said that this year's Quidditch Cup will be very safe. They spent a whole summer preparing to make sure that every warrior will not be in danger of life. Yeah, I can't die. But that's for contestants of the right age. The professor didn't guarantee that you won't miss your arms or legs, or get hurt all over. Hermione scolded angrily, especially looking at Yvonne with some worry. Because she discovered that Yvonne seems to be keen to participate in the Triwizard Tournament. Oh. That's great. Hermione's words didn't scare George and Fred, they slapped their palms in excitement. For wizards, such injuries will not cause much hindrance as long as they are treated in time. George and Fred even had a fantasy in their minds. After they became the warriors of Hogwarts, they broke through many obstacles with their wounds and resolutely, amidst the screams of the audience, they won the scene of victory. Just thinking about it makes people excited. The two can't wait to discuss with Yifun a way to break through the age limit, and come up with a seemingly reliable plan, that is, an age-enhancing agent. Like its name, after drinking the aging agent, the appearance of the wizard will become much older than the real age. George and Fred think that they only need to drink 1 or 2 drops of the aging agent to become 17. The appearance of 8 years old. I don't think it will work. Whether it is judging people or some magic, it is unlikely that you will be deceived by this little trick. Yvonne shook his head and said persuasively. In the original time and space, George and Fred tried to use the aging agent to fool through the level. The final result was obvious. Not only did they fail to succeed, they were also attacked by magic. This road is absolutely unworkable. No one in Hogwarts can break through the magic set by Dumbledore himself. Even Yvonne doesn't think he can do it. After all, the gap is too big. That's why Dumbledore firmly emphasized when he was in the auditorium that there will never be students underage who will become the warriors of the Triwizard Tournament. But Yvonne felt that Dumbledore was definitely going to be slapped in the face this time, and he couldn't make a frontal breakthrough. He still had all kinds of tricks, and he thought of 3 in a while. The first plan is to grow up to 17 years old in the past few months. This is not impossible, provided that you have a time converter. Like last school year, he spent more than half a year in the past. Strictly speaking, he is almost 15 years old this year. The second solution is the cracking method Dumbledore said himself. Find a little wizard over the age of 17 to vote instead. This is the easiest one, just find a reliable senior student to say it. It's just not very insurance. Although Yvonne is very confident and thinks he is definitely the best student at Hogwarts, but who knows how to choose the Goblet of Goblet, what if Goblet of Goblet likes Cedric? As for the third option, it is more risky. You need to threaten or control Barty Crouch with an Imperious Curse, let him impose a Confusion Curse on the Goblet of Fire, add a spot, and get yourself in. Just like Harry in the original time and space. The advantage is to become a 100% warrior, but the disadvantage is that it is very risky. www.mdlenovel.com Barty Crouch Jr. is not a good role to deal with. While thinking in his mind, on the surface, Yvonne continued to discuss ways to break the age limit with George and Fred on the surface, and wanted to see if he could get some inspiration from them. Hey, Professor Dumbledore won't let you succeed. Hermione watched Yvonne and the others continue to discuss, could not help but snorted, turned her head and ignored them, turned and walked towards the girls' bedroom. Yvonne then remembered that Hermione seemed to have not promised to be there for the evening, so she hurriedly reminded. Hermione, don't forget to come out tonight. In order for Hermione to hear her, Ivan's voice was loud. Some of the little wizards who were still stranded in the lounge looked at them gossiping. Got it. Hermione, who had already reached the entrance of the girls' dormitory, turned her head back and glared at him a little shame. A bit. Ahem, we didn't disturb you just now. George looked at Hermione's leaving back, then looked at Yvonne, coughed slightly, and said with a guilty conscience. Of course not. I saw Hermione didn't eat anything at the party, so I planned to bring her some snacks tonight. Yvonne shook his head and explained. Ah, we all understand, you don't have to explain so much. Fred looked like a person came over. Even in order to make up for the fault that disturbed the two before, Fred also introduced Yvonne to the places in the castle suitable for the night with a strange smile, and taught Yvonne some tricks to make girls happy. Chapter 567, It's so late, what are you calling me out for? Come on, Yvonne, if you can do it, we won't bother you. George patted Yvonne on the shoulder and left with Fred on his shoulders. Yvonne was a little bit dumbfounded for a while, but was too lazy to stop them to explain, and just let them think about it, and went straight back to the bedroom. As soon as he opened the door, Yvonne heard a sound of discussion inside before he even entered. It was closer to discover that Ron, Harry, Seymour, and others were discussing the Warriors' candidates for the Triwizard Tournament, and even Neville said a few words weakly. It seemed that there would be more little wizards expecting this honor than he had imagined. Ivan shook his head secretly. Everyone except Hermione probably forgot the danger mentioned by Dumbledore. If they knew that the first event in the Triwizard Tournament was dragon fighting, they wouldn't know. Can you afford such interest? Ivan, have you and George figured out a way to break the age limit? Ron hurriedly approached and asked after seeing Ivan coming in. Harry, Seamus, and others also looked at Ivan expectantly. It's not yet, how can it be that easy? Ivan hesitated for a moment, and panicked freely. Although he has some clues, he does not intend to reveal it. The Triwizard Tournament was too dangerous, and it was also related to Voldemort's resurrection plan. Even the leader of the graduates, Cedric, was killed. It was really not something that a fourth-grade wizard could handle. Secondly, he felt that Ron's big mouth was really unreliable, and Seamus was a bard who ran a train with his mouth full, and many of his legendary deeds were blown out by Seamus abruptly. If they know how to break the age limit, then it goes without saying that this method will spread throughout the school in a few days. When it reaches Dumbledore's ears, he will definitely plug this loophole. In this case, Ivan feels like he's going to be blinded. So he just fooled around, and incidentally mentioned that George and Fred seemed to be going to try an aging agent to divert the attention of Harry and others. Aging agent? This is a good way. Ron couldn't help but his eyes lit up, and he immediately said that if George can succeed, he plans to do the same. Ivan did not participate in the discussion with Harry and the others, but went to his suitcase and took out a piece of parchment full of amendments. This was written by him last night, because I got up too late today, I didn't have enough time to personally give this thing to Asia. Dobby. Ivan clapped his hands and shouted. The next moment, Dobby, the house elf, summoned and appeared in the open space nearby. Ivan put the parchment paper in the envelope and handed it in. Give this to my mother, and prepare some food, and bring it to me at 10 o'clock in the evening. Yes, sir. Dobby nodded vowingly, took the thing, snapped his fingers, and disappeared in place. At 9:50, there was silence in the boys' bedroom in Gryffindor. The exhaustion accumulated after sitting on the train for a day makes the energetic little wizards have to go to bed early. Ivan got out of bed lightly, so as not to wake Harry and the others who were already asleep, slowly opened the door and walked towards the Gryffindor common room. There was loud thunder outside the window, and heavy raindrops hit the glass and made a rattling noise. With good eyesight, Ivan can see clearly in the dark. After entering the lounge, he accurately waved his wand and lit the fireplace. The orange flame rose up, driving out the cold and darkness of the rainy night. Ivan walked to the armchair in front of the fireplace and sat down. Dobby also took the plates one by one and put them on the table in front of Ivan in time. Weird, it's 10 o'clock, is Hermione not here yet? Ivan muttered to himself, somewhat confused as he looked at the clock. Just as Ivan wondered if Hermione had forgotten about it, he heard a sound from the stairs above. About a few seconds later, Hermione in her nightgown walked down the stairs, her face flushed under the reflection of the fireplace flame. It's so late, what are you calling me out for? Hermione looked around and saw that there were only two people in the lounge, she and Ivan, and asked softly. You haven't eaten anything all night, aren't you hungry now? Ivan smiled and pointed to some snacks on the table, and said. Here. This is for you. After Ivan's reminder, Hermione noticed that there were several dessert plates on the table. As Ivan said, after being hungry for one afternoon and one night, the little witch was already hungry, she just kept on holding her breath. But even so, Hermione didn't do it immediately, but hesitated and asked in a low voice. Did these snacks come from the kitchen? Obviously the little witch still minds some food made through slave labor. I asked Dobby to do it specially. Isn't it a slave labor? I paid for it. Of course, Ivan knew what Hermione was thinking, so he spread his hands and said. Of course it doesn't count. Hermione smiled slightly, her brown eyes stared at Ivan for a while, and then whispered thank you. Quickly eat, you reading www.ukenshu.com will be cold after a while. Ivan also smiled and replied. N. Hermione nodded, sat down beside Ivan happily, picked up a fork and forked a piece of syrup fruit pie and ate it slowly, not at all like usual. Ivan sat next to him, just watching, and occasionally eating a few pieces with him. The little witch seemed to have just taken a shower, and a nice fragrance spread on her body, which made Ivan's nose a little itchy. Hermione looked a little bewildered by Ivan's gaze, her cheeks being hot by the warm air from the stove. She turned her face slightly, busy changing the subject, complaining to Ivan that after she returned to the bedroom, she explained to Parvati and the others the idea of anti-discrimination house elves but was laughed at. Although she was talking about some unhappy things, Hermione's face always had a sweet smile. Ivan had forgotten to write to her before, and she had long been tossed aside. Ivan was able to take into account that she might be hungry, and the act of preparing snacks specially in the big evening made her sense so warm. She even thought that Ivan must be in a hurry during the summer vacation, not deliberately forgot to send the letter, just like last time. Sir. Your snacks? Dobby put the last 2 snacks on the table, and then picked up the empty plates. Dobby's arrival interrupted Hermione's thoughts. The little witch remembered the anti-discrimination great cause again. She looked at Dobby, then looked at Yvonne, and said with emotion. If only all wizards could treat the house elves like you did to Dobby. Chapter 568, There is no cruelty, this is just the winner over the loser. It's hard, madam. Dobby shook his head shrilly, and then continued proudly. Only a great wizard like Lord Halls would be willing to pay us. That's not necessarily, Dobby. I believe that as long as we actively speak up, there will definitely be more people willing to agree with this concept. Hermione said firmly. She believes that the current abuse of house elves by wizards is completely a remnant of feudalism. The old ideas that come with it. Then the little witch asked Dobby curiously, how much salary does it get every month, and how many days off? Dobby wanted to answer with excitement, so as to show his master's greatness, but when he opened his mouth, he thought that Yvonne had ordered himself not to disclose the details of the salary to others, so he drooped his ears and said vaguely. Your Excellency Halls gave Dobby a lot of money, as well as vacations. My God, Sir is such a noble man. Okay, don't praise me anymore, go on. Yvonne didn't dare to ask Hermione too much to avoid revealing the stuff, so he waved back Dobby. Hermione glanced suspiciously at Yvonne, but didn't say anything. In her opinion, since Dobby is so grateful, then Ivan's salary must be quite a lot, perhaps lower than a normal wizard. Why did you suddenly think of liberating the house elves? Hermione. Yvonne asked curiously, and he was always puzzled. Why not? The little witch looked at Yvonne very seriously, and then talked endlessly. House elves have paid so much for their owners, not only need to undertake all the housework, but also to ensure absolute loyalty and obey the master's commands, but what does their hard work get in return? In exchange for discrimination and wanton beatings. I even read in the book that when the power of mysterious people was at its peak, some wizards treated house elves as pests. At this point, the little witch was very angry. She had contacted Creaker and Shining and asked about their lives. In her opinion, the house elves are a group of hardworking and loyal groups, and they can become family partners of wizards, not slaves to be beaten and scolded. Listening to Hermione's angry words, Yvonne didn't seem to be moved, and he spoke calmly. Since you have read the book, you should be clear about the origin of the house elf wizards. They are creatures created by wizards and must serve the wizards from generation to generation. This is the meaning of their lives. Do you really think so? The wizard created the house elves? They are obviously so similar to the elves. Hermione retorted, after a pause, then guessed. Maybe some wizards deliberately tampered with history in order to enslave them, so that the house elves will perish forever. Also, they are intelligent creatures just like us, they also think, shouldn't be treated like this. Hermione added finally. Yvonne looked at Hermione in surprise. He didn't expect that the little witch would question the contents of the book one day. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Hermione looked a little uncomfortable seeing Yvonne not replying for a long time. She nervously stuck a fork in a piece of cake in front of her, and the cream splashed on the table. No, it's nothing, it's just surprising that you could have thought of this. Yvonne laughed. He had read that book, and of course he knew what was going on. The group of house elves is indeed not the creation of wizards, but a kind of magical creatures enslaved by wizards in the process of controlling the magical world. After all, wizards are not strong enough to create a group of magical creatures with human-like intelligence and natural ability to cast spells. That is already the category of God. Yvonne thinks that this may be the reason why the wizard group has always been defensive against house elves and has been committed to cultivating servility for thousands of years. But the practice of those wizards is not a problem in Ivan's view. It was not as good as it is now, and the wizards are not good at mixing in the magical world, and now they have the right to speak abruptly. Horsemen, fairies, mermaids, all the magical creatures living in the magical world need to be controlled by wizards, including house elves of course. This is the dominance of the ultimate winner over the loser in the cruel survival competition. Is like the ancient human ancestors expelling ligers and domesticating cattle and sheep, but the house elves are highly intelligent, so they appear more cruel. If you want to talk about the problem, it is not without it. Except for Hogwarts, the vast majority of house elves are monopolized by pure-blood families and become their private property. Civilian wizards cannot enjoy this convenience at all. The house elves have not played their due role at all, and the ability to cast spells is very limited. Even the arrogance of the pure-blood wizards has caused the overall number of house elves to decrease. Despite thinking like this, Yvonne was a little bit awkward when she spoke, not knowing how to persuade Hermione. Directly told her that this world is actually very cruel, and that the weak and the strong are the survival rules of the race. Once the house elves are completely liberated www.mtlnovel.com, will they compete with the wizards for rights? It's weird if Hermione can understand it. Ivan knows very well that his teenage years are the age when the little ghosts are compassionate and have a sense of justice. They have not been beaten up by the society, and usually think that their own power is enough to correct those injustices. Just like when he went to elementary school in his previous world, he went off after a few environmental protection classes, and he dared to run in front of the lumberjack and scold him, "The big tree is so important, why should we cut down the big tree?" Now that I think about it, it's a blessing not to be beaten. Hermione didn't know what Ivan was thinking, and thought that Ivan agreed with her own ideas, so she happily told Ivan about her follow-up plan. "I am going to establish a House Elf Rights Promotion Association, starting at Hogwarts, to persuade Professor Dumbledore to improve the treatment of House Elves," Hermione said. "I think you'd better not do this, Professor Dumbledore is impossible to agree," Ivan persuaded with a headache. "Why?" Hermione asked eagerly. "Hogwarts has more than 100 elves. Even if calculated at the minimum wage, it is a lot of money every month. Even if Professor Dumbledore does not discriminate against the House Elves, the board of directors cannot agree." "Appropriation," Ivan explained. "If calculated by Filch's salary, then Hogwarts would have to spend an extra 70 to 80,000 gold gallons every year. As the principal, Dumbledore is over 100 years old this year. Recently, his health is not very good, and he can't stand the shock." Chapter 569, What? You guys actually talked about House Elves for one night? Ivan's words stopped Hermione. 7 or 80,000 gallons was undoubtedly an astronomical figure in her opinion. After a long time, the little witch stammered. "But the hard work of the House Elves is worth so much, isn't it? If you hire a wizard, it would be more expensive than that. That is, they have to take care of the teachers and students in the school carefully, and ordinary wizards can't do it," Ivan said with a smile, and did not completely deny Hermione's words. But before the little witch was happy, I heard Ivan continue. "Then have you ever thought about it? If so many house elves have left their owners and gained freedom, how will they live? No wizard would be willing to hire them. In addition, you should also go to the kitchen to ask the house elves for their opinions, and then make a decision. If you really want to protect them, you should listen to them more," Ivan said with comfort. In fact, he didn't want Hermione to waste time on such a thing, because it was a thankless thing. As a magical creature that has been enslaved by wizards for thousands of years, the group of house elves has long lost the sense of resistance, and what is left is only the morbid concept of slavery, and the loyalty to the master is carved in the bone. If any house elves make a mistake, they don't even need the master to do it, they will punish themselves. Ivan's words reminded Hermione of what happened to Shining. After being abandoned by the owner, Crouch, no wizard was willing to take Shining. In the end, Sirius suggested that it stay at the Black's house to solve the problem. Also, if you really want to change something, you might as well take a look at this. Ivan suddenly thought of something, took out a book from his pocket where he had cast an extension curse, and handed it to the little witch. From the clerk to the Minister of Magic, how do the wizards reach the pinnacle of power? Hermione took the book in surprise, looked at the cover and read the title. Hermione looked at Ivan with a weird look, and didn't quite understand why Ivan would give herself this kind of book. When you become the Minister of Magic, can you really change the situation of the House Elves? Ivan seriously suggested. He felt that Hermione cared so much about the status quo of the House Elves, apart from the sudden burst of sympathy, in the final analysis, it was too idle. So it's better to find something to do for her, set a lofty goal or something, and maybe forget about it after a period of time calmly. You don't need to say, I will be too. Hermione held the book in her arms and said confidently. She has seen too many things that need to be corrected in the magic world over the years, such as the unfair treatment of house elves, and the discrimination against muggles by pure-blood wizards, etc. Looking at the energetic little witch in front of him, Ivan then remembered that Hermione really became the Minister of Magic in the original time and space. Liberation of the house elves is probably not a casual talk. Hermione really intends to practice her philosophy. Of course, from what Ivan learned, even if Hermione really became the Minister of Magic, it would be impossible to completely liberate the house elves. Because this means confronting most of the powerful in the magical world, it would be nice to pass some laws to make the life of the house elves a little better. Then you have to work hard. Ivan didn't mean to pour cold water on Hermione, but said encouragingly. Although he does not approve of letting house elves and wizards equal rights, Ivan still does not object to improving their living conditions, otherwise he would not be willing to pay Dobby a salary. In contrast, some extreme pure-blood families enjoy the convenience brought by the house elves, while they fight and scold at every turn, and treat the house elves as pests. It is indeed strange. Even Muggle slave owners know to take care of their slaves occasionally to protect their private property for longer, but some arrogant wizards do not understand this at all. Just as Ivan was thinking this way, a slight noise faintly heard upstairs, interrupting his thoughts. Ivan turned his head subconsciously and looked towards the stairs. What's the matter? Hermione didn't notice anything wrong, but looked at Ivan's movements strangely. SHHH. Ivan put his index finger to his mouth and made a gesture of silence. With a thought, he took out the map of the life spot from his arms and opened it for a glance. Sure enough, Ivan saw the name stacked next to the Gryffindor lounge on the map, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Hermione also took a look at it, then her face flushed. Ivan stood up directly, waving his wand and pointing to the dark stairway above. A crimson light beam of magical power shot out from the top of the wand, slammed into the steps and exploded, making a thunderbolt sound, and countless sparks spattered, which looked very gorgeous. George and the others, who were crouching there and eavesdropping, were frightened for a while, and suddenly became a mess. Several of them rolled down the stairs in embarrassment. www.mdlnovel.com. You didn't sleep at night. What do we monitor? Ivan looked at George and Fred, who were smashed, and a few witches and witches who had only met each other in the lounge, and asked speechlessly. We're just passing by, passing by. George touched his still aching chest, and said nonchalantly. While talking, George glared at Fred behind him fiercely. If it weren't for the uncomfortable squatting just now, they had to change their movements and make some noise, they wouldn't be caught. Yes. Too hungry at night, we are going to the kitchen to find something to eat. Fred also hurriedly explained. They had heard that Ivan and Hermione would be dating in the Gryffindor lounge tonight, so they couldn't sleep at night, gossiping, and they were ready to learn to observe. Who knew that Ivan and Hermione had a chat with the house elves all night? This is so strange. Knowing this a long time ago, Fred thought he might as well sleep in the dormitory. Other little wizards also found various reasons to prove that they just passed here by coincidence. House elves also need a rest, I advise you not to trouble them at night. Hermione glared at George and the others angrily, then looked at Ivan again, hesitated for a while, and finally whispered. I'm going back to sleep now. After finishing speaking, Hermione hurriedly returned to the girls' bedroom with the book without waiting for Ivan's response. Seeing that there is no excitement to watch, George, Fred and others also drove off, one by one running faster than the rabbit, for fear of being intercepted by Ivan. Chapter 570, Little Crouch. Within a few minutes, Ivan was left alone in the lounge again. A farce came to an end. Ivan shook his head and extinguished the fire. Fortunately, his purpose of easing relations with Hermione tonight has been achieved, so Ivan has no intention of pursuing the troublesome George and others. By the way, just look at what he is doing. Ivan muttered to himself, walking in the corridor back to the bedroom, and opened the map of the spot again, ready to find Barty Crouch Jr. Whereabouts, confirm his whereabouts. However, Ivan's gaze swept across the map, but unexpectedly did not find a trace of Barty Crouch Jr. Did Little Crouch ran out temporarily and wasn't in the castle? Ivan was puzzled, but he quickly overthrew the idea because a familiar name came into view. Aristo Moody. This, how is it possible? Ivan felt a chill in his heart as he watched the slowly moving names on the map. Moody in the school is actually real, not Barty Crouch Jr. pretending to be. Otherwise, even if he could find Moody's name on the live map, he should have been trapped somewhere, instead of wandering around the campus at night. Ivan faintly felt that things exceeded his expectations. Could it be that Voldemort changed his resurrection plan? But why is this? Will it be related to yourself? Countless thoughts surged into my heart at the same time, and Ivan's brows became more frowning, which meant that he might lose the advantage brought by the prophet. But what did Moody's run out at night? A doubt came out of Ivan's heart again, staring at the map of the live spot in his hand. Judging from the location, Moody's was wandering in a corridor of the castle at this time. After a while, he entered the staff lounge and stopped in place, probably ready to go to bed. Would you like to take a look? Ivan touched his chin and wanted to sneak into Moody's lounge to check, but hesitated to dispel the idea. As an experienced and suspicious auror, Moody's room can't be furnished without corresponding arrangement. I'm afraid I'll be found out as soon as I enter it, and it's not good to make a mistake. Damn it, what about the Triwizard Tournament? Ivan put away the map of the live spot in anguish. He originally wanted to control Little Crouch to release the confusion curse, but now this plan is going to be ruined. Early the next morning, Ivan, who had suffered from insomnia all night, woke up from bed with a yawn, and after a casual wash, he was ready to start the new semester of courses. There was heavy rain all night, and the sky outside was still a bit grey. Large patches of blue-grey dark clouds blocked the sun, but in the early morning it seemed as if it was already evening. Which classes are you taking today? Herbal medicine class, magic animal protection class, and divination class. Harry looked at the class schedule and rummaged in the suitcase for the corresponding books. I really hope it doesn't rain today, or else the protection of magical creatures class will be over. Ron looked at the gloomy sky outside the window and complained. But soon Ron stopped thinking like that, he couldn't wait to slap himself in exchange for a rainstorm. Because today's course is too bad, except for Professor Sprout's herbal medicine course, the other two courses are like nightmares. Hagrid didn't know that he brought in a creature called the snail from there, and asked them to take care of it. This kind of creature is very disgusting. They look like deformed and shelled large lobsters, and they have a very strong fishy smell all over, which is really unlikable. In the afternoon, the divination class was not much better. Professor Trelawney babbled that they would have an unknown omen this year. He also tried to predict Harry's birth date from the trajectory of the planet and concluded that it must be in winter. Finally, Professor Trelawney arranged a class assignment and sent a complicated circular chart to everyone, asking them to fill in the position of the planet at the time of their birth, thinking that the direction of the planet contained a mysterious omen. Yvonne filled out a random copy. He didn't even know where the 9 planets were when he was born. Then he looked at Harry and Ron left and right, and found that they should also be filled in randomly. In the whole class, only Hermione honestly calculated it carefully according to the formula and performed precise calculations. Although the final result seems to be far from the truth. She must be crazy to talk nonsense in class. Everyone knows that Harry was born at the end of July, but Professor Trelawney thought you were born in winter, which is not allowed. After class, Ron couldn't help but vomit as soon as he left the classroom. He felt that his choice of divination class was definitely a bad decision. Even the masters always make mistakes, don't they? Professor Trelawney had successfully predicted Peter's escape and the mysterious people before. Hermione defended Trelawney. Since the last time the prediction was verified, Hermione changed her attitude towards the divination class and became enthusiastic www.mtlnovel.com and even made several predictions in private based on the knowledge in the textbook. It's a pity that it's basically all wrong. This made Hermione somewhat discouraged. She didn't seem to have any talent for prophecy. Who knows if it's crooked and straight? Maybe she was just talking nonsense last time. The mysterious man has been dead for more than 10 years, and he can't be back. Ron curled his lips while Trelawney was in class. God's babbling appearance made him more and more suspicious of the accuracy of the opponent's prediction. Did you forget? Didn't we deal with him a few years ago? Yvonne looked at Ron in surprise. Oh, yeah. You and Harry have seen him. Ron's tone was very perfunctory. He had not seen Voldemort with his own eyes, and subconsciously felt that it was impossible for the Dark Lord to resurrect this kind of thing. Professor Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic are not furnishings. Yvonne naturally saw Ron's thoughts, shook his head, and said nothing more. Of course, Trelawney's predictions cannot be all correct. After all, she threatens several new students every year, saying that she sees signs of death in each other. Most of these words will not be fulfilled, otherwise, if so many people die every year, who would dare to come to Hogwarts to go to school? However, under certain circumstances, Trelawney's remarks are still very accurate. Especially a word that comes out unintentionally, or a word spoken in a trance state, that is the real prophecy. Will be verified 100%. Unfortunately, the prediction of the return of the Dark Lord last time is a true prediction. Chapter 571, I saw them killing one person in that room. Thinking of this, Yvonne frowned. Trelawney's prediction was undoubtedly proof that Voldemort was planning his resurrection at this moment. It's just that the process may not be as I thought. Harry at the sight of was also a little dazed. He gently stroked the lightning-like scar on his forehead, recalling the dream he had had during the summer vacation. Harry! A shout interrupted Harry's thoughts, and he turned his head to see Yvonne looking at him worriedly. Hermione and Ron also noticed Harry's abnormality at this time, and immediately ignored the argument and looked over. Do you have anything on your mind, Harry? It has something to do with mysterious people. Yvonne asked. Harry hesitated, wondering if he should say it. There are some things, I suggest you better not hide it in your heart, aren't we friends? Maybe it can help you. Yvonne said in a soft tone of comfort. This time Moody's question made Yvonne realize that the advantage of his familiar plot is becoming weaker and weaker. If he doesn't want to be pitted, then he has to look for clues again. Harry is a good breakthrough here. If he remembers correctly, Harry should have dreamed of what happened in Riddle's mansion during the summer vacation in the original time and space. Just as Yvonne thought, Harry hesitated. About 2 weeks ago, I had a very strange dream at home. I saw a dark room with a fire burning next to it. Then, I saw someone talking in the room through the crack in the door, one of which was short. The tall man should be Peter, and the other one seems to be the voice of Voldemort. What? You said you saw Peter and you heard the mysterious man talking. Before Harry could finish speaking, Hermione asked in surprise. That's a dream, isn't it? It's not surprising that anything can appear in a dream. Ron argued before Harry could reply. No. It seems a little different this time. Harry shook his head, touched the scar on his forehead again, and said slowly. After I woke up from my dream, this scar was so painful. The last time I was like this was when I faced Voldemort several years ago. Really? Are you sure? Ron widened his eyes and looked at Harry in disbelief. He opened his mouth to say something, but in the end he swallowed again. This must be some kind of prediction. Hermione said firmly, I have seen in the textbook of divination that some wizards can have a certain sense when their relatives and friends are about to encounter danger. Dreamland is one of the most common. You mean Harry and the mysterious person are relatives or friends? Come on, this is really funny. Ron said with a sneer. He felt that the textbooks of divination were not reliable at all. It's a fool. But they are the enemies of the prophecy. This is also a connection, isn't it? Hermione interrupted Ron's words directly, and then, without looking at him, took Yvonne in one hand and Harry with the other hand, and went to run in the direction of the principal's office. Let's quickly notify Professor Dumbledore. Wait for me. Ron hesitated and followed. Ran for a long time, and when the four panting people arrived at the door of the principal's office, they were dumbfounded because they didn't know the password of the principal's office yet. After thinking about it, Hermione tentatively said. Cockroach pile. Chilled lemon juice. Toffee finger pancakes. The huge stone beast remained motionless, still stubbornly blocking it in front of everyone. How about trying ZZ honey candy? Yvonne turned to say, this is one of Dumbledore's favorite foods. Click. Just after Yvonne spoke, with a muffled noise, the stone beast guarding the door slowly vibrated, revealing the passing stairs. Let's go. It seems we are lucky. Yvonne smiled and walked in first. As they went up the stairs, Harry and Ron couldn't help asking. How do you know this can open the door? Because Professor Dumbledore usually uses some sweets and drinks he likes as his password. Hermione explained, then turned her head to look at Yvonne. It was when Yvonne had guessed the password of the principal's office last time that she thought of this. The four of them chatted in this way and soon entered the principal's room. After many days, everything here is business as usual. The only difference is that there are many documents and newspapers stacked on the central desk. Yvonne sneaked a glance after approaching. Except for a few daily profits, the others should be about the Goblet of Fire. House, what's the matter with you guys coming to me at this time? Dumbledore turned the file over and covered it calmly, his eyes under the half-moon glasses scanned Yvonne and the others, and asked. Professor, this is the case. I had a very strange dream during the summer vacation. Harry gritted his teeth and repeated all the things he had said to Yvonne and others. Dumbledore's expression became more solemn when he heard Harry talk about the scene he saw in his dream. Of course he knows what it means. www.mdlenovel.com. This proves that Voldemort's power is being retold so that he can establish a certain connection with the Horcrux. How did you see that scene? Dumbledore asked suddenly. Dumbledore's solemn expression made Harry a little nervous, he swallowed and stammered. I seem to be, like looking up on the ground, Professor. Crawling forward on the ground, like, a snake. This thought came to Harry's mind, but he didn't say it because it was so weird. Hearing Harry's reply, Dumbledore's frowning brows loosened a little, his body leaned forward and his eyes looked straight at Harry, and he continued to ask in a gentle tone. Then do you remember what they said in the dream? Yvonne also stared at Harry closely. He needed to know what had changed in the content of the dream before he could judge Voldemort's next move. They mentioned the World Cup, a guy named Nagini also mentioned me. Harry tried very hard to remember that scene again. But now it has been more than 2 weeks since the time of dreaming, and the memory has become very hazy like a veil. The more he desperately tries to grasp those details, the more quickly they disappear slipped through the fingers. Only the deepest scene remained in his memory. Harry's face became worse and worse, cold sweat formed on his forehead, and the lightning-like scar seemed to faintly hurt again. Finally, Harry yelled almost hideously. I saw them in that room, killed someone. Chapter 572, isn't it just 2 dung eggs? As for keeping the hate for so long? Harry's words stunned everyone present, and Hermione covered her mouth with her hand and looked at him in astonishment. Who? Did you see who it was? Dumbledore asked, looking as usual. It's an old man, he looks like a muggle. He stood outside the door and listened to Peter and Voldemort's conversation, and then he was found. Harry panted heavily, his body faint. Trembling, he seemed to have taken a lot of effort to say the rest. It was Voldemort himself, personally ended him with a killing curse. Dumbledore thought for a while, tapping the tabletop with his left index finger, making a slight noise. The spacious headmaster's room seemed to be filled with heavy pressure. Both Hermione and Ron were frightened by Harry's dreams. If Voldemort could cast spells freely, wouldn't it prove that the Dark Lord has now recovered? Professor, do you think this is just a dream? Harry couldn't bear the heavier atmosphere in the principal's office and couldn't help but ask. No, I think that might be true. Dumbledore shook his head, with a serious expression, he looked at Harry and said again. Voldemort must be planning something, and obviously it has something to do with you. After getting Dumbledore's affirmation, Harry and the others were a little nervous, and the news of Voldemort's resurrection was beyond their tolerance. Ivan also put on a solemn look on the surface, but there was no fluctuation in his heart. Because he understood that Voldemort had not really been resurrected, but he had obtained a baby-like body with the help of Peter. He is still very weak and even unable to move on his own. However, Harry's words also revealed another key message, that is, Voldemort's seventh Horcrux, the snake named Nagini, has been made. In other words, the remaining Horcruxes have increased to 3. Thinking of this, Ivan gave Harry a calm look. Hufflepuff's golden cup hidden in Gringotts, and Nagini, the serpent who is following Voldemort, are all protected, but they can be destroyed by finding the right way. But Harry, this Horcrux is extremely tricky. The practice of letting Voldemort destroy the Horcrux himself in the original time and space has great uncertainty and contingency in Ivan's view. There are only 2 other options. Either study the Horcrux and find a way to strip the soul, or you must kill Harry, the Horcrux carrier. Just as Ivan was thinking about it, Dumbledore also noticed the solemn expressions of everyone, and he comforted him. Don't worry too much, Harry. According to what you saw and heard in your dreams, I don't think Voldemort was able to fully restore his strength. Otherwise, he would probably have gathered his followers again instead of, and Peter is hiding somewhere together. Dumbledore's gentle words seemed to have a certain magical power, soothing the hearts of Harry and the others, making them calm down again. Do you remember some more specific details? Dumbledore looked at Harry and asked again. Harry tried hard to think about it, but in the end he shook his head dejectedly. He couldn't think of more things. Don't worry, you can think slowly. Dumbledore stared into Harry's eyes, and his words became light. Harry found that Dumbledore's eyes seemed to have some kind of light, and then his brain became a little groggy. He seemed to be in that dream again, and in the dream he became that crawling again. The snake. Sense of God. Ivan realized this immediately and immediately performed a clemency, only to realize that Dumbledore had no intention of targeting himself, so he relaxed. Compared with the secret casting before, Dumbledore's performance is more obvious this time. But it's right to think about it. The current form is much more severe than in the original time and space. Dumbledore is already in a total weakness, not far from death, but Voldemort is about to regain his strength and return. At this special juncture, every news about Voldemort is extremely important, and it is likely to determine the ultimate success or failure. Ivan also wanted to know if there was any key information in Harry's dream, and his eyes flicked between Dumbledore and Harry. Harry seemed to be in a memory at the moment, and Dumbledore's face was slightly surprised and delighted. Unfortunately, this emotional change only lasted for a moment. When Ivan looked over again, Dumbledore's complexion returned to his former appearance, which made Ivan wonder if he was wrong. Up. Before Ivan could think about it, Harry awoke from that groggy state and shouted loudly. I remembered that a witch named Bertha Horkins was missing. It was Peter. They also planned to find another servant and try to get rid of me. Harry said hurriedly, as if he would forget those dusty memories if he slowed down, then he turned his head abruptly and said to Ivan. And Ivan, they also mentioned you. Me? Ivan pointed to himself in surprise. Harry nodded, recalling. Yes. Voldemort looked very angry when he mentioned you. It's just that I was so far away and didn't hear what they said specifically. Ivan frowned. www.mdlnovel.com. Being hated by people like Voldemort is not good news. Ivan also has a new understanding of the Dark King's careful eye. You must know that before the real resurrection, the subject and the Horcrux were weak. The news that the Horcrux diary was destroyed in the original time and space was confirmed by Voldemort from Lucius Malfoy. Except for the Horcrux, Ivan didn't think he had a lot of risking each other, probably the 2 big dung eggs. But as for remembering hatred for so long, Harry would still remember all the details in a scattered way, throwing out all the useful or not, and even tried his best to describe the furnishings in the room, and talked about it for several minutes. In the end, Harry's words began to become abnormally hoarse, until he could not squeeze any clues. He stopped. I only know so much, Professor. Harry took a few breaths and said dryly. You did a good job, Harry. This will be a very useful piece of information. Dumbledore looked at Harry with admiration and said softly. Then what should we do next? Harry asked eagerly. After learning that Voldemort was trying to target himself, he was eager to do something. You have to think about it, Dumbledore thought for a while, then looked up at the clock on the wall, as if he had finally thought of something, and said. Ah, yes. It's almost time for dinner now. I think the best thing you should do is go to the auditorium to fill your stomach, and then take a good rest. Chapter 573, Malfoy gloating. Dumbledore's jumpy answer made Harry stunned. He didn't quite understand why the topic suddenly changed from the resurrection of the Dark Lord to today's dinner. But, Professor. Harry wanted to continue to inquire, but was stopped after a few words. Ivan shook his head at Harry, told him to speak less, then looked at Dumbledore and said. Professor, if there is no other order, we will go back first. Go. Dumbledore waved his hand tiredly, before everyone left, looking at Harry and saying something. If there are similar news again, you'd better notify me as soon as possible. So, shall we go back like this? Out of the principal's office, Harry looked back and said unwillingly, he still had a lot of questions before he could ask. How about it? What do you think we can do? Yvonne glanced at Harry and said helplessly. Dumbledore's meaning couldn't be clearer. Even if Voldemort was planning something secretly, their 4th grade little wizards could not help much, or it would be good if they didn't help. In the original time and space, if Harry hadn't acted privately and brought his friends into the Department of Mystery Affairs of the Ministry of Magic, he would not have been trapped by Voldemort, leading to the unfortunate death of Sirius. In fact, this result can be regarded as the halo of Harry's protagonist. Otherwise, these little wizards who have not graduated will have been wiped out in the battle with the Death Eaters without waiting for the assistance of the Order of the Phoenix. Yvonne is right, Harry. We have done everything we can, and the rest of Professor Dumbledore will take care of it. Hermione also said to help. Harry opened his mouth and planned to refute, but after thinking about it carefully, he found that he really couldn't do anything. Ron comforted Harry while Yvonne was thinking about how to tell Dumbledore about the Hufflepuff Golden Cup at Gringotts as naturally as possible. This is the best Horcrux to deal with at present, but it is difficult to break into the Gringotts with your own strength, and it is not safe to use Bog to disguise it. Just walking with each other's thoughts, the 4 of them quickly arrived at the auditorium. I stayed in the principal's room for a while. They obviously came a little late. The long table of the 4 major colleges was already crowded with people eating. Yvonne and the others didn't dare to delay and quickly found an empty seat to sit down. After attending the course for a day, Ron was a little hungry. As soon as he sat down, he could not wait to pick up a knife and cut a large piece of cake into his mouth, chewing it, and then took the lemon juice and poured it fiercely. He took a mouthful and hiccuped comfortably. Yvonne aimed at the shortbread cookies on the table, drew a fork onto his plate, and began to enjoy today's dinner. While eating, Yvonne didn't forget to look at Hermione. Seeing that the little witch took the slice of bread and smeared jam on it, she knew she had figured it out. Oh my god, Hermione, you started eating. Didn't you say that you would rather starve to death than eat food from slave labor? Ron noticed this at this time, and said in surprise. Because I have already figured it out, there is a better way to state your position on the rights of the elves. Hermione turned her head and gave Ron a fierce look. Ron curled his lips, but he was not so stupid as to continue to speak out to stimulate Hermione. Instead he turned his body to look at Harry, who was obviously a little absent-minded. Are you still thinking about mysterious people? Forget about them, Harry. Just think of it as a dream. No, it was a dream. Ron said comfortingly. Harry didn't say anything, just nodded perfunctorily. He wanted to forget it temporarily, like Ron said, but it turned out that it was obviously not that easy to do. As soon as he closes his eyes now, a scene from the dream will appear in his mind, and he wants to forget it. Unforgettable. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of flapping wings outside the door of the auditorium. Yvonne heard the sound and looked over, and saw flocks of owls flying in from outside, sending letters and articles to SI, the long desk of the graduate school. One of the owls was spinning around in the sky above the auditorium, and finally flew over here. There was a look of surprise on Harry's face. He thought it must be a letter from Sirius. When he was a guest at Disley's house before, he told Sirius about his scar pain, so he was eager to see Sirius reply. It's a pity that this owl fell directly on Ivan's shoulder under the gaze he expected. Who wrote you? Harry couldn't help but asked. Well, it should have been sent by my mother, well, and the Daily Prophet I ordered is here too. Yvonne swallowed the steak in his mouth, and grabbed the owl on his shoulder inconspicuously. Take down the envelope and newspaper hanging on the opponent's feet. The letter. Yvonne didn't mean to open it on the spot. It might involve something that is not convenient for Harry and others to know, so he put it away and prepared to wait to read it at night. As for the newspaper, Yvonne didn't take this into consideration, and turned it over in front of a few people. This is... Looking at the cover of the Daily Prophet, Yvonne frowned involuntarily. It was a chaotic camp. www.mdlnovel.com. There were flames on all sides, and a large number of people who didn't know whether it was a wizard or a muggle were fleeing in panic, rendering the whole scene terrifying. Isn't this the chaos that happened on the day of the World Cup? It was filmed. Hermione leaned her head and said in surprise. When Harry and Ron heard this, they looked over curiously. After just a few glances, the faces of the two of them looked like they had eaten flies, because in addition to reporting the chaotic scene at the beginning, the Daily Prophet also specifically mentioned the mistakes of the Ministry of Magic and the fact that Sirius was almost caught. Your dad is in the newspaper, Weasley. Malfoy, who was full and drunk, walked over with his 2 followers, holding a copy of the exact same Daily Prophet in his hand, and gloating on his face color. After taunting Ron, Malfoy turned his gaze to Harry's body again. Oh, and you Harry, your godfather is almost going to Azkaban again. How about I read it to you? Malfoy cleared his throat and read aloud while looking at the newspaper, ignoring Harry and Ron's gazes about hitting people. Recently, a large-scale riot broke out after the Quidditch World Cup. Mobs burned tents and tortured muggles for fun. According to unknown sources, the Ministry of Magic caught a former Azkaban fugitive Sirius Black at the scene, suspected to be the culprit who provoked the chaos. Yeah, I think their suspicions are justified. It's a coincidence that such chaos broke out just as long as Blake escaped from prison. Malfoy looked at Harry playfully and laughed. Chapter 574, Alastair Moody. Malfoy's words made Harry so angry that if Hermione and Ron hadn't stopped him, they could almost smash the plate in his hand. Are you trying to beg or beating again? Malfoy. Yvonne slowly put down the newspaper in his hand and glanced at Malfoy, a little helpless. How many times have you been? Malfoy always remembers eating or not, or is Harry really that attractive? You. Malfoy's pale face flushed suddenly, and he wanted to put down a few ruthless words so as not to lose his momentum, but when he saw that Yvonne was showing signs of pulling out his wand, he immediately came to his mouth. The words were swallowed. The previous lessons made him deeply understand the gap between the strengths of the two sides, and he was completely asking for trouble. I'm just here to congratulate Weasley's father and the Azkaban fugitive on the newspaper. Malfoy finally dared to add a strange sentence, and then angrily took his two followers and prepared to leave. At this time, Yvonne said suddenly. That's all thanks to your dad taking the lead in making trouble during the World Cup, isn't it? Otherwise, it won't cause such a misunderstanding. Nonsense! Malfoy shouted loudly, with a panic on his face. Harry also looked at Yvonne in surprise, not understanding why he said that. Ron was excited. Yvonne, you must have found something, right? I knew Malfoy his father was not a good thing. Yvonne did not pay attention to Ron, but kept paying attention to the changes in Malfoy's expression. Seeing the excited appearance of the other party, he became more affirmed of his previous guesses. The chaos of the Quidditch World Cup was mostly planned by Lucius Malfoy. You are slander. My father stayed in the tent to sleep that night, and he didn't go anywhere. Malfoy shouted loudly. But his words were obviously not very convincing, and Hermione quickly found the loopholes in it, and retorted sarcastically. Really? After such a big mess, your father is still sleeping in the tent? Then his heart is really big enough. Malfoy was speechless, and he fumbled and argued after a long while. My dad usually sleeps a lot. Don't lie to us, Malfoy. I heard that your father used to be a Death Eater, didn't he? Ron gained power and continued to ask, even eavesdropping at home about the truth. The gossip news was told. When the mysterious man lost power, your father lied that he was controlled by the Imperious Curse, and he escaped by luck. Death Eaters? Who is talking about Death Eaters? A hoarse voice suddenly interrupted the conversation of several people. Everyone looked in the direction where the voice came from, but Moody limped and walked over from the other end of the auditorium. Moody got closer and closer, the hideous scars on his face twitched from time to time, and the large blue magic eye on the left turned frequently left and right, sweeping across Harry, Ron, Malfoy, and others. After that, he finally stopped on Ivan's body. I heard Death Eaters just now. Tell me, who actually said that? Moody asked loudly. Harry, Hermione, and Malfoy were all taken aback by Moody's overwhelming reaction. Ron's body was trembling and he dared not make a sound, because he couldn't figure out whether he was right or not, and he didn't know Moody's. What is his attitude? Judging from the rumors he has heard about Moody these days, the new Defense Against the Dark Arts class professor seems to have a problem with his brain. The Ministry of Magic retired because Moody could no longer distinguish the difference between a normal handshake and an attack. Yvonne was upset, ready to test Moody, but Malfoy was a step ahead. We were talking about Sirius Black, Professor. The running dog of the mysterious man, the escaped prisoner of Azkaban. Malfoy's eyes grunted and looked at Harry viciously. Opened his mouth and said. Want to lie to me? You are still very tender, kid. I know that Black, he is not a Death Eater. Moody yelled loudly, his crutches in his hand paused heavily on the ground, making a dull sound. Interrupted Malfoy's words. Then, without waiting for Malfoy to reply, Moody slapped his head as if he was thinking of something. Ah! I know who you are talking about, it's Lucius Malfoy. Listen boy. I know your father Lucius, and I also know what virtue he is. Such a person should stay in Azkaban. You'd better not let me know that you and your father have the same virtue, otherwise Azkaban will have to add another prisoner. I will keep staring at you in school. Moody said threateningly, speaking very sharply, not even considering that Malfoy was a 14-year-old kid. Are you threatening me? You're done. I'm going to tell my father to let him fire you. Malfoy stepped back, looking at Moody in fear, and finally hit Gore and Claire directly. Body. Go. Kid. Go home and tell him. I want to see how much Lucius has the courage. Moody spat in disdain. www.mtlnovel.com. Malfoy's mouth was flat. He didn't dare to refute at all, and ran away in a hurry with his 2 attendants. Watching Malfoy rushing away in a hurry, Ron couldn't help laughing. Harry said gratefully while looking at Moody. "Thank you, Professor. It's okay, boy. Dumbledore asked me to look after you in school when he came to me. I can't let a Death Eater kid get too close to you. Who knows what crooked ideas are in his mind." Moody waved his hand and continued speaking in a low voice. "I have seen some Death Eaters. What they do best is to disguise, put on a harmless look like humans and animals close to you, and then suddenly use the killing curse to attack you without paying attention." Harry, Ron, and Hermione felt that Malfoy didn't have the guts, but they were very useful for Moody's maintenance. Several people even think of Lupin in the last school year, and their attitude towards Moody's has also changed 180 degrees, at least not because of some rumors and the hideous scars on Moody's face. Yvonne did not relax his vigilance because of Moody's words of defense. In his opinion, even the name seen on the map of the live point yesterday is not enough to confirm the identity of the other party 100%. So after Moody's arrival, Yvonne looked at the old Auror who was over 60 years old in front of him, especially at Moody's waist, trying to find the possibility, full of the hip flask of compound decoction. Chapter 575, Moody, are you doubting me? Unfortunately, Yvonne was disappointed to find that there was nothing there. Are you observing me? Why? Moody keenly noticed Ivan's gaze, suddenly turned his head around, and the blue magic eyes stared at him. Ivan's expression rushed. He didn't expect Moody's feelings to be so sensitive. After a short stund, Yvonne reacted, showing an apologetic expression, and began to explain. "Please forgive me, Professor. I think you should also be aware of rumors about the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts." "Do you mean that legend? Every year the wizard who holds the post of the Defense against the Dark Arts professorship is unlucky?" Moody asked. "I think this is not just a rumor. The previous professors have unfortunately been fulfilled. No one can coach for more than a year. Yvonne talked freely and flattered by the way, but I think you are so legendary. Maybe the aura of the United States can break this curse." "Stop flattering me, kid." Moody sneered and waved his hand. He didn't take this set. He bent down, staring at Yvonne with the weird blue magic eyes, and said word by word. "I guess that's not what you really want to say. The look in your eyes just now told me that you were suspicious of me, right? Why do you think so, Professor?" Moody's words were out of Ivan's expectations again, and he frowned. "I did my homework before I came here, kid." Moody grinned, and the crutch he was holding in his right hand paused heavily on the floor. "I have to say that Albus was indeed lack of consideration when choosing people. The Defense against the Dark Arts class professors in the past few years were very special. One was a dark wizard, a liar with no abilities, and a werewolf. I heard that they were all picked up by you, and you suspect that I am normal." When talking about Lupin's identity, Moody kept his voice down to ensure that only Yvonne could hear him. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were all surprised, and didn't quite understand how Moody knew the identity of Professor Lupin. Yvonne is not surprised. Moody and Lupin are both members of the Order of the Phoenix, and it is normal for them to know each other. The only thing that unexpectedly came out of him was that Moody directly picked his suspicion on the bright side, which made Yvonne somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, Ivan's cheek is very thick. Even if he is exposed to the face, there is no change on the face. He turned to admire. "The professor is worthy of being a legend in the Auror world. It seems that he can't hide anything from you. I apologize to you, Professor, for the previous offense." "Hey, the flattery this time is a bit sincere." Moody sneered, then continued. "Besides, you don't have to apologize to me for this. It's a good habit to be vigilant at all times. I understand that feeling too well, Halls." Moody lowered his head, his face suddenly became nervous. "I have captured too many Death Eaters in my life, and many dark wizards who flee away. Will I take it as a thorn in my eye? If given the opportunity, they will definitely get rid of me at all costs. So I have to do this every time." While talking, Moody picked up a donut on the table, put it in front of his nose and sniffed, then took out the silver knife in his arms and poked it a few times to confirm that it was not poisonous, and finally threw it away with confidence in the mouth. "Well, these desserts look okay. I have to take some back to eat." Moody slapped his mouth and muttered. Yvonne looked at Moody's neurotic and cautious behavior, and immediately became a little speechless. Isn't he afraid of splitting his nerves all day while worrying about the feared life? Moody didn't think there was anything wrong with his behavior. He had already regarded this caution as a habit, and after swallowing the donut, he spoke again. "I read the newspaper a few months ago, and I have to say that your debate in the trial court was very exciting, Halls. I wouldn't dare if Dumbledore hadn't told me some of your stories. I believe that a little wizard can have so many legendary experiences. I dare say that if you come to the Ministry of Magic after graduation, you will definitely be the best Auror ever." Moody looked at Yvonne, unabashedly admiring him. If there is a chance, I will consider it. Ivan shrugged and said noncommittal. Really? Moody heard the perfunctory expression in Ivan's words, his face showed a little disappointment, but he didn't persuade him anymore. He took a plate and fork and took some desserts on the table, before leaving. Don't forget to turn his head to remind and say. Remember to always be vigilant, kid. Watching Moody's away back, Ivan's doubts dispersed a lot. Regardless of his speech and demeanor or his keenness, the other party was really moody. It seems that we will have a great defense against the dark arts class professor this year, just like last year. Harry said with emotion. He is a real master of defense against the dark arts, a legendary aura in the magic world. Hermione nodded in agreement. Then the little witch looked at Ivan again and continued to speak. I think Professor Moody is right. Ivan, you are very suitable to be an Auror. If I become the Minister of Magic, how about I hire you as the Executive Director? Wait, Hermione, haven't you been going to liberate the House Elves recently? Why did you get involved with the Minister of Magic again? Ron asked strangely. www.mtlnovel.com. This is not a conflict, is it? Only by becoming the Minister of Magic can we really change the wizards' discrimination against House Elves. During this time, I plan to go to the kitchen to ask more about the thoughts of the House Elves. Hermione vowed to say, and even thought about assigning positions to Harry and Ron. But neither of them paid attention to Hermione's whimsical rhetoric. It was so easy to become Minister of Magic. Ivan was secretly glad that his words last night had some effect, at least in the near future. There is no need to worry about Hermione taking out the vomiting badge and forcing them to wear it. Thinking this way, Ivan turned his gaze to the unfinished Daily Prophet. In addition to the front page photo of Death Eaters attacking the camp, Ivan also saw the scene below Sirius being captured by several Aurors. Sirius is too reckless, the Quidditch Stadium is so chaotic, he should stay in place to protect you. Ivan shook his head and couldn't help speaking. I think Sirius must believe that we can protect himself. Harry began to defend his godfather. Ivan rolled his eyes. They were lucky at best. If they really ran into hordes of Death Eaters, what was the difference between the self-defense magic they learned in the past few years and by GE? However, Ivan also knows how much Sirius hates Death Eaters. According to his character, he saw Death Eaters boldly appearing on the camp outside the World Cup, setting fires and torturing muggles, and he would immediately rush to them. It's normal. Chapter 576, Crouch is much easier to use than a white mouse. After dinner, Ivan returned to Gryffindor's lounge with Harry and Ron. Hermione went to the library to read alone. She felt it necessary to learn more about the history of House Elves. Ivan, do you want to lower the wizard flag? Ron enthusiastically took out the new wizard flag as soon as he returned to the lounge, ready to go for a big fight. No, you can play with Harry. He just needs to relax. Ivan refused Ron's invitation directly, pushed the matter to Harry, and then avoided the sight of the two and sent Asia. The incoming letter was opened, and he glanced at random. I have received the letter you asked Dobby to bring, and the revised comments have been given to Gleason. He probably understood what you meant and promised me that there will be no mistakes again this time. It was because we didn't think about it well before. There is no concern about the newly added Pure Blood Wizard, we will refer to the opinions of more people for this modification. Seeing the content of the letter, Ivan was at a loss. I really couldn't figure out what Gleason had learned from the amendments he gave, and what did it have to do with the Pure Blood Wizard. His original intention was to make Gleason delete some of the contents of the New Century Declaration, but did not mention other things. Can't you just stop it for me? Ivan muttered to himself with a headache, stretched out his hand and rubbed his forehead, and then read the entire letter. The second half of the letter is different from the first half. They are all admonishing trivial things, but what Ivan did not expect is that it specifically mentions that Hogwarts will be held this year in conjunction with Booth Barton and Durmstrang Triwizard Tournament. And the information given was very detailed, and even listed a list of 5 referees, and guessed that a certain level of the game might be a dragon because there is definite information that the Ministry of Magic is negotiating to get a dragon from a dragon farm in Romania. A few relatively gentle dragons came over. In the end, Asia also regretted that this competition only allowed little wizards over the age of 17 to participate. Otherwise, she believed that apart from Ivan, Hogwarts definitely had no candidate for a second warrior. It's weird, how did they know about the Triwizard Tournament? Ivan raised his eyebrows and was a little puzzled, and then realized that it must be the news from Doubt. When discussing to target the Ministry of Magic, Doubt volunteered to say that some of his friends were in high-level positions at the Ministry of Magic, and they could get first-hand information to ensure that they were in a superior position in terms of information. Now it seems that Doughert's intelligence network is still somewhat useful, and he can detect the specific content of the game. After reading the contents of the letter, Ivan folded and cast a spell to burn the envelope to ashes, so as not to be accidentally seen by others. Then, Ivan went back to the bedroom, took out a pen and paper from the drawer, and wrote a reply carefully. After accidentally forgetting to reply to Hermione's letter, Yvonne made a deep reflection. He knew that he could easily forget these things when he was busy, so it's better not to delay. Macca, send it to my mother. After finishing the letter, Yvonne opened the owl cage, tied it to Macca's feet, and ordered. As a maverick owl, Macca doesn't like to stay in a public owl shed, where it will fight with other owls. In addition, Macca is very smart and doesn't bark, so Yvonne usually keeps it in the bedroom. Cuckoo. After receiving the order, Macca nodded lazily. It has been locked in a cage for several months, and it has not received a task to deliver a letter. Every day I live a leisurely life of eating and going to bed and eating when I slept, so that I almost forgot that I could fly. You are too fat, Macca. Seeing Macca flapping its wings, Yvonne almost didn't fly. He was slightly worried that the owl would fall from the sky with exhaustion. But at this point Dobby should cook and wash dishes at home. He is too far away to feel his call, so Yvonne has to choose this primitive mailing method. Just right, this fat owl should get some exercise. Watching Macca's figure disappear into the distance, Yvonne reached into his pocket and took out the damaged meniscus pendant. Yvonne stroked the conspicuous crack on the pendant, thinking of Nick LeMay's words. Of course he knew what this master alchemist meant by letting himself go back to Hogwarts. Harry, Hermione, Ron, and others are all my friends. If they are in danger, they will naturally develop the idea of protecting each other. As long as this kind of protective emotion is injected into them, they should be able to repair the meniscus. Fall. Before, Yvonne also tried to use brain supplement DAFA to achieve all of this. For example, I imagined an extremely critical moment and wanted to stimulate this emotion, but it was useless. Inject pure and strong emotions. Yvonne muttered to himself, but had no clue, so he had to put the matter down first. He has to do more than this semester, repairing the crescent moon pendant is just one of them. In addition, he also needs to obtain enough legend points www.mtlnovel.com to complete the next blood fusion, so as to deal with the crisis of the resurrection of the dark demon in the future. The practice of the last sedentary mind cannot be left behind. Yvonne doesn't want to experience the experience of summer vacation again next year. Only if he has a thorough grasp of the mind and the ability to read the memory through the eyes, can he calmly restrain those minds who have a lot of thoughts. After sorting out his thoughts, Yvonne suddenly found that he was probably busy this semester. In the next few days, Yvonne temporarily gave up the idea of tracing Moody's and devoted himself to learning and research. By the way, he ordered Dobby to buy some guinea pigs for his own practice of the mind. In fact, Ivan's original white mouse was Barty Crouch Jr. In this way, there is no delay in getting information or practicing magic, it is perfect. Not to mention Barty Crouch Jr. is still a wizard, much easier to use than real guinea pigs. But because the other party didn't pretend to be Moody's, Yvonne was only disappointed to dispel this idea. Hogwarts was also calmer than he thought. Nothing happened. Those bad foreshadowings didn't seem to exist. Even Harry had slackened a lot. He had forgotten the weird dream. Behind the head. Great, there will be a defense against the dark arts class by Professor Moody this afternoon. On Thursday morning, Ron, who was checking the class schedule, shouted in surprise. After talking with Moody in the auditorium the other day, he was looking forward to this year's defense against the dark arts class. Especially George and Fred, who have already taken classes, quietly revealed to him that Moody's courses will be very exciting. Chapter 577, Moody's defense against the dark arts lesson. However, Ron was not happy for long. When he turned his gaze to the morning class schedule, his excited face suddenly became very ugly, his expression was like eating a fly. Because before Moody's defense against the dark arts class, they still need to spend a Snape potions class. I wish we could skip this potions lesson. Ron grumbled. Harry also agreed. If you are willing to spend more time doing some pre-class preparations, then Professor Snape will not be able to grasp you. Hermione retorted. Save it, even if we don't make a mistake, he will find other reasons. Ron murmured and said, previewing is impossible, it is impossible in this life. Snape lived up to Harry and Ron's expectations, and kept a shady face during class. As long as the two of them make the slightest mistake in making the potion, Snape will suddenly appear behind them, and then skillfully deduct points, plus a ridiculous ridicule. It wasn't until Neville accidentally burned the cauldron in potions class that he diverted Snape's attention and prevented them. But this also made Snape furious in class, severely punished Neville in confinement, and opened a large bucket of horned toads before lunch, otherwise he wouldn't want to eat lunch. When receiving this order, Neville almost cried on the spot. God, did Snape take gunpowder today? I didn't see him like that when Neville broke the cauldron. After coming out of the potions class, even Hermione felt like Snape. It was too much this time. I think he should be in a bad mood recently. Yvonne shrugged, guessing. The dream that Harry explained to Dumbledore the other day, the old professor would probably relay it to Snape. Knowing that the Dark Lord had recovered a certain amount of strength and was planning some conspiracy, it would be of Snape to be happy. In addition, as Voldemort's power is gradually recovering, the black mark engraved on the Death Eaters will become extremely hot from time to time. This sign is enough to make every Death Eater feel uneasy after having avoided the Ministry of Magic's trial. Thinking of this, Ivan frowned again, because he suddenly remembered that Daubt also had the dark mark on his body. Although according to the previous information, Daubt has no loyalty to Voldemort, if this thing is not solved, it will eventually be a trouble. This made Ivan realize that the tasks released by the system still need to be completed, such as the task of rectifying Knockdown Alley. The reward is knowledge about the magic mark, and maybe he can find a way to crack the dark mark from it. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were also speculating about the reason why Snape was so irritable, and finally agreed that it was related to Moody's robbing of Snape's defense against the dark arts professor position this school year. After all, they all knew that Snape had coveted this position for years, but Dumbledore stopped him and never let him succeed. Ron even thought that the curse of the defense against the dark arts class professor had something to do with Snape. Maybe he was secretly casting a curse to make those professors unlucky, so as to drive them away. He must think he can't deal with Professor Moody this time, he will be so angry when he is gone. Ron said swearingly, almost convinced Harry and Hermione. Ivan was feeling the heavy burden on Snape's shoulders. In addition to being a double-sided undercover agent, he was also responsible for carrying various pots. After lunch, Ivan and others hurriedly took textbooks and rushed to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom in order to grab a front row position. There are obviously many people who think the same way as them. When they entered, the classroom was already half of the people. Yifan and the others had to find a relatively forward position to sit down. After a while, a sound of puff wooden feet came in from outside the door, and then Moody's figure appeared at the door of the classroom. He almost arrived at the time of class. Just put away the textbooks, these things are not usable in my class. Moody slid his cane and walked to the middle of the podium, ignoring the Black Magic Guide to Self-Defense that Harry had placed at the table. Said gruffly. Upon hearing this, the little wizards put away their textbooks one after another, and then looked forward to staring at Moody. Judging from their experience with the Defense Against the Dark Arts class professors over the years, the professors who can only follow the textbooks are often not good enough. Like Moody's, those who let them lay down their textbooks are ready to teach some real skills. Moody's routinely took out the roster, and started to roll the names one by one. The normal right eye moved down the list, while the weird blue magic eye turned restlessly to stare at each student who responded, turning their appearances in mind. Very good, it seems that no naughty ghost dared to be late for my first class. When the last little wizard finished answering, Moody said with satisfaction, and then threw the roll on the table, and stepped a few steps closer with his wooden legs, and Seamus, who was sitting in the first row, could even see clearly the fine lines of grim scars on Moody's face. Before coming to Hogwarts, I received a letter from Lupin. He introduced me to the basic situation of this course www.novel.com and told me that he taught you how to deal with it last year. Those nasty dark magic creatures. I believe that you have mastered a lot of basic knowledge. Lupin told me in the letter that you have a good grasp, and they can face Bogut, Red Hat and Shink Punk alone. So we won't teach this in this year's class. This school year we need to focus on the protection of spells. Moody's speaking speed is very fast, and his slightly hoarse voice is not very pleasant, but the little wizard listening in the audience does not care about this, because what Moody said made them very interested. Especially when Moody talked about Lupin's praise of them in the letter, the little wizards all showed a proud look. In the Defense Against the Dark Arts class last school year, they successfully defeated many monsters. Several little witches also curiously asked about Professor Liu Ping's current situation. Moody didn't mean to answer, but suddenly asked after a turn of his voice. How much do you know about black magic? After Moody's voice fell, only Hermione raised her hand high, but Moody's magic eyes keenly noticed that Hermione kept looking at the other side with her lips, and the others were also not interested in answering the question. Lacking appearance. When he was feeling strange, Ivan's voice came over. I know a little bit, Professor. The Ministry of Magic divides offensive spells into 3 types, curse, hex, and jinx, according to different types and strengths. The evil black magic we know belongs to curse, such as the 3 unforgivable spells. And hex and jinx are mostly restrictive spells, and some less dangerous evil spells are also included. Chapter 578, I am not giving you another lesson, Halls. The reason why the Ministry of Magic lists some spells as black magic is because these spells are generally highly lethal. Deep black magic such as the killing curse requires the caster to have a strong killing intent. Ivan was talking in the closed Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. He talked for several minutes. After thinking about it, he didn't miss anything, and he stopped still. I only know so much, Professor. Ivan said at last. Moody looked at Ivan with a weird look. He was just asking for a starting point to explain the dark magic to the students, but he didn't want Ivan to say all the things he was going to say later. Professor? Ivan asked tentatively when Moody hadn't responded for a long time. Ah? You said it well. Gryffindor adds 10 points. Moody quickly reacted to Ivan's reminder, said coarsely, and then turned to look at the other students. As Hall said, many dark magics require malicious intent from the caster to exert their true power. This is why Hogwarts does not teach dark magic publicly. I have seen many talented wizards. They are drunk by the powerful power brought by black magic, and they have devoted themselves to the research of deep black magic, so that their temperament has changed. In my years as an Auror, I have captured at least 24 such wizards. They are either dead or staying in Azkaban. Moody's words were very sharp, and his scarred face made the hearts of the little wizards present chill. For a while, there was silence in the defense against the dark arts classroom until Ivan suddenly spoke. Professor Moody, do you think wizards should not learn black magic? Ivan is a little curious about how the legendary Auror views the issue of black magic. Ever since he realized the influence of snake eyes and black magic knowledge on temperament during the summer vacation, he has been wondering whether he should continue to study. The Slytherin students also looked at Moody nervously. They had learned two-handed curses more or less, and some belonged to the category of black magic. Of course we shouldn't learn those evil black magic. Before Moody could answer, Hermione couldn't help but speak. But to Hermione's expectation, Moody interrupted her directly. No. Miss Granger, I don't think wizards need to completely isolate themselves from black magic. You mean, do you agree with us to learn black magic? Hermione asked in surprise. She originally thought that a legendary Auror like Moody's hatred would resist black magic very much. I mean we have to know some dark magic knowledge to know how to deal with them. Moody explained, pacing in the classroom with his wooden prosthetic legs, his eyes scanned across the faces of every student. After a pause, he continued. Just now I just wanted to remind you not to indulge in it, and don't try to learn dangerous magic beyond your ability. It's best, don't research privately, this is very important. Actually, I suggested to your principal Dumbledore 2 days ago to let go of some low-risk dark magic for senior students to teach. There is a teacher who teaches it, it's better than you think about it yourself. Moody's hoarse and dull tone kept reverberating in the closed classroom. He didn't think blindly banning the teaching of black magic is a good thing, because these students will always have the opportunity to come into contact with black magic. For example, the Hogwarts Forbidden Book Zone is a good way to gain knowledge of dark magic. Every year, some clever little wizards learn by themselves by reading books and master a lot of advanced dark magic. But because of lack of guidance, I might go astray one day. After Moody's finished speaking, the little wizards present whispered to discuss. Ivan feels that Moody's ideas are very appetizing for him. He always believes that there is no need to be afraid of black magic. Proper research and learning are necessary. If you really want to completely ban them, the principals of the past generations will not allow these so high-level dark magic books to be stored in the forbidden book area. The significance of setting up the defense against the dark arts class at Hogwarts may be to let the professor guide the students to carefully understand the knowledge of the dark arts and protect themselves from harm. Unfortunately, due to Voldemort's curse over the past few decades, most of the defense against the dark arts class professors have failed to play their due role. Okay. Stop it, if you have any ideas you can discuss after class, or come to me directly after class. Moody's right hand grabbed the cane and knocked on the ground. Okay. Let everyone's attention come. Now, I want to ask, does anyone know the worst black magic? Moody looked at the little wizards and asked. The Imperious Curse, the Heart-Drilling Curse, and the Killing Curse I just mentioned. According to the regulations of the Ministry of Magic, they are all unforgivable curses. If they are released against someone and caught by the Auror, the caster will be locked up. Enter Azkaban. Ivan answered immediately. Seeing that Ivan once again got up to answer without consent, Moody's scarred face was crumpled together, and he continued to ask angrily. Then do you know why these spells are listed as unacceptable? Ivan didn't wait for Moody's to finish this time and rushed to answer www.mdlnovel.com. One of the reasons why it was listed as an unforgivable curse was that there was no corresponding counter curse. Will be deprived of life instantly, this process cannot be reversed. Although the Imperious Curse can be resisted by the will, it is also included because the large number of wizards controlled by the Imperious Curse caused a lot of trouble to the Ministry of Magic in the previous Wizarding War. As for the heart-piercing curse, I think it's probably because the magic that can torture people to death is too inhumane. Ivan said hesitantly, and finally looked at Moody. Is there anything else I haven't said? Professor. I need to remind you that I am not teaching you alone. Halls. Moody glared at Ivan. If you have finished speaking, what should I say? Well, Professor, I will pay attention next time. Ivan also felt a little embarrassed, but the system prompt in his mind made him want to stop. Moody didn't know what Ivan was thinking in his heart. He mistakenly thought that Yvonne had realized the mistake, so he nodded with satisfaction, and then added. You just said in detail, but there is one thing I need to correct you, Halls. Although the killing curse is powerful, it needs a powerful magical power as a foundation. If you use to me. Moody looked at Yvonne, swallowed what he had said, and pointed his cane to Harry and Ron beside him. I mean, if you recite Avada's life to me, the spell will probably not work. At most, I might have a bit of nosebleeds. Chapter 579, Use Arvada. Weasley for me. Suddenly Moody's pointed at Harry, and Harry looked dumbfounded, but Ron looked a little eager to try. Are you true? Professor? Even if we use the killing curse on you, you will only have some nosebleeds. Ron looked at Moody curiously, and doubted what Moody had just said. Other little wizards also watched. Moody's temporary change just now was too funny, and several students even laughed on the spot. Yes, I'm not wrong, Mr. Weasley. Moody ignored the smirking students, strode to Ron's face staring at the wooden legs, leaned over his body, and leaned against his face. The scars look very hideous. It seems you don't believe it, do you? Moody stared at Ron, opened his mouth, and asked. Being stared at by that weird blue magic eye, Ron shrunk his neck, a little at a loss, let alone how to answer. He was just playing clever and amused. Just now, Weasley, take out his wand, cast a spell on me. Moody shouted suddenly. Ron was taken aback. He almost bounced off his seat when he heard this. The other little wizards were also very scared. Neville, who was very close, shook a few times. The faint laughter stopped, and the classroom was quiet and scary. Yvonne also looked at Moody in amazement. He didn't expect this old aura to come true. Although Ron's magic power is very weak and his casting level is amazing, it is after all the most dangerous killing curse among the 3 unforgivable curses. If Ron really succeeded in casting the spell, it would not be a joke. Didn't you hear me? Hurry up. Right away. Moody's calloused left hand slapped heavily on the table and roared at Ron. Teach, Professor, forget it, I don't know the spell. Ron looked at Moody in horror and stammered. Don't worry, there is nothing difficult about this magic, I can show you it now. Moody pulled out a smile, and he waved his wand with his backhand behind him, and a glass bottle flew from the drawer of the podium with a swish. Came out and fell into his hands. Yvonne clearly saw 3 black spiders with half the size of a palm in the glass bottle, crawling restlessly. Come on, Mr. Weasley. I'll teach you how to do it. Moody unscrewed the lid of the glass bottle and slapped it on the table, yelling hoarsely. A hideous scar formed when he spoke. Deo folds, making him look a little nervous. Ron once thought if Moody was crazy, he moved the chair hard to lean against Harry next to him, so as to stay as far away as possible. Harry also had an undecided look on his face. Moody picked up the glass bottle, and the 3 black spiders got out of the cage immediately, but they did not escape. Instead, they were trapped by Moody's magic and could only move around in a small circle. Ha, look at these little guys, they are alive and kicking, but they won't be like this later. Moody said gloomily, then looked at Ron and said. Remember, this black magic spell is not difficult to remember, we just need to do this, all optimistic. Everyone's eyes focused on the 3 spiders, both excited and a little scared. Most of the little wizards present witnessed the release of the killing curse for the first time. Avada Kedavra. Moody drew out his wand and yelled at one of the black spiders. The next moment, a dazzling green light flew out from the tip of the wand. Ron, who was closest to him, felt his heart caught, and a chill came from the soles of his feet. The green light beam hit the black spider in the middle without any hindrance. There are no scars, the black spider just shook abruptly, its body collapsed, and it became frozen. Everything seems to be peaceful, but Yvonne understands the horror contained in this calm, that is, death magic has never been simple. Is an attack on the soul? Yvonne thought so, and then felt that something was wrong. He should have deprived the cursed person of his vitality in an instant. Otherwise, Harry could not see Dumbledore in the soul world in the original time and space. Voldemort was hit by the rebounding Avadaso, and the main soul did not completely die, but the soul lost the body as a carrier. This certainly has the effect of a Horcrux, but it is enough to prove that the killing curse cannot destroy a person's soul. Yvonne was the only one who viewed the killing curse with a research mentality. The other students in the classroom watched this scene in a daze, and several girls covered their mouths in shock, resisting the screams they wanted to make. Is it dead? Ron swallowed, his voice trembling. Of course. Moody used his magic wand to pick up the soft black spider and put it in front of Ron, grinning. What? Do you want to confirm it? Ron shook his head frantically. He was afraid of spiders, let alone a spider that had just been killed by a killing curse. As you can see, this is the killing curse. Moody raised the death spider www.mdlnovel.com so that everyone can see clearly. Not everyone can do this. Moody continued. The one who can truly exert its power is either a magical wizard or a complete villain. Of course, most of the time, the people who cast this spell are a combination of the two, those black wizards with high magic power. This is their best magic. If you meet these people, you can only pray that you will not be hit, otherwise death will be your fate. Moody said gruffly, and finally looked at Ron again. Mr. Weasley, it's you. No, I dare not, Professor. Ron trembled in fear, he felt that he couldn't even hold his wand now. Moody was not trying to force him this time, he glanced at the students who were stunned by him, and nodded in satisfaction. He saved his majesty in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, Moody looked at Yvonne blindly, feeling a little helpless, who would have thought that such a monster would have appeared in the 4th grade. Judging from the information he collected, Moody had no doubt that if Yvonne pronounced the killing curse on him, he would definitely die on the spot, just like that spider. At the same time, he also noticed that Yvonne seemed to be very familiar with the killing curse. Not only did he speak comprehensively in answering the question, he didn't have the slightest fluctuation on his face when he saw his curse just now. These abnormalities were all noticed by Moody, but he did not show it, and continued to attend the class with his face unchanged, using the remaining 2 black spiders to demonstrate the Imperious Curse and the Heart-Drilling Curse to everyone. Chapter 580, Ron, if I had a whim, Professor Moody would kneel down. Because I was so scared by Moody's actions, in the next class, everyone did not dare to neglect, and honestly took notes. Until the end of Get Out of Class, Hermione couldn't help but asked. Professor Moody, why do you teach us about the unforgivable curse? I have seen in the book this knowledge that should be taboo. The Ministry of Magic will not allow it to be taught in class, and we are only in the 4th grade this year. Moody stopped, he looked back at Hermione, then looked at the little wizards who were also curious, and explained. Good question. Normally, Hogwarts will not teach you this until you graduate, but there have been some changes in the current situation. Principal Dumbledore believes that you need to learn more about the dark arts. Fortunately, you can protect yourself in the future. Obviously, I am better suited to do this than anyone else. This is why Dumbledore asked me to become a defense against the dark arts professor. Moody talked freely, pacing in the classroom staring at the wooden legs, then continued to add. Of course, I'm just here to help, and I'll be responsible for teaching you for a year, and then if the situation is stable, I will live my peaceful retirement life again. Professor, do you think we may encounter any danger in the future? For example, being chased by a black wizard who can kill curse. Seamus said with a sneer. Yes. It's very possible, Mr. Finnegan. I didn't mean to be joking with you. Moody looked at him seriously, you shouldn't wait for the danger to really come to regret what you learned. Not enough. Moody's words stunned Seamus, and there was no reply for a long time. Moody ignored him, looked at the others in the classroom, and warned. When I was an Auror, I met a lot of innocent people like you, and some of them were trainee hitters who followed me. At that time, the Iron Armor Curse was a magic that the striker must learn, but there were always people who were not careful enough. When they were actually facing a battle, they realized that the protection magic they had was far from enough. They probably thought their opponents would be merciful, like a duel of a wizard in a house. Moody's voice became very hoarse, and he continued mockingly. It's a pity that they made a mistake. When those dark wizards take their lives, they won't have any mercy. Hearing this, the little wizards couldn't help laughing. But Moody's roar interrupted the next moment. It's nothing funny. I'm not telling you stories again. I guess you don't think about the fate of these people. One of the strikers was hit by the black wizard smashing curse in a battle and died on the spot. Now, we don't even have time to send him to the hospital, understand? Under Moody's gaze, the students nodded hastily. Since you understand everything, don't write it down for me. Moody yelled. Then, there was only a quill pen across the pages of the classroom and there was a sound of shasha, and no one dared to ask any questions in the remaining minutes. This situation continued until the end of Get Out of Class bell rang. After Moody left the classroom, the little wizards were all relieved, accompanied by fierce discussions. God, did you just see what Professor Moody looked like when he cast a spell? That's terrifying. Seamus felt a chill in his heart as he recalled the scene where Moody cast the killing curse. Where is the horror? Kill a spider. A student next to him replied. That's a killing curse. If Professor Moody used it against you, you wouldn't say that. Seamus said excitedly. Except for a few brave little wizards who are brave enough to show their bravery, the other students are talking about the spells in awe. The only thing that was excited about this was Malfoy. When he passed Ron's desk, he deliberately said loudly to Gore and Claire behind him. In fact, those unforgivable spells are no big deal. My father taught me a long time ago. I can assure you that I learned it before I came to school. I just couldn't find a chance to use it. But for some people, the killing curse must be quite an amazing magic, such as Weasley. Oh my god, he was stunned in class. Speaking of this, Malfoy coughed slightly, and yelled sharply after learning the frightened look of Ron just now in class. No, I dare not, Professor. Gore and Crawl followed behind and laughed silly. Malfoy couldn't do it proudly, yelling. This is the first time I have seen him so scared. If I hadn't seen it clearly, I must have thought it was Professor Moody who was going to cast a spell on Weasley. Malfoy did not conceal the slightest voice, naturally Ron heard everything in his ears. Malfoy. Do you dare to fight with me? I can let you see if I will use those unforgivable spells. Ron was shaking with anger, gnawing his teeth and shouting, his face turned into hair and hair. The same red, as soon as he drew his wand, he wanted to rush to a duel with Malfoy. Fortunately, Hermione and Harry stopped Ron desperately www.mdlenovel.com so that they didn't have to match who had the most nosebleeds. Malfoy didn't bother to talk to Ron at all, and took advantage of his mouth, and quickly slipped away with his two followers at an unspeakable speed. Although he was not afraid of Ron, he knew that they had no chance of winning 3-4. Ron, who was being pulled by Hermione and Harry, cursed loudly. He angrily rebuked Malfoy for not daring to face him, fearing a duel with him. After several minutes of cursing, Ron's mood stabilized a bit, and then he explained to Yvonne and others. Don't listen to Malfoy's nonsense, didn't I dare to cast a spell at that time? I was afraid that Professor Moody would die as soon as I did it. Ron just boasted of his timidity as a last resort. And said that if he kills Moody by mistake, then Professor Dumbledore will expel him. Yvonne rolled his eyes. Right, right. As long as you have a whim, Moody has to kneel down and beg for mercy. Harry reluctantly echoed a few words, so that Ron can live on his face without being too embarrassed. Ron, don't talk about it, it's not a shame to be afraid of the unforgivable curse, it's very dangerous black magic. Hermione said very dissatisfied without giving Ron the least face. Enough. I said I'm not afraid of this. Ron looked very impatient, and he wanted to continue arguing with Hermione, but Hermione interrupted before he finished talking. Professor Moody hasn't gone far yet, he may have heard what you just said. The little witch screamed towards the end of the corridor. Ron's mouth closed immediately. Chapter 581, Are you sure you want to copy my homework? Moody obviously ignored Ron's nonsense, and after a glance at him, he hurried away with his wooden legs. Ron slowly breathed a sigh of relief, and then felt that the appearance he was scared just now was very shameless, so he suppressed his voice and explained it to Harry and the others. Yvonne stared at Moody's away back, and suddenly remembered that the coaching time Moody had revealed in the previous class was exactly 1 year, which coincided with the curse set by Voldemort. Is a coincidence? Still said that Dumbledore wanted to try whether he could avoid Voldemort's curse on the defense against the dark arts professor. After all, the biggest effect of this curse is to prevent each professor from teaching for more than a year. All kinds of accidents are just derivatives of achieving this goal. If Moody's leaves after a year, maybe the curse will not be aimed at him like that. If that is the case, maybe Moody's can leave this position as safely as Lupin. In the next few weeks, nothing happened in the castle, and Harry completely forgot the scenes in his dreams, because the heavy lessons had weighed on him. Especially Moody's defense against the dark arts class. The legendary old aura divided each class into 2 parts, first to explain some black magic or common offensive magic protection skills, and then the intense and exciting actual combat exercise. The students who got to the point were asked by Moody to break the curse he personally cast according to the method given in the class. If someone behaves badly, he will be merciless, and the only thing he will do is reprimand. Even so, Moody's courses are still very popular. After all, there are too few practical courses for hands-on combat, not to mention that they can often learn many useful defense skills from the defense against the dark arts class. It's just a headache for the little wizards that Moody's will leave a lot of homework before class, usually for them to give a method of self-defense in a specific situation. I still can't write casually, because Moody's will pick people out in class and practice on the spot to test the feasibility of this method. For example, in a homework discussing how to defend against the Tarantella dance spell, Seamus suddenly thought that he could roll and hide first, and then sprint in front of his opponent and break the opponent's nose with a punch. Play the effect of defeating the enemy. However, in the actual combat drill, Seymour was hit by Moody's spell before he could roll, and finally did a tap dance for most of the class and almost broke his leg. So when they were in the defense against the dark arts class, everyone was always in a cycle of fear of being named and expecting to see others having fun. So how are we going to deal with the disarming curse, with many obstacles? But I've written this last time. Or look for cover. Hide under the table? God, what if Professor Moody hits me this time? In the morning, in the Gryffindor lounge, Ron watched this after-school homework collapse and shouted, especially since Moody's hadn't allowed them to write similar defensive methods too frequently. Yvonne, can you show us how you wrote it? Harry also had a headache, and turned his head to refer to Ivan's answer. Are you sure you want to copy my homework? Yvonne said with a weird face, and directly pushed the workbook over. Harry and Ron immediately looked up, their faces suddenly became very embarrassed, and it read randomly, "We should cast the disarming curse faster to achieve the goal of countering our opponents. Is this okay?" Harry looked at Yvonne speechlessly. "Which time did my method fail?" Yvonne shrugged and covered the homework, preparing to hand it in tomorrow. Harry and Ron looked at each other, and finally sighed in distress. This is why they collapsed every time. They couldn't do the defense methods written by Yvonne, and they couldn't copy them. At first, Yvonne was trying to save trouble, and there was even the iron armor curse in the list of coping methods, and I wrote this every time. Yvonne gave up this panacea defensive spell until Moody could not bear to order them not to write the same thing every time, and because he didn't want to bother his brain, the answers he gave were more nonsense. For example, if you encounter an attack by a dark wizard, it should be subdued and sent to Azkaban as soon as possible. If you kill the opponent in advance, you can effectively remove the threat posed by the opponent, etc. Not to mention that they think nonsense, even Moody thinks so, but after personally verifying it in class, Moody has to admit that these methods of Yvonne are very useful. So that in the recent defense against the dark arts class, Moody simply let Yvonne be an assistant, using offensive magic to test other people in the school. Unable to get help from Yvonne, Harry and Ron had to turn to Hermione for help, but the little witch didn't give them face at all. She closed the workbook with a brush, and stared at them. "You should think of a solution by yourself. Professor Moody said in class that we cannot expect others to protect ourselves." The two were completely lost, so they had to lower their heads to think about it. www.mtlnovel.com. Seeing Harry and Ron in distress, Yvonne shook his head secretly. With such a good teacher as Moody, neither of them study hard, it's really hopeless. From the perspective of the growth of the students, Moody is definitely the most competent defense against the dark arts professor he has ever seen, even surpassing Lupin. After all, Moody's is more strict, and it is also vigorous and resolute in doing things, almost forcing the students to grow up quickly. If you learn this all year, not to mention what a good fighter you become, but at least in the event of an emergency, you will not be at a loss, and you will have the ability to protect yourself. Of course, Moody's radicalism is probably also related to Dumbledore's secret instruction. The only thing that surprised Yvonne was that Moody didn't call everyone up to test whether it could resist the Imperious Curse in the past few days. But it's right to think about it. It should be a quiz specially made by Barty Crouch Jr. specifically for Harry, so as to understand how different Harry is and able to defeat the unforgivable curse. It took more than half an hour before Ron and Harry finally finished Moody's homework, and then a few people went to the auditorium to prepare for lunch. When a few people walked to the hall, they unexpectedly found that a large group of students was blocking the door, squeezing around a big announcement erected at the foot of the marble staircase. "What happened?" Ron asked curiously. Yvonne squeezed in and took a look. An announcement was posted on the wall, which read about the Triwizard Tournament. It mentioned that the representatives of Boothbatten and Demstrang will be held on October 10th. Arrived at 6 o'clock in the evening on Friday the 30th. Chapter 582, Ordered to Cheat? Yvonne, what's written on it? Harry squeezed in with difficulty, but he was not tall, blocked by the little wizard in front, and couldn't see the specific content of the announcement at all. It said Boothbatten and Demstrang will arrive at Hogwarts at 6 o'clock in the evening next Friday, and everyone has to go to the door to greet them. Yvonne explained. Friday afternoon? Great, the last session should be potions class. Harry's first reaction was that Snape's potions class might not be used anymore, which is indeed a thankful thing for him. Where are the candidates for the Warriors, have they already decided? Ron asked hurriedly. Not mentioned above, it should be waited for the students of Boothbatten and Demstrang to arrive before choosing. Yvonne said casually. In addition to a few of them, the little wizards gathered nearby are also discussing this topic, arguing about who can become the warrior representing Hogwarts. The little wizards in every academy hope that people from this academy can be elected, and some senior students are thinking about how to get this qualification. The most talked about is Cedric from Hufflepuff College. As for Yvonne, although the performance is outstanding every school year, and some big news can be made from time to time, but where is Dumbledore's age limit, most of the young wizards are unwilling to believe that Yvonne can find a way to crack it. Otherwise, what warrior would they choose? Just wash and sleep. Because of this announcement in the hall, the campus became very lively in the next few days. The Triwizard Tournament has become a hot spot, and everyone has more talks after dinner. Even the interior of the castle has begun a new round of decoration, which is more solemn than when Yvonne received the Merlin Medal. Those dusty portraits that had not been moved for hundreds of years were taken down one after another until they were wiped clean and there was no trace of dust before they were hung up again. The armors placed in the corridors were also polished one by one, and almost all of them could be used as mirrors. As the reception place, the auditorium is even more completely new, with huge silk banners hung on the walls, and the flags of the 4 colleges are flying high above, and traces of magic have been cast everywhere. The other staff and professors also appeared to be extremely nervous. They regulated the dress and behavior of every student. If someone looked sloppy, Filch would be caught and cursed. All this is naturally to welcome the students of Boothbatten and Durmstrang. Every professor is unwilling to lose Hogwarts' face in front of the staff and students of other schools. In the last Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall was very furious because Neville accidentally grafted his ear to a cactus while practicing the conversion spell. You should look at Halls, he learned this simple spell in about the 1st grade. I don't expect you to be like him, but I beg you to work harder, don't show your stuff in front of Durmstrang's people, let them see that a 4th grade student can't even learn the most basic conversion spell. Professor McGonagall roared sharply and almost cried Neville. After class, Professor McGonagall asked Yvonne to stay. It's a pity, Halls. You are probably the best student ever at Hogwarts. If you don't have that age limit, you can surely become a warrior and win the glory for Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall saw Xiang Yifan said with emotion. Professor, do you approve of me participating in the competition? Yvonne looked at her in surprise, wondering why McGonagall, who has always been rigid and lawful, hinted at encouraging himself to participate. If you can, why not? Professor McGonagall smiled. Although she didn't know the strength of Yvonne, she knew a general idea. The many levels of the Triwizard Tournament are really not dangerous for Yvonne, and she certainly has no worries. On the contrary, McGonagall thought that as long as Yvonne was selected, the Triwizard victory would be no more suspense, let alone his peers, even the aura of the Ministry of Magic might not be Ivan's opponent. More importantly, apart from Yvonne, Gryffindor College really has no outstanding senior students. McGonagall didn't want people from other colleges to get ahead, and he didn't want to see Hogwarts lose the game. The 3 major colleges in Europe have been fighting for hundreds of years. Everyone wants their school to become the number 1 in Europe. If Yvonne can find a way to pass the age limit and throw his name into the Goblet of Fire, she believes that Principal Dumbledore will open one eye and close one eye. The proposal to set the age limit this time was jointly proposed by Buzzbarton and Durmstrang, and it may not be aimed at you. McGonagall said with some dissatisfaction. Yvonne touched his nose and didn't answer. He thought it shouldn't be so exaggerated. There is no him in the original time and space, but the Triwizard Tournament still has this restriction. It can be seen that the original intention is indeed for the safety of the junior wizards, to avoid the lack of strength of the contestants and cause casualties. But from the outsider's point of view www.mdlnovel.com, it's obvious for yourself. Anyway, you can come to me if you have any questions. Professor McGonagall patted Yvonne on the shoulder, said vaguely, then packed up the teaching aids and left the classroom. Yvonne, who stayed, has a strange expression, he muttered to himself. So, I am also ordered to cheat. Thinking of this, Yvonne suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. At least he didn't need to worry about Dumbledore's troubles after he crossed the age line and successfully participated in the election. Out of the classroom door, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were all waiting for him in the corridor. Evan, what did Professor McGonagall just tell you? Hermione asked with the book in her arms. It's some high-end skills of transfiguration charm, you know, the knowledge in class is no longer useful to me. Yvonne said foolishly, without revealing the meaning, he was worried that Ron's big mouth would say it. Time passed, and soon it was October 30th, which was agreed upon. Everyone in Hogwarts was looking forward to waiting for Buzzbarton and Durmstrang's personnel to arrive. They didn't even think about the lessons. The little wizards sitting by the window frequently looked out the window, but they're nothing at all. What disappointed Harry was that Snape's potions class was still going on as usual. The only difference was that the get-out-of-class time was half an hour earlier, so they could leave earlier and suffer less torture. When the bell rang for the end of get-out-of-class, the little wizards were very excited one by one. They rushed back to the lounge as quickly as possible to put their things in, and lined up to wait in the hall. Chapter 583, Buzzbarton School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. When Yvonne and others arrived, the hall was already full of people, and the prefects and Filch of the various colleges were working hard to maintain order. Don't be crowded, line up. Professor McGonagall shouted loudly, then turned his eyes to Ron and Parvati, and reprimanded harshly. Weasley, get me your hat upright. And Miss Petal, you have to remove that ridiculous thing from your hair. Ron hurriedly fiddled with his hat, Parvati frowned unhappily, but still took a large butterfly headdress from the braid. Professor McGonagall then corrected a few disheveled senior students, then looked at the crowd and spoke. Okay, everyone follow me. The first-year classmates walk in the front. Under the leadership of McGonagall, everyone quickly lined up and stood on the large lawn in front of the castle. It was the end of October, and it was the evening, and the weather gradually became colder. From time to time, a cold wind blew by slowly, and several thinly dressed little wizards shivered. But a little bit of cold wind didn't affect everyone's enthusiasm at all. Everyone looked eagerly toward the distant lane or discussed in a low voice. Even if the prefect repeatedly scolded them, they couldn't calm them down. It's almost 6 o'clock? How do you think they will come? Do you take the train like us? Or use a flying broom? Ron glanced at his watch and asked expectantly. It may also be the door key or the apparition, after all, it is so far. Harry guessed. He remembered that in the Quidditch World Cup before, spectators from various countries used the door key to arrive. Apparition can also have the same effect, if the students of Booth Batten and Durmstrang can perform this magic smoothly. It can't be apparition. I saw in a school history at Hogwarts that anti-apparition magic was applied near the castle. Hermione retorted, and then she didn't know what she thought of, and continued with dissatisfaction. Only the magic of house elves will not be restricted. They can walk freely in the castle, so as to provide services to the wizards who live here. Seeing that Hermione was about to mention slave labor again, Harry and Ron quickly turned their faces away and pretended not to hear them. Yvonne also hurriedly changed the subject, pointing to the distance. Don't quarrel, look over there, it should be Buzzbarton's people here. Hermione was stunned. When even looking in the direction Yvonne was pointing, they faintly saw a black spot appearing on the horizon. What's that? A group of eagle-headed horses with wings. Harry squinted hard to see clearly, but the distance was so far, he couldn't see clearly, he could only guess. The little wizards around this meeting also noticed the abnormality in the sky, and they raised their heads and looked at it. The black spots on the horizon are getting bigger and bigger. Gradually, everyone clearly sees a behemoth passing through the clouds, flying over the forbidden forest and rushing towards this side. Gosh, what did I see? A castle is flying in the sky. A first-year freshman screamed in astonishment. Idiot, it is obviously a carriage, a flying carriage. Ron retorted excitedly. Just under everyone's gaze, the behemoth has flown above them. It was a pink-blue carriage the size of a house, with many ornate decorations hanging on it. There was also a badge printed on the door, which looked like two golden crossed wands. 12 winged silver bristles pulled it into the air. These horses look very majestic, their pupils are blood red, and they are pulling the carriage down quickly. A large shadow enveloped the students below. The little wizards standing in the front row hurriedly backed up a few steps to avoid being hit, but before they could stand still, the ground shook abruptly. A huge carriage landed less than a meter in front of them. Then, the door of the car was opened, and a boy in a light blue robe jumped out of the carriage, fumbled and opened a golden spiral staircase, and then a middle-aged witch with luxurious makeup walked out of the car. Come out. When saw her, the students present couldn't help but sucked in a cold breath, even Yvonne was no exception. Because this witch is too tall. Compared with the old professor standing at the front, Yvonne thinks she is as tall as two Dumbledores. Among all the people Yvonne had met, only Hagrid could compete with this witch in terms of height. Hybrid giant? Yvonne thought of the words of Hagrid in the original Time and Space. Although the headmistress of Booth Batten, Ms. Maxim, firmly denied this, it seems that it should be. Normal people are unlikely to grow so tall. You must know that the tallest person in the Muggle world is not more than 3 meters tall, but Hagrid and Maxim are more than 4 meters tall. As a wizard who also acquired the blood of a magical creature, Yvonne is somewhat interested in Maxim. He knew too little about the bloodline. It was entirely dependent on the origin of bloodline and many notes left by Slytherin to gain some understanding. So Yvonne thinks maybe I can find a breakthrough here in Maxim www.mdlenovel.com, but judging from the other's tall body, Maxim's experience should be similar to Hagrid's situation, probably parents and giants. It took some close relationships to create such a hybrid giant. In the description of the origin of bloodline, it is regarded as the lowest method to obtain bloodline. Most of the aliens produced in this way are caused by accidents. After all, few wizards will relish the taste to this point. He, Tom Riddle, and a certain ancestor of the Dumbledore family used more high-end techniques, using potions, contracts, and other means to seize the power of magical creatures and turn them into use. Just when Yvonne was distracted, Dumbledore greeted him with a smile, and chatted with Ms. Maxim. In the huge carriage behind them, more than a dozen students walked down. They were all about 18 or 9 years old. Most of them were girls, all of them gorgeous and wearing gorgeous silk robes. Yvonne stared at them, trying to find the legendary mixed blood veil. It's just that a few girls from Buzzbarton wrapped their heads in scarves and turbans. Yvonne didn't know who Fleur was, but saw her sister Gabriel. Because this little girl is young and short, so obvious in the crowd. Are you looking for something? Yvonne. Hermione suddenly interrupted Ivan's thoughts, her lips pouted, her face not looking pretty. Look at the excitement, this is the first time I have seen students from other wizarding schools. Yvonne smiled, turned his head back, and replied freely. Chapter 584, Conflict between the Principals. Is that so? Hermione glanced suspiciously at Yvonne, but didn't say anything, because the other little wizards were also curiously looking there. After Ms. Maxim talked with Dumbledore, she left the carriage and took the students of Booth Batten to the castle to rest. Hogwarts professors and students continue to wait for Durmstrang's personnel to arrive. The sky gradually darkened, and the cold wind became more and more bitter. Just when Yvonne and others were a little impatient, a strange voice was faintly coming from a distance. The sound sounded like someone was beating a drum that leaked, accompanied by a slight sucking sound. Ah, it seems that Karkaroff has finally arrived. Dumbledore shouted happily. Where is it? Ron looked around, then up to the sky, but there was nothing nearby. Yvonne stared at the black lake closely. The surface of the originally calm lake suddenly became restless at this moment. A huge spray was turned up, and the waves hit the wet lake shore. A large whirlpool appeared in the center of the black lake. A thing that looked like a flagpole was slowly rising from the center of the whirlpool, followed by the high-flying sails. The last huge sailboat rushed directly out of the water, splashing everywhere the splashes like a light rain. Yvonne looked up at it. The exterior of the ship looked very old, even a bit dilapidated, like the remains of a sunken ship that had just been salvaged. On the portholes, you can see the misty dim light, shining in the dark. If there are a few more skeleton pirates on the deck, it will be almost like the ghost ship in the Muggle story. As we sailed all the way, within a few minutes, the big boat slowly stopped on the shore of the lake. With a muffled noise, a solid wooden board stretched out from the boat and landed on the shore of the lake. A group of tall and mighty wizards walked down from the ship along the wooden planks. They were uniformly dressed in thick fur cloaks, covering their bodies, and they took off their hoods one after another until they got closer. Headed by a tall and thin old wizard, he has short white hair, a thin chin with a small curly goatee, and a pair of cold and sharp eyes, but when he is near Dumbledore they showed exceptional enthusiasm. Meet again, my dear old buddy. How are you doing? How are you? The old wizard laughed and stretched out his hand, his voice was round and sweet. I'm fine, thank you, Professor Karkaroff. Dumbledore reached out and shook his hand. Karkaroff shook his hand for a few seconds before releasing it, turning his head to look at the towering Hogwarts castle, and said with emotion. Ah, Hogwarts. It's great here. I regret not coming sooner. It's not too late, isn't it? You have to stay here for several months, so you can go shopping. Dumbledore said with a smile. Yes, this year's Triwizard Tournament is going to be going on for a long time. Karkaroff nodded, and then he slapped his head and turned to look at the students behind him. Oh, having said that, I almost forgot. Victor, come here, get warm, don't be cold. A 17 or 18-year-old boy came out of Durmstrang's students. He looked very sturdy, with the coat of arms of the Bulgarian team painted on his cloak. Don't you mind, Dumbledore? Victor has a bit of a cold recently. I can't let him stay outside in such a cold place for too long. Karkaroff's words were full of apologetic, but his face was full of apologies. It is showing a little complacency. Before Dumbledore could reply, the little wizards at Hogwarts began to commotion. Many people recognized the boy, the legendary Seeker Crumb of the Bulgarian team, a world-class Quidditch star. God, Harry, Yvonne, Hermione. It's Crumb, he's at Hogwarts. Am I right? Seeing the idol just standing in front of him, Ron was so excited that he tried hard. He shook Harry's arm beside him in a terrible way, and the words were a bit incoherent. I didn't expect Crumb to be a student, his skills are so good. Ron murmured added. I know it's Crumb. Harry reluctantly pushed Ron's hand away. He admitted that Crumb's skills are very good, but it doesn't have to be this way, right? Yvonne also looked at Ron in surprise, unable to understand his behavior, but thought of Lockhart in the 2nd grade and stopped talking. There were so many crazy people back then. There are not a few little wizards like Ron. Many little wizards are excited to see Crumb. Several senior girls complain about why they don't bring pen and paper with them. If that's the case, you can do it later. Go up to sign the first time. Such remarks were naturally heard by Karkaroff, and the smile on his face suddenly became stronger. Crumb didn't respond much, he had experienced too many occasions like this, and he was used to it a long time ago. Very good, I read the report of that game, you played very well. Dumbledore looked at Crumb and said admiringly. Cultivating a 17 or 18-year-old world-class star is indeed something to show off, and he is not surprised that Karkaroff would specifically mention it in front of him. It's just a pity, I remember the Bulgarian team finally lost the whole game. Dumbledore put on a regretful look. It's very bad. Karkaroff emphasized, and complained dissatisfied. And this is not to blame Crumb, he has done well. The Bulgarian team will definitely replace those unqualified players next time, and they will definitely win the championship by then. That's true, I'm here to congratulate Crumb in advance. Dumbledore just smiled. Karkaroff raised his eyebrows triumphantly, and even Crumb showed a smile. Dumbledore was known as the strongest white wizard in England, and it was natural to be happy to be praised by him. However, before they were happy for long, Dumbledore continued. By the way, I think there should be more exchanges between outstanding students. Crumb also needs some friends at Hogwarts, so please let me introduce you. House. Dumbledore turned his gaze to the Hogwarts team and found Yvonne. Yvonne, who was watching the excitement, suddenly heard his name with a dazed expression, but was stared at by Dumbledore. He quickly reacted. Chiron walked out of the queue, looked at Karkaroff, and spoke politely. Said, "Hello, Principal Karkaroff." Seeing Yvonne who came by, Karkaroff's eyes narrowed and his face became a little unsightly, but he still pulled out a smile, patted Yvonne on the shoulder, and spoke. "Ah. I know you, Mr. Halls. I can hear your name in Durmstrang." Krum next to him is also looking at Yvonne. The happy expression on his face has been put away, and it has turned very dignified. He knew very well that his task was arduous. He needed to represent Durmstrang overwhelming Hogwarts and Boothbatten, winning the Tri-Wizard tournament and establishing Durmstrang's reputation. But Krum has also read the Nordic Times report and knows that Yvonne is the Merlin Medal winner, and the gold content of this heavy identity is higher than that of his well-known Quidditch player. Although all the thoughts in his mind drifted away, Krum looked personable on the surface. He took the initiative to step forward and said hello. "Hello, Halls, it's nice to meet you. I saw a report about you in a column, and it said you got a second-level Merlin Medal, right?" Hearing this, Ivan's face became a little embarrassed. "Sorry, Krum, Principal Karkaroff, I think your information may be wrong," Yvonne said hesitantly. "Is it a report error?" Krum was stunned and asked subconsciously, and he was even more relieved. Karkaroff's expression also eased a lot. He smiled and said comfortingly. "Haha, it doesn't matter, I understand the nature of those newspapers, they always exaggerate things habitually." "No, Principal Karkaroff, I mean your news is out of date. I am now the winner of the Merlin Medal of the first class," Yvonne corrected. Professor Karkaroff's smiling face suddenly froze, and there was no response for a long time. "Yes. Is it? That's really amazing." Krum also stammered for a long time, and the words seemed to be squeezed out of his mouth abruptly. "Wait, Albus. I remember that the first-class Merlin Medal will be awarded to wizards who have made significant contributions to the magical world. How could they be given to a 14-year-old child?" Karkaroff somewhat unbelievable, he suspects there is an inside story. "Yes, because of Halls, the Merlin Knights made a rare exception," Dumbledore said with emotion, and after a pause, he continued. "Because he not only researched out the wolf's poison potion that can keep the werewolves sober, but also solved a big problem in the magic world. www.mdlnovel.com. He also caught a Death Eater who had been hidden for many years at the end of the school year. By the way, I corrected a major mistake made by the Ministry of Magic." When talking about Death Eaters, Dumbledore deliberately increased his tone. Karkaroff's face changed. Ivan's thoughts moved, and then he remembered that Karkaroff was also a Death Eater, or that kind of traitor who betrayed Voldemort in the Great Trial more than 10 years ago, and provided a large list of Death Eaters. Thinking of this, Yvonne mumbled to himself that Dumbledore was not an ordinary bad, digging into other people's pain points. On the bright side, Yvonne was polite. He sighed and said very modestly. "Actually, I just did some small work, which is really ashamed." The corners of Karkaroff's mouth twitched, and Dumbledore looked at him playfully, waiting for Karkaroff's response. Karkaroff opened his mouth, trying to say something, but in the end he closed it again, and it took a long time to say a word from his mouth. "The wind is a bit strong today, let's get in the house quickly." Chapter 585, Fanatical Flock. "Of course, this is my negligence." Dumbledore laughed, and didn't mean to embarrass Karkaroff, so he called the students around to line up and return to the castle together. Yvonne realized that his tool was useless, so he returned to the Hogwarts queue and followed everyone to the auditorium. Along the way, Ron was like a chicken blood, talking endlessly about Krum's great achievements, and looked at Yvonne with envy, and asked. "Yvonne, how did I feel when I saw you talking to Krum?" "Well, how do you say? It's kind of polite." Yvonne raised his eyebrows and replied perfunctorily. In the previous confrontation, Krum was speechless but not irritated into anger by him, indicating that the restraint is okay, at least without the bad habits that are used to it. "Really? You think so too?" Ron was pleasantly surprised, as if he had found a common topic, and said incessantly. "There are not many celebrities as approachable as Krum. If only I could chat with him, he might be willing to send me a signed photo." Hermione on the side really couldn't stand it, and could not help but argued. "You are wrong, Ron. There are a lot of approachable celebrities, there are 2 in front of you, and you are still friends with them." Naturally Hermione was talking about Yvonne and Harry. One of them is the youngest first-class Merlin Medal winner, and the other is the savior of the British magical world. I don't know where it is higher than that Quidditch star. That's different. Ron's face flushed red, and he was hesitant for a long time, but he couldn't tell the difference. He had to deflect the words bluntly and brag. "I bet that wizards all over the world know Krum. He is so famous." Yvonne didn't bother to pay attention to Ron at all. It was undoubtedly foolish to reason with a fanatical person, and he would not degenerate to compare with Krum. However, Yvonne soon discovered that there are not a few little wizards as fanatical as Ron. For example, Lee Jordan, who has been a Quidditch interpreter for many years, saw Krum jump up and down excitedly, and he said nothing. I don't know. Thought he had just gotten lost. The few young witches next to him looked at Krum's eyes with glare, wishing that the whole person would stick to Krum's body. Such a scene made Yvonne feel a little curious, and logically he was a celebrity. Why did he never meet his admirer in school? Is it because the distance is too close and there is no way to reinforce the deification? Still lack that sense of mystery. Of course, Yvonne thinks this is also a good thing, without those unnecessary troubles. Just as he was thinking about it, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! A new mission has been generated. Hearing this familiar voice, a bad foreboding arose in Ivan's heart. He hurriedly opened the taskbar and looked at it. As expected, there was one more unfinished task on it. Task: Fanatic Families. Mission objective: have more than 100 followers in Hogwarts. Task progress. Task reward: legendary value *2. Task description: after initially controlling Knockoff Alley, you turn your gaze to this 1,000-year-old castle. The boring study life cannot satisfy your growing ambitions. You urgently need to gather enough believers in this castle to declare your evil ideas. Note: you clearly realize that controlling 100 little wizards is equivalent to controlling 100 wizard families. Yvonne took a few glances and tried to calm his emotions. After understanding the general content of the task, he closed the system panel. He wanted to pretend that he had never seen this mission, but after all he couldn't help but complain. Am I that evil? Thinking about the system tasks he had triggered over the years, Yvonne couldn't help but fell into deep thought, and finally felt that there must be something wrong with this system, so that he misunderstood his own character. In addition, the 4 clusters displayed on the task progress also made Yvonne somewhat curious. He had never noticed the existence of these clusters before. Who can that be? Yvonne turned his head and saw Ron next to him, and eliminated him first, because Ron could only be a crowd of Krum. Then, Yvonne looked at Harry and Hermione again. After thinking about it, I thought they were unlikely. After all, the two were friends with himself, which did not fit the description of the fanatical crowd. Could it be the camera boy Colin and the bard Seamus? How about 2 more people? While thinking in his mind, Yvonne stepped into the auditorium, found a place at the long table in Gryffindor, and sat down. Ron was sitting on the side facing the door, and very deliberately left a space beside him. Because Krum and his Durmstrang alumni gathered at the door, they seemed to be hesitating about where to sit. They also looked over here, to be precise, looked at Yvonne and Hermione, but Ron stubbornly thought that Krum was looking at himself. However, it turns out that Ron was just whimsical, and Krum finally went to the Slytherin seat after discussing it with others. Malfoy and his 2 followers looked very happy and welcomed Krum's arrival. Krum didn't refuse their kindness, so they sat beside them and talked with them. After seeing this scene, Ron was furious. He felt that Malfoy must have fooled Krum to make the other party change his attention. I dare say that it won't be long before Krum can see what Malfoy is, and now he must be arguing. Ron said harshly, then turned his head to look at Harry. Discussed with him where these new students will live. Reading www.uugonshu.com. If there are not enough beds, we can add a bed to Krum in our dormitory, Harry. I can even let him sleep in my bed, or I can sleep together. I mean, if Krum doesn't, if you mind. Ron spoke with excitement, but he didn't notice that Harry was quietly shifting his position next to him, leaning against Yvonne. Harry had some doubts whether something was wrong with Ron's sexual orientation. In this noisy atmosphere, all the little wizards sat down at the long tables in their respective colleges. The Buzzbarton students also made an early decision, choosing to stay with the little wizards of Ravenclaw. When they saw Dumbledore with Karkaroff and Maxim passing by, they all stood up and bowed together, until Maxim sat down in the main guest seat before they sat down again. After everyone was seated, Dumbledore strode to the front of the stage, where he stood, looking around. Under the cover of unspeakable pressure, the noisy auditorium quickly quieted down. Chapter 586, Oh, this is a heartbeat feeling. A group of little wizards stared at Dumbledore on the stage, and Yvonne was no exception. In particular, he knew that Dumbledore had been involved in the Horcrux conspiracy, and now it was highly probable that he was hanging by a potion, so he expressed concern about the physical condition of the old professor. But I don't know if it was an illusion. Yvonne found that Dumbledore's breath was not weakened at all, it even became stronger than before. The magical power emitted by accident was enough to shock everyone in the auditorium. Is it back to light? Yvonne thought silently in his mind. On the stage, Dumbledore's eyes swept across the auditorium, and then he said with a smile. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, ghosts, and of course our guests. I welcome you to Hogwarts with great joy. Following Dumbledore's opening, the pressure spreading in the auditorium disappeared without a trace, and Yvonne and others breathed a sigh of relief. The faces of both Barton and Durmstrang's students were not very good looking, and they all agreed that Dumbledore deliberately gave them a slap in the face. A girl from Booth Barton let out a sneered sneer. Dumbledore continued to give his congratulatory speech only as if he hadn't heard it. After a few minutes, he entered the topic. The selection of the warriors for the Triwizard Tournament will officially begin at the end of the banquet. As for now, I think what you need more is to roast and eat. Dumbledore said multilaterally, waving his wand in the air. Lightly in. The blazing flames in the fireplace rose up, and the billowing heat wave dissipated the severe cold of the night. The students who had waited for several hours in the cold wind before felt shocked. Then, on the long table of the 4 colleges, discs appeared out of thin air, filled with all kinds of rich delicacies. Different from the past, Yvonne was surprised to find that there were a lot of unseen delicacies on the table, probably French and Nordic dishes, probably to satisfy the students of Booth Batten and Durmstrang. Yvonne tried to eat too, and it felt pretty good. The house elves had nothing to say about their cooking skills. The warm indoor environment, coupled with the food on the table, succeeded in releasing the tension and alertness of the foreign students who have just arrived. Durmstrang's students took off the fur cloaks outside one after another, revealing their sturdy physique and the blood-red school robe. The Bus Barton girls also unwrapped the scarves that covered their hair hoods or part of their faces, and began to enjoy their dinner. But this caused some minor disturbances, because after one of the girls took off her scarf, the students in Ravenclaw next to her were startled, and many boys stared at her fascinatingly. Some people were even so fascinated that they accidentally knocked down a goblet full of drinks. The drink was directly spilled on the bodies of several students nearby, and several screams suddenly sounded from the seats in Ravenclaw. The Booth Barton girl couldn't help covering her mouth and laughed when she saw this scene. Under the gaze of everyone, she talked with a few girls freely, and seemed to enjoy this much anticipated feeling. The sudden scream also caused more people to turn their eyes, and Yvonne naturally did the same. Although he had never seen him before, but after a glance towards that side, Yvonne found the mixed-blood Miss Viva in the crowd Fleur Delacour. Yvonne looked at each other curiously. In terms of appearance, Furong can only be regarded as a good-looking girl, but the magic is that she has a special temperament, like a magnet, which makes people unable to move. Open your eyes. Ron on the side was even more staring at Fleur in a daze, without even hearing Harry calling his name. I don't know what we're talking about. Fleur, who is at the long table in Ravenclaw, suddenly looked over here, staring at Yvonne for a while, and the azure blue eyes were very bright. When he found that Yvonne was looking at him at the moment, Furong couldn't help but smiled, revealing a mouth full of white and neat teeth. Oh my god, she's looking at me. Ron's excited voice was a little out of tune. When Furong's gaze was swept across, his body trembled constantly. Oh, this is a heartbeat feeling. Within a few seconds, Ron's mind was full of thoughts, especially when he saw Fleur smiling at him. Ron even thought of the names of his children in the future. However, Furong's eyes did not stay on them for long, and soon turned to look at Hufflepuff's academy table. Yvonne noticed that she was looking at Cedric. Ron also noticed this, his face flushed red, and his heart was very uncomfortable, as if his beloved goddess suddenly moved to fall in love. Is she so good looking? A voice suddenly rang in their ears. Yvonne turned her head and saw Hermione staring at her with her mouth pursed. She used a knife and fork to poke several holes in the steak in front of her. Ah, you mean the Booth Batten girl? Just so. Yvonne coughed slightly and said with a calm expression. Hermione's face looked better now, but before she could speak, the average Ron couldn't help but exclaimed. No, Yvonne? You actually think she looks pretty? I've never seen such a beautiful girl. There is no such girl in Hogwarts. Yvonne rolled his eyes, disagreeing with Ron's words. However, Viva's temperament bonus was really powerful, and even him was slightly affected just now. Yvonne looked around and found that most of the little wizards in the auditorium were affected. He stared at Furong. Only a few dozen wizards were not affected too much. www.mdlenovel.com For example, Cedric of Hufflepuff, after looking at each other with Fleur, just raised the goblet and gestured to the other party. Another example is Harry. Although he is also staring at Ravenclaw's long table, he is obviously looking at Cho Chang. She smiled at me just now. Ron still immersed himself in Furong's charm, recalling that smile. He thought he could remember it for a lifetime. Don't be silly, Ron, she's not looking at you. Hermione interrupted Ron's fantasies directly. She looked back at Fleur and saw that the other party looked away from Cedric as she expected. Opened, looked at some of Durmstrang's students, and added. She just wants to know who her opponent will be. Yvonne also nodded. As Buzz Barton's almost scheduled contestant, it is normal for Fleur to ask the students of Ravenclaw for information. The most famous little wizard in Hogwarts is himself, which is probably the reason why the other party looks at him, but because of his age, Fleur probably thinks he is unlikely to be selected, so he will look at Cedric. Chapter 587, Goblet of Fire. Hermione's remarks did not break Ron's beautiful illusions. He still stubbornly thought that Fleur might have some kind of affection for him. Halfway through the banquet, the door of the auditorium was opened again, and two wizards in suits walked in from outside. They walked all the way to the high platform, shook hands with Dumbledore, and then sat on the teacher's bench without attracting too many people's attention. But Yvonne was obviously the exception, staring at them when the two came in. Mr. Bagman and Mr. Crouch, what are they doing here? Harry also glanced strangely there. Which of them is Crouch? Yvonne asked. He remembered that in the original time and space, Barty Crouch was controlled by the Imperious Curse released by Voldemort himself. In the current situation of all wireless cables, Crouch may be a good breakthrough. The tall, thin man with grey hair is Crouch, and the other is Ludo Bagman. It was not Harry that explained to Yvonne, but Ron. He finally moved his gaze away from Furong, probably because Furong hadn't responded to his affectionate gaze for so long. Yvonne nodded and looked at the faculty seat again. At this time, Crouch was sitting beside Dumbledore and chatting with the old professor very happily, almost nothing strange on the surface. However, Yvonne knew that the Imperious Curse could control a wizard almost perfectly, so that his words and deeds were the same as usual. There are only two flaws in this magic. First, it will be noticed by the clever Master Panthera. As long as you search the other's memory, you can find something wrong. The second is that wizards with strong willpower may break free of the spell on their own. For example, Barty Crouch and his son in the original time and space have successfully achieved this. The reason why I can understand it so comprehensively is because Yvonne had studied the Imperious Curse for a period of time in order to control Not when he was in Knockturn Alley. The first flaw, in Ivan's opinion, cannot be solved at all. Fortunately, the number of psychic wizards is scarce, as long as he controls Not's house to reduce going out. It's easy to get rid of it by yourself. In order to prevent Not from getting out of trouble, Ivan arranged for two werewolf wizards to stare at him at all times and regularly strengthen Not's Imperious Curse. Thinking about this, Yvonne quickly got into trouble again. Although he suspected that Crouch was an undercover under Voldemort's control, he did not have enough evidence to prove him. Knowing that Crouch is the head of the International Magic Exchange and Cooperation Department, with a high position and a reputation for being upright, Dumbledore has a high degree of trust in him. And with his own butterfly, the real Moody has appeared in the school. Whether Crouch is controlled by Voldemort like the original time and space is unknown. If you make a mistake, it is no joke. The power of Imperius is that Voldemort may control anyone in this school. The only solution is for Dumbledore in the auditorium to read everyone's memory with the idea of dementia, and to distinguish who are normal people and which are controlled undercover agents. It's just that according to the old professor's character, it is obviously impossible to do so without a last resort. Yvonne kind of wanted to distinguish by himself, but his panic was far from reaching such a level. He estimated that at least he would have to raise his mind to level 6 in order to explore the minds of most people without knowing it. Just as Yvonne was thinking about it, Dumbledore, who had had a few conversations with Crouch, stood up and walked to the front of the stage again. "Everyone, I think you have eaten and drank enough, right?" Dumbledore's loud voice echoed in the auditorium. The little wizards present put down their knives and forks one after another. Although some foodies wanted to continue to enjoy the food, they looked forward to what Dumbledore said next. "It looks like it's time." Dumbledore saw the expressions of everyone, and he waved his wand again, and the messy long table returned to its original neat appearance. Dumbledore continued. "Next I will talk about the arrangement of the Triwizard Tournament." Listening to the old professor mentioning the Triwizard Tournament, everyone was sitting in full jeopardy, and a feeling of excitement and tension gradually spread in the auditorium. Dumbledore turned his voice, pointed to Crouch on his right, and introduced. "Please allow me to introduce two new guests to you first. There may be people who do not know them. This is Mr. Barty Crouch, Director of the Department of International Cooperation at the Ministry of Magic." Crouch nodded at the crowd, and there was sparse applause in the auditorium. Dumbledore then introduced Ludo Bagman on the left to everyone, and thanked the two for their hard work in reopening the Triwizard Tournament over the past few months. "They will join me, Professor Karkaroff and Ms. Maxim to form a 5-member jury to judge the performance of the warriors." Dumbledore spoke, clapped his hands again, and asked Filch to take the box up. "What box?" Harry lowered his voice and asked curiously. Yvonne knew the inside story, but he still looked towards Filch. Perhaps to participate in this important occasion, Filch, who is usually undressed, tidied it up, and at least put on a new robe. He was holding a large wooden box inlaid with jewels in both hands, with a solemn expression, as if he was holding it like a noble holy thing. The little wizards craned their necks curiously. www.mdlnovel.com want to see more clearly. Dumbledore continued. "Each item in this year's Triwizard Tournament has been carefully reviewed by us. It is divided into 3 items. We will examine the abilities of the warriors from various aspects, such as their magical abilities, whether they have extraordinary courage and meticulous reasoning ability. After each event is over, the referees will give corresponding scores based on their performance. The points obtained in the 3 competitions are added together, and the warrior with the highest score will win the top 3 cup. As for the selection process of the warriors. While Dumbledore was speaking, Filch had already walked to the high platform and carefully placed the box on the table in front of him. Dumbledore drew out his wand and tapped it 3 times on the lid of the box. The box opened slowly, and a wooden goblet that had been cut very rough appeared in front of everyone. Dumbledore pointed at it with his magic wand, looked at everyone present, and spoke word by word. The selection process of the warriors will be carried out by the most impartial selection. It is, the Goblet of Fire. Following Dumbledore's words, a large amount of blue and white flames gushed out from the mouth of the cup. Chapter 588, Selection of Warriors and Age Limit. The flames suddenly rising from the mouth of the cup shocked the little wizards in the front row. Dumbledore continued to speak, and continued to speak. Practitioners who want to run for the warriors, please write your name and school name on a piece of parchment after the banquet, and throw them into the Goblet of Fire. I will give you 24 hours to think about it and decide whether to run for the election. At this time tomorrow, the Goblet of Fire will select 3 from all the candidates, which it thinks best represents the 3 major schools. Warrior. As for tonight, I will leave this cup in the hall so that you can touch it. Dumbledore talked freely, talking about various precautions for selecting the warriors, and then specifically mentioned that this year's warriors candidates have age restrictions, and students under the age of 17 are not allowed to participate. After speaking, Dumbledore looked at the audience again and asked. That's probably all I have to say. Any of you have any questions? If not, then the banquet tonight is over. At this moment, a voice rang. Professor, how exactly does the Goblet of Fire select the warriors, and what are the specific criteria? How to ensure that it will select the best students? Dumbledore turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice, and found that the questioner was Yvonne. However, the other little wizards were also very interested in this question. Although no one asked directly like Yvonne as boldly as Yvonne, they all fixed their eyes on Dumbledore, waiting for his answer. This is a very complicated process involving many aspects. Dumbledore explained in a vague tone, what I can tell you is that in the past, the places in the Triwizard Tournament were also determined by the Goblet of Fire. Facts have proved that the warriors selected each time are enough to convince the crowd. I think, this should prove its reliability. However, this did not convince Yvonne. He continued to ask. If it is true as you said, the Goblet of Fire will automatically select the most outstanding students, then why do you limit the age of the contestants? If a lower grade student is selected, doesn't it prove that this student is better than those higher grade students and is more suitable to be a warrior? Yvonne has always been surprised at this. Wizards over the age of 17 are basically graduates, and their strength is strong, but who can guarantee that the little wizards in the 5th and 6th grades will have any genius? For example, Snape created the powerful spell of Shenfeng Wuying in the 5th grade, and Tom Riddle, who was the same age, had a spell casting level comparable to that of the elite Auror. From the perspective of protecting the contestants, the so-called age limit is totally unnecessary. The question Yvonne throws is like throwing a boulder on the surface of a calm lake. For a while, the auditorium becomes lively, and many little wizards who are dissatisfied with this rule are talking in private, and their voices are getting louder and louder. George and Fred even yelled that they were no worse than senior graduates, demanding that the age limit be removed and a fair and just selection would come. Quiet. Dumbledore raised his hand and blessed himself with a loud voice curse. The next moment, a thunderous voice overwhelmed everyone's noise. When the auditorium slowly recovered calm, Dumbledore explained. Regarding the age limit, I can answer you now. That's because the Ministry of Magic and our referees agree that adult wizards over the age of 17 will be more capable to complete the 3 high-intensity challenges. Especially they are sober enough to be responsible for every decision they make. While speaking, Dumbledore deliberately emphasized words such as adult and responsible. Yvonne suddenly understood that both the Ministry of Magic and the school wanted to shirk responsibility as much as possible. After all, 17 years old in the magic world means that the wizard has grown up and has the right to make decisions on his own. In addition, he is willing to participate in the competition. Even if he accidentally died on the field, he said that the past will not cause too bad influence. It would be different if it were replaced by a minor wizard. Once an error occurs, the officials who prompted the reopening of the Triwizard Tournament are likely to be held accountable. Angry people don't care whether the other party is willing or not. In their opinion, underage wizards have no ability to measure danger at all. Although I understand this, Yvonne still bit his scalp and asked the last question in order to successfully participate in the competition to obtain legendary points. Professor Dumbledore, if an underage wizard puts his name into the cup, will the Goblet of Fire recognize it? Dumbledore's expression became very serious. This is what I just want to remind you, that the Triwizard Tournament is not a trifle. Don't take part in it rashly. Once the name you put into the Goblet of Fire is selected and you become the warrior representing this school, then there will be a contract between the Goblet of Fire and you that must be abided by. All warriors must stick to the end and complete the game. There is an option to regret. Dumbledore did not answer Ivan's question head-on, but the little wizards in the audience understood it. This meant that the Goblet of Fire did not tell whether the contestants were adults or not. The students in the lower grades would also have the same if they put their names in them. Possibility to participate. This is awesome. George and Fred embraced excitedly, as if they saw the 1,000-gallon bonus beckoning to them. The other little wizards who are interested in participating but who suffer from insufficient age also cheered, as if they have been successfully elected to the Warriors. www.ndlenovel.com. Karkaroff and Maxim in the VIP seats are. I frowned, this is different from what I said before. They couldn't help wondering if Dumbledore had temporarily changed his mind so that the talented wizard at Hogwarts could play. Just as the two were about to refute, Dumbledore suddenly raised his left hand and waved his wand. A string of golden flames burned around the table. Everyone didn't understand what Dumbledore was doing. When the flames dissipated, they found an extra circle of thin gold lines on the ground with a radius of about 10 feet, enclosing the Goblet of Fire. Dumbledore pointed to the line in the surprised eyes of everyone, and stayed for a long time on George, Fred, and others, before finally looking at Ivan, and said emphatically, "In order to prevent underage students from not being able to withstand the temptation, I arranged an age line around the Goblet of Fire. Anyone under the age of 17 cannot cross it. So I implore some of you to give up all the thoughts in your mind, there is no need to waste your energy." Chapter 589, Go to sleep, Ron, you have everything in your dreams. After setting up this age line, Dumbledore officially announced that today's dinner is over. Before leaving, Karkaroff and Maxim looked at Dumbledore's magic without worry, until they confirmed that the effect of the age line was the same as the old professor said, and it was so powerful that they couldn't break it. Leave with confidence. As soon as the principals left, the auditorium suddenly became very noisy, and everyone was talking about the Goblet of Fire placed on the high platform and the candidates for the Warriors. I was still thinking about the person responsible for selecting the Warriors this morning. It would be bad if Professor Dumbledore would choose the person himself. I didn't expect it to be just an age line. Fred's eyes flashed, full of confidence. Said, he thought it was impossible for a rigid identification magic to stop him. Yes. It seems that the aging agent we prepared in advance is going to work. George was also very happy. Fortunately, he made a bottle of aging agent a few days ago. Prepare, it must be too late. After being happy for a while, the two did not forget to share their joy with Ivan. I don't think it would be easy to cross the age line set by the professor. Seeing the excitement of the two brothers, Ivan euphemistically exhorted them. They bumped their heads and added a lot of beards. Really? Then wait and see tomorrow. This method will work. George and Fred ignored Ivan's remarks and said confidently. They thought Ivan would not use this method. One less competitor. Ivan shook his head secretly, and stopped talking to persuade. Anyway, Dumbledore didn't attach any destructive magic to the age line. Even if the attempt failed, it would be a bit of a pain. Thinking of this, Ivan turned his head and glanced at the Goblet of Fire placed on the high platform. He had some ideas to break the age limit. I don't know if it will work. But thinking about it, Ivan didn't plan to start trying immediately. There are too many people here now, and if his method is successful, it will inevitably cause others to follow suit, which is equivalent to slap Dumbledore in the face in public. Know that the old professor has just finished FG. Ivan wondered whether it would be better to sneak over in the middle of the night, so that no one would see it in case of failure. Let's go, don't look, let's go back to the lounge. Based on this, Ivan pulled Hermione up, along with Harry and Ron, who were obsessed with the Goblet of Fire, left the auditorium and walked towards the Gryffindor lounge. Along the way, Harry and Ron were discussing how to break through the age line set by Dumbledore. They thought that if George's method was useful, they could try it themselves at that time. When approaching the entrance of the lounge, Ron still curiously asked if Ivan had any good ideas. Who knows, I don't have any clues yet, maybe I will think of a way in a while. Ivan shrugged and said half-truth. Then if you think of any solution, remember to tell me. Ron said distressedly, and he thought he might have nothing to do. Harry was more shy, not embarrassed to speak like Ron, but his eyes were fixed on Ivan. Have you forgotten? What I can do doesn't mean you can do it. Ivan said helplessly, glancing at them. Harry and Ron opened their mouths to say something, but when they recalled their previous defense against the dark arts class homework, they shut up. Ivan, Harry, Ron. Don't waste your time. Professor Dumbledore said that it is impossible to cross that line under the age of 17. Hermione couldn't help but interrupt. Several people's discussion. Compared with Harry and the others, who fantasizes about winning the triple finals, which will bring glory and bonuses, the little witch is keenly aware of the dangers of this game. Especially when she heard that many people died in the Triwizard tournament in previous years, Hermione felt even more disturbed. Although she knew that Yvonne had a high level of magic, she was still a little worried. Now that Yvonne is so keen to be a warrior, Hermione naturally wants to stop it. It was so noisy and arguing for a long time, and when they returned to their respective dormitories, they stopped a bit. By the way, Ron, don't you like Crumb and Fleur? Then you plan to compete? When I was about to go to bed, Yvonne suddenly thought of something, looked at Ron curiously, and asked. Phew, wrong? Who is that? Ron didn't answer for a moment, but asked strangely. Hermione wasn't there, and Yvonne didn't bother to pretend not to understand Fleur's appearance, and said casually. Of course it is the girl from Booth Baden. I asked someone to find out. It seems that she should be a mixed blood Viva. Viva? I knew it, no wonder she was so pretty. Ron muttered to himself. However, after a brief stupefaction, Ron quickly recovered. He looked at Yvonne and said hesitantly. Even if I like Fu, what does liking Crumb have to do with me being a warrior? I think they should be the best students of Booth Baden and Durmstrang, and they will most likely become the warriors representing their respective schools. Yvonne reminded him that he was very curious about the idols, goddesses, and his own glory, what choice Ron will make. Ron was stunned, he had never thought of this, but he had to admit that what Yvonne said was very likely to happen, and he fell into entanglement for a while. His adoration of Crumb is true, and his fascination with Fleur is true, but Ron can't let go of the honor and bonus that the Goblet of Fire brings. Seeing Ron really thinking about it, Yvonne scratched his head. www.mdlnovel.com. He was just joking. Forget it, you think slowly, I'll go to bed first. Yvonne yawned tiredly, ignored Ron, and lay on the bed with the quilt and was ready to go to sleep. He has to get up in the middle of the night to do things, so he has to rest early today. Just as Yvonne was sleeping in a daze, he suddenly felt that someone was shaking himself. He opened his eyes encouragingly, only to realize that it was Ron. At this time Ron already had a determined expression, as if he had just made a difficult trade-off. His voice became a little hoarse. I have already thought about it, Yvonne. For the sake of Hogwarts honor, even if Crumb and Fleur become warriors, I will never let them. After several hours of deliberation, Ron believes that concession is the performance of the cowardly. Only by beating the opponent openly and winning the Goblet of Fire can he win the respect of the idol, the goodwill of the goddess, and the 1000 Jin Jialong bonus. Yvonne looked at Ron with a weird expression, resisting a spit, and said earnestly. Go to sleep, you have everything in your dreams. Chapter 590, Sign up for the competition. In the middle of the night, in the Gryffindor bedroom, Yvonne quietly turned up from the bed, glanced at Harry and the others who were still sleeping, opened the door gently, and walked towards the auditorium. As he thought, at this point in time, there was no one in the silent auditorium. The door was open, and all the little wizards who tried to get up in the middle of the night to throw papers like their own thoughts had already come. Inside the entrance of Yvonne Mai, the surroundings looked a little dark, and the only light source was the large goblet placed on the high platform, and blue and white flames were constantly spitting out from the mouth of the cup. Try the easiest first. Walking straight to the edge of the age line, Yvonne thought to himself, took out a piece of parchment with his name written in advance from his pocket, and then crumpled the paper into a ball. Aimed at the mouth of the cup. The distance of 3 meters is not too far, and Yvonne is still very confident of his quasi-head, so he directly threw the paper ball in his hand. The ball of paper was spinning in the air away from the hand, and it crossed the age line very smoothly and fell into the blue-white flame. Just when Yvonne thought he was going to succeed, the flame suddenly rose, lifted the ball of paper, and finally deflected and fell to the ground. Well, it doesn't seem to work. Seeing this scene, Yvonne touched his chin and muttered to himself. However, Yvonne didn't care too much about this defeat. He waved his wand and cast a flying curse to summon the Goblet of Fire, but the cup didn't move. He had to recall the ball of paper that had fallen to the ground and continued to try other methods. For example, using Transfiguration Curse to make an owl flying through the air with a note. It's a pity that Yvonne soon discovered that the transformed owl couldn't even break through the age line, no matter how high it flew, as long as it entered the range of the age line, it would be shaken by a magical force. The rest of the attempts also ended in failure. Even if he tried several times to make the paper ball fall into the Goblet of Fire, he would soon be thrown out by the blue and white flames. Obviously, in addition to the age line set by the old professor, the Goblet of Fire itself has also been given recognition magic. It is most likely that the paper that needs to be put into the Goblet of Fire will be accepted, and other creatures will not work. Yvonne even suspected that he had to put his name in by himself. Don't look at Barty Crouch Jr. in the original Time and Space who signed up for him without Harry's consent, but this guy will be a powerful confusing spell. Even the number of participating schools can be changed, so it must not be difficult for the Goblet of Fire to mistake him for Harry himself. This is deliberately embarrassing me. Yvonne muttered to himself. The age line with the recognition ability of the Goblet of Fire is too tricky, and it is difficult to perform magic on a powerful magic item at a distance of 3 meters. He originally expected Dumbledore to leave some obvious loopholes for himself to drill, but he didn't expect the old professor to be so cruel and directly block all the paths he thought of. Thinking of this, Ivan's brows wrinkled involuntarily. Is it possible to apply for help? The way he can think of now is to find a powerful adult wizard, such as Professor McGonagall, let her impose a confusing spell on the Goblet of Fire and cast her own name in it just like Barty Crouch Jr. did. Like that. However, Yvonne felt that according to Professor McGonagall's staid temperament, she would only provide herself with some advice at best, and I am afraid that she would not be able to do things like cheating directly. Step on. Just as Yvonne was thinking about it, a footstep suddenly came from outside the door. Somebody is coming? With the thought, Yvonne turned his head and glanced, then drew his wand and tapped his chest, muttering softly. Charm, Phantom Body Curse. A cool, water-like film suddenly enveloped the whole body, and Ivan's figure disappeared in place. The footsteps outside the door were getting closer. After a while, a wizard who looked like a 17 or 18-year-old stepped into the auditorium. He wore a nightgown and looked around carefully, and saw that there was no one in the dim auditorium. He breathed a sigh of relief and hesitated towards the flames. Go for the cup. Yvonne, who was in a state of invisibility, held the magic wand and stared at each other's every move. There are usually only two possibilities to come here at this time. The first is that he wants to participate in the top 3 but is not confident in his own ability and is worried about being laughed at, so he only dared to secretly put his name into the Goblet of Fire in the middle of the night. The second is to make things happen, controlled by Voldemort and want to do something on the Goblet of Fire, or a Death Eater sneaked in disguise. Yvonne quickly ruled out the second option, because the young wizard didn't have any extra actions. After standing in front of the Goblet of Fire for a long time, he hesitated and took out a piece of parchment with the name written on it. Into the Goblet of Fire. The blue and white flame immediately engulfed the parchment, which meant that his identity as a warrior candidate was recognized by the Goblet of Fire. After all this was done, the young wizard seemed to have let go of some burden, and slowly heaved a sigh of relief, and then prepared to leave with anxiety and expectation. Perhaps he was too anxious when he turned around. The young wizard accidentally bumped into the table in front of him, his thigh knocked on the sharp corner, and he gasped in pain. The goblet of flame placed on the table was also affected and shook slightly. Yvonne, who was observing in secret, was keenly aware of this, and his eyes lit up. It seemed that the Goblet of Fire had not been fixed by Dumbledore. Doesn't that mean? An idea popped out of Ivan's mind, and he cancelled the phantom curse on his body, blocked the door, and greeted enthusiastically. Good evening, Senior. Who? A person suddenly emerged from the dark, secluded auditorium, frightening the wizard. With a brush, he took out the wand attached to his waist, tremblingly pointed to the front, and after seeing Ivan's face clearly, he asked uncertainly. You are? Halls? Why are you here? Do you know me? Yvonne raised an eyebrow. www.mtlnovel.com. It was a little surprised, he didn't know each other. Of course. You are the pride of our Gryffindor. We hadn't won the Academy Cup for many years before you came to school. Every year Slytherin beats us, and Quidditch. It is excited to talk about the past deeds of Yvonne. Winning the Academy Cup is the result of the joint efforts of everyone in Gryffindor. I just did something that should be done. Yvonne said modestly. By the way, I want to ask you to do me a favor? Can you? Yvonne asked with a smile. He didn't expect the other party to be suspicious of his admirer. This is much easier. What's up? The young wizard was stunned, looking a little at a loss. Yvonne pointed his finger at the goblet of flame placed on the high table and spoke. It's very simple, take that cup over. I want to sign up for the competition. Chapter 591, Surprised Dumbledore. You want to participate? The young wizard looked at Yvonne curiously, and then suddenly realized something, and said in surprise. Halls, have you found a way to break the age limit? No, I didn't crack it. But it doesn't prevent me from participating in the competition, does it? Yvonne shook his head and said with a smile. The young wizard was completely confused. He didn't quite understand what Yvonne meant. If he wanted to participate, he had to cross the age line and cast his name in. Wait for the age line. Only then did the young wizard remember that Ivan's previous request was to let himself take out the goblet of flame. This is okay. The young wizard couldn't help but exclaimed. Try it, don't you know? Yvonne pointed to the goblet of fire on the table and said. Although it's just a guess, he is confident that he can do it. At the evening banquet, Yvonne did not see Dumbledore performing any magic other than the age line. Then I will give it a try. The young wizard nodded, and ran to the side of the goblet quickly, stretched out his hand with a hint of anxiety, and then picked up the goblet very smoothly. It's too easy. The young wizard held this huge goblet and crossed the age line set by Dumbledore, his excited voice trembling. I can't believe that we have cracked Professor Dumbledore's magic. It's just a trick. I can't do it hard, I can only use my brain. Ivan smiled, which is simply a misunderstanding of thinking. Because of the words the old professor said at the banquet, most people would focus on how to cross the age line, but they would not think that the goblet of fire could actually be taken out. While talking, Ivan unfolded the parchment in his hand and put it into the goblet of flame. This time the blue and white flame did not throw the paper out, but directly swallowed it in. You are so smart, Halls. The young wizard said admiringly as he watched Ivan successfully compete. He did not despise this method because of its simplicity. If it hadn't been reminded by Ivan, he felt that he would never have thought of it. As for whether Ivan will become his competitor after running for the election, the young wizard doesn't care. He knows that he has little hope of becoming a warrior, otherwise he would not sneak over in the middle of the night. Just worrying about being seen by others, and laughing at him for being indifferent. After successfully putting his name into the goblet of fire, Ivan did not forget to remind the young wizard to keep it secret. If this method is spread, a large number of young wizards will follow suit one after another, causing chaos in the auditorium. In that case, Professor Dumbledore will surely trouble them. Ding! A new mission has been generated. Just as Ivan was thinking about it, the system prompt sounded through his mind. Ivan hurriedly opened the task list and looked at it, as he thought, this time it was about the Goblet of Fire. Task: defeat Goblet of Fire. Mission: participate in the Tri-Wizard Tournament and win the championship. Task reward: legendary value *3. Mission description: this is a major event jointly organized by the 3 major magic schools in Europe. The selected warriors will go through many tests until they win the final victory. Task remarks: you are keenly aware that this is an excellent opportunity to become famous throughout Europe. Seeing the new mission, Ivan couldn't help but feel a little moved. How long? Finally there is a task that looks normal. Not to mention that this time the reward is still very rich, with 3 legendary points. As long as it is completed, plus the legendary points left over from last school year, he can immediately perform the 4th blood fusion. The next day, Saturday morning, Ivan took a good sleep and woke up from bed until 10 o'clock. After a brief wash, he walked slowly towards the auditorium. Before stepping into the hall, Ivan heard a loud noise coming from inside, and then 2 familiar figures flew from the front and fell heavily on the floor in front of him. The dull sound of landing made it hurt even when I heard it. George, Fred. Good morning, the way you say hello today is really special. Ivan looked at the Weasley brothers who were lying on the ground and moaning in pain. He immediately understood what was going on and laughed. Jokingly said. Hi, Ivan, good morning. George got up from the ground with difficulty, touched his still aching shoulder, and grinned in response. Fred on the other side was also ready to speak, but before he could speak, a burst of green smoke appeared from his chin, and a large thick white beard suddenly grew. My God, Fred, you have a beard. George witnessed this magical scene with his own eyes, and curiously stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and then discovered that this should be a real beard, not a blindfold. Hey, can't you be lighter? You are the same. Fred patted George's hand angrily, and saw that George had grown a beard just like himself, so he immediately reached out and grabbed it, wanting to get back. The two quickly became a group. I should have reminded you, Gentleman Weasley. At this moment, a deep, amused voice came from behind them. Ivan turned his head and looked over. Dumbledore was walking out of the auditorium. George and Fred, who were arguing, stopped quickly, appearing a little guilty. Dumbledore didn't mean to punish them, he looked at the new look of the two with interest, his eyes gleaming. I suggest you both go to Ms. Pomfrey. She is already taking care of Miss Fawcett in Ravenclaw and Mr. Summers in Hufflepuff. They are as determined as you. My own age has increased a little bit. But I must say that their beards are far less beautiful than yours. Dumbledore said jokingly www.mdlenovel.com and then looked at Ivan again. At the banquet in the auditorium last night, he saw that Ivan intends to become a warrior of Hogwarts and participate in this year's triple finals. For this, Dumbledore did not object. As a principal, he naturally hopes that the warrior representing Hogwarts can beat the other 2 magic schools in the game and win honor for Hogwarts. Therefore, when laying out the age line, he deliberately left a flaw that was difficult to find. He planned to wait for Ivan to think and meditate to no avail, and when he asked McGonagall for help, he would relay it to the other party through McGonagall and let Ivan crack it in public. This not only convinced the crowd, made the little wizards who are not enough age speechless, but also blocked the mouths of Maxim and Karkaroff. But now that the plan hasn't been implemented, Dumbledore is surprised to find that Ivan's face is not half of the confusion and distress he had imagined, but rather a relaxed and confident look. Chapter 592, You Are Late, Professor McGonagall. This surprised Dumbledore. When he was in the auditorium, he saw the age line on the ground, and there was no sign of being cracked, so he was very curious about how Ivan successfully signed up for the competition. But doubts turned to doubts. Dumbledore did not have the idea of public inquiry. After urging George and Fred to go to the school hospital for treatment as soon as possible, he left the hall directly. The two Weasley brothers, who were warned, did not dare to be negligent, and with a bitter face, they helped each other to the infirmary. Yvonne comforted them a few words, then crossed the threshold and entered the auditorium. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were already sitting at the long table in Gryffindor, enjoying today's breakfast while chatting about the Triwizard Tournament. When they saw Yvonne coming in from the door, several people hurriedly waved and greeted. Yvonne, here. Yvonne, who had been hungry for a long time, stepped forward and sat down in the space specially reserved for her beside Hermione. He picked up a piece of pastry and stuffed it in his mouth, and asked about the registration status of the participants in the morning. The students from Durmstrand and Booth Barton have already been here, and I just saw Cedric from Hufflepuff cast his name in. Harry said. Ron on the side also added. Our Gryffindor only had Angelina signed up all morning. George and Fred wanted to fool around with aging agents, but they failed in the end. Yvonne nodded, and it seemed that his method of signing up for the competition had not been leaked out. The senior who happened to meet last night was still very trustworthy. I told you a long time ago that these little tricks can't affect the magic set by Professor Dumbledore. Hermione took the opportunity to preach, trying to dispel the idea of them becoming warriors. Harry and Ron couldn't listen at all, and after a few perfunctory responses, they turned the topic to Yvonne. They are very curious how Yvonne would wake up so late today, and in the morning they can't wake up no matter how. Isn't it Saturday off today? You have to let me sleep more. Yvonne yawned and replied casually. Hermione looked at Yvonne suspiciously, always feeling that something was wrong, and then suddenly asked something as if she had suddenly thought of it. Surely you came here to crack Professor Dumbledore's age line last night. Harry and Ron immediately realized this possibility, and stared at Yvonne together. Yvonne hesitated for a moment. He wanted to find a reason to fool it, but when he thought of waiting for the banquet, he would definitely read his name. He couldn't hide it, so he said vaguely. You can say the same too. God, you didn't call us for such an important thing. Ron leaned forward excitedly, and then asked excitedly. What happened in the end? Did it succeed? Yvonne didn't know if he should answer. Although Harry and the others would not have any impact on him when they signed up for the competition, there were many little wizards who were watching the Goblet of Fire during the day, and it was almost impossible to avoid the sight of others. Telling Ron and Harry is equivalent to the whole school knowing. When Yvonne was having a headache, Professor McGonagall walked in from the other side of the hall and waved at him. House. Come with me. I'm sorry, Ron, I have to go first, Professor McGonagall find me. I'll tell you when I come back. Yvonne ran away as if he had seen a savior, eating 2 desserts indiscriminately. Harry and Ron, who remained behind, looked at each other and felt that Yvonne had found a way to break the age limit. Hermione gave them a blank look. It's impossible. Professor Dumbledore said that no one can cross that age line. At the same time, McGonagall took Yvonne away from the lively auditorium and walked towards the deserted tower. Along the way, McGonagall explained the release principle of restricted magic to Yvonne from time to time. The age line set by Albus is also a kind of restricted magic. It is difficult to crack it head-on with your current level of magic, but it is not without tricks. As long as you find the magic node and destroy it, you can make it temporarily invalid. McGonagall talked freely and gave Yvonne an analysis. This magic node was naturally reserved by Dumbledore, in order to facilitate Ivan's cracking. But McGonagall didn't tell the specific location of the node, but planned to use it as a test for Yvonne to find it on his own. Having said this, McGonagall took out a pocket watch from the pocket of the wizard's robe and opened it to take a look. It's 10:30 in the morning, and you have almost 8 hours to find it before the dinner begins. Halls, I have already told you the way to cross the age line. Whether it can be done depends on your own efforts. McGonagall said with a smile. Professor, you should have told me earlier. Ivan's expression was strange. I don't think it's too late, right? McGonagall thought Yvonne was worried about running out of time, so he comforted. You have to have confidence in yourself, Halls, with your ability, 8 hours are enough to find the magic node. No, Professor. I mean, I put my name in the Goblet of Fire last night. Yvonne spread his hands, his face was full of innocence, but the words clearly revealed a meaning. You are late, Professor. What? You signed up for the competition last night? Professor McGonagall stopped walking and looked at Yvonne in astonishment. Yvonne didn't intend to conceal it, so he directly stated the method he used. After listening to McGonagall www.mdlenovel.com, the corners of her mouth twitched. She did not expect that Yvonne would use such a special means to bypass the age line set by Dumbledore. Thinking of her own words just now, McGonagall was even more embarrassed. After a while, she shook her head with a wry smile and said with emotion. It looks like I'm worrying about it for nothing, Halls. Professor, this method was unexpectedly thought of by me, otherwise I would have to ask you for help. Ivan would not feel complacent because he had put his name in the Goblet of Fire in advance. He knew that McGonagall said so much just to help himself. Even though I said it a little late and didn't make much difference, Ivan still understood it. After explaining this little misunderstanding clearly, Ivan had no plans to return to the auditorium. He didn't want to be asked questions by Ron and others after going back. So he and Professor McGonagall used transfiguration curses to decorate the castle to welcome Halloween in the evening banquet. Only in the evening, thinking that the banquet was about to begin, did Ivan slowly walk towards the auditorium. Chapter 593, Warriors Candidates. In order to welcome Halloween, the entire auditorium was decorated with a dark and terrifying look. A large group of black bats wandered in midair with pumpkin lanterns in their mouths, and the bright candle lights became much dimmed. Ghosts that are usually hard to meet appeared one after another and played with the little wizards passing by. Call. The long tables of the 4 colleges were already full of people, and the Goblet of Fire that was originally placed in the middle of the high platform was moved to a place not far from the faculty seat. The little wizards in the audience were fidgeting one by one, whispering something, their eyes constantly turned to Dumbledore sitting on the teacher's bench, anxiously waiting for the moment when the candidate of the warrior was announced. After Ivan sat down, Hermione asked curiously. Ivan, what does Professor McGonagall do with you? Let me help decorate the castle. Ivan replied casually. Harry and Ron on the side also came over, wondering if they had crossed the age line set by Professor Dumbledore. How should I put it, I signed up last night. Considering that the result will be announced soon, Ivan said it truthfully, and then he continued without waiting for the excited two to speak. You sleep too hard in the middle of the night, I can't wake you up. The Goblet of Fire requires you to vote in person. I can't do it even if I want to help you. Ivan's explanation successfully blocked Ron's mouth, but Ron still complained in his heart that Ivan was really not friends enough, and even if such an important thing was deadlifted, he had to pull them over. Harry was also somewhat disappointed, but he quickly adjusted his mindset. These days, although he often imagines in his heart the scene where he will become the Warriors and finally win the championship, he also knows that his abilities are not enough, and becoming a warrior will probably only humiliate Hogwarts. As they were talking, the noisy hall suddenly became quiet. Ivan looked at the stage and found that Dumbledore had stood up from the position of the teacher's seat. This means that it is time to announce the results. The little wizards in the audience looked around, and even Ivan was a little nervous. Dumbledore walked to the table where the Goblet of Fire was placed, looked at the clock on the wall, looked around the crowd and said, "Probably there is still a short time. Before the official announcement of the results, I have to say one more thing. After the names of the warriors are announced, I hope they will walk to the top of the auditorium, walk along the staff desk, and enter the next room. They will get initial guidance there." Dumbledore pointed to the door behind the instructor's desk, motioned for a moment, and nodded with satisfaction, seeing that everyone was listening, and took his wand out of his arms and waved it widely. In an instant, the surroundings became dark. Except for the candles in the pumpkin lanterns, the rest of the candles went out one after another, and the auditorium suddenly fell into a half-bright and half-dark state. Correspondingly, the flames of the Goblet of Fire quickly strung together, turning into a dazzling crimson color, and crackling sparks splashed out, spewing out a piece of scorched parchment. Dumbledore stretched out his hand to take it, took a look, and pronounced the above forcefully. Warrior of Durmstrand Victor Krum. Slytherin's seat rang out with a particularly warm cheers, and many people on the long tables of other academies also clapped. They are all loyal Krum fans. For example, Ron seemed very excited. He was so excited when he heard Dumbledore say Krum, as if he had read his own name. Dumbledore raised his palm and pressed it down. When the applause and conversation subsided, another piece of parchment flew out under the thrust of the flame and fell into Dumbledore's hand. Warrior of Budbardenfleur Delacour. Dumbledore shouted. With a smile on her face, Furong gracefully stood up from the long table at Ravenclaw, and the boys in the auditorium warmly applauded and congratulated. After a few seconds, the Goblet of Fire fireworks turned red again, and sparks burst out. The little wizards in the audience looked at the goblet nervously and excitedly. They all knew that it was the Warrior of Hogwarts next. The third parchment quickly flew out. "The Warrior of Hogwarts," Dumbledore said loudly, his face was just right with a look of surprise, his eyes turned to Gryffindor's long table, and he said word by word. "Yvonne Halls." Under the attention of everyone, Yvonne Chiron stood up and nodded to the surroundings. The noisy auditorium suddenly became silent, and the little wizards present stared at Yvonne with wonder, doubt and admiration. Furong and Krum, who hadn't walked out of the auditorium, stopped and turned their heads. "Wait." Karkaroff patted the table and got up from his seat, looked at Yvonne and then glared at Dumbledore. "Albus, if I remember correctly, according to the regulations, the candidate for the warrior should be an adult wizard over the age of 17, not a 14-year-old kid." "Be calm, Karkaroff, you remember correctly. As for why this is the case, then I have to ask Mr. Halls." Dumbledore said with interest. Although he knew that McGonagall had already approached Yvonne and should know how Yvonne crossed the age line, Dumbledore had no intention of asking. The unknown is sometimes a pleasure. Yvonne couldn't see the slightest panic on his face, he replied with an expression of ease. That's because I wrote my name and the school I represented on a piece of parchment, and put it into the Goblet of Fire within the specified time. Obviously, the Goblet of Fire recognized me as the best student among all the candidates, and I deserve to be a warrior of Hogwarts. Ivan's words are undoubtedly a bit arrogant. www.mtlnovel.com made many senior students glared at them, but they couldn't refute them, and they were aggrieved for a while. We're not asking about this, Mr. Halls, you haven't answered how you crossed that age line. Karkaroff frowned and asked reluctantly. He suspected that Dumbledore secretly gave it. Yvonne opened the back door. The little wizards in the auditorium were equally curious, all staring at Yvonne, waiting for his answer. No, you are misunderstood, I can't crack Professor Dumbledore's magic. Yvonne shook his head and replied truthfully. There was an uproar on the court. This time not only Karkaroff, but also Maxim stood up and questioned Ivan's cheating to obtain the place of the warriors. Many of the little wizards who failed the election were afraid to cancel it. The identity of Van's warrior. Facing everyone's doubts, Yvonne remained calm and composed, and he pointed to the Goblet of Fire on the high platform and said. Who said that you must crack the age line to put the name in? Just ask a student who meets the conditions to take out the Goblet of Fire. Chapter 594, Harry who is hard to argue with. Professor, you told us that those who want to participate must write their name and school on a piece of parchment and put them in the Goblet of Fire. I have done it. Yvonne looked at Dumbledore, and finally added. At the banquet last night, you didn't say that you can't take out the Goblet of Fire, did you? I personally signed up according to the entry method you gave, should this count? This also works? The little wizards who heard these words couldn't help feeling a bit ridiculous. They thought for a whole day and used various methods but there was nothing to do with the age line. Unexpectedly, Yvonne was so simple to bypass it. George and Fred thumped their chests even more, annoyed that they hadn't thought of this method in the first place. Both Karkaroff and Maxim are a little hard to accept, but upon thinking about it, they have to admit that Ivan's method can indeed avoid restrictions. They extremely suspected that this obvious loophole was specially reserved by Dumbledore for Ivan's competition. But when the two looked at Dumbledore, they found that the centenarian's face was also full of consternation, and it didn't look like it was pretending. It took a long time for Dumbledore to react, speaking annoyedly. This is indeed my omission. Professor, my level of magic is far inferior to yours, so I can only play a little clever. Yvonne humbly replied. This is not a shameful thing, Halls. Wisdom is also important to wizards. By the way, you have taught us all. Sometimes the strength of strength is not the key to victory or defeat. Dumbledore said with emotion, looking at the little wizards in the audience. Karkaroff and Maxim looked at the two singing as if they were acting, and they were furious, but even if they were not happy, they could only hold them in their hearts. Because the method was thought of by Yvonne himself, it can be regarded as breaking the restriction set by Dumbledore in a sense. Coupled with the rules that cannot be changed after the warriors of the Goblet of Fire are confirmed, they are clear, so no matter how much refutation is made, there is no point. Bang bang bang. When everyone was silent, a round of applause came from the Ravenclaw table. Yvonne turned his head, and suddenly found that it was Luna who was applauding. The little witch is still so maverick today. There is a large chain of wine stopper necklaces around her neck. The wand is so casually pinned behind her ears, it looks strange, so that the people next to her are deliberately separated from her. A distance. Just after Luna Liao's sudden applause, like an infection, sparse applause quickly sounded everywhere in the auditorium. First Hermione, then Dumbledore, Harry, Seamus. The applause in the auditorium grew louder and louder, and finally everyone applauded. Most of the students put aside their prejudices and recognized the identity of the warrior Yvonne. Many of them shouted booingly. Awesome, Halls, I knew that age line must not be difficult for you. Warrior of Hogwarts, hero of Gryffindor. The applause and cheers in the auditorium made Yvonne breathe a sigh of relief. He knew that he had gained everyone's approval. This is also the reason why he deliberately asked questions in the auditorium yesterday, to build momentum so that everyone knows that he intends to participate. When he becomes a warrior, he will not be as abrupt as Harry in the original time and space, and can minimize the voice of opposition. After making a noise for a while, Dumbledore coughed a few times, interrupting the harmonious atmosphere. He said loudly. Well, it's not too late to celebrate later. Now that our 3 warriors have been selected, please follow the previous arrangements. Before Dumbledore finished speaking, there was a sudden movement in the Goblet of Fire next to him. The long tongue of flame rose up to a height of half a meter, and a piece of parchment with charred corners slowly fell from the air. The sudden change attracted the attention of the little wizards to the past. Isn't the selection of the warriors over? Why is there still paper coming out? Ivan immediately thought of something and swept his gaze to the teacher's bench, staring at Moody and Barty Crouch, but he couldn't find any flaws in their faces. Dumbledore subconsciously grabbed the parchment and glanced at it. His face became very serious. He looked at it carefully, confirmed that it was correct, and then read it out loud. The fourth warrior Harry Potter. After Dumbledore said his name, everyone was stunned. The auditorium was quieter than when Ivan was elected just now, and everyone didn't understand why a fourth warrior appeared. As the person involved, Harry was even more stunned. His brain was blank. He wondered if he had misheard, or was simply dreaming. This is not fair. This is cheating. Only one contestant is allowed in a school. Karkaroff was completely angry. He hit the table in front of him with a punch, and the violent voice recalled in the auditorium. I need an explanation, Dumbledore. Maxim said angrily with a grimace. If Ivan is not old enough to forcefully participate in the Triwizard Tournament and is still within their tolerance, then the appearance of two warriors at Hogwarts is unacceptable to them. Dumbledore ignored the questioning of the two, but calmly looked at Harry and asked. Did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire? Harry. No, Professor, I didn't put my name in, and I don't know why this happened. Harry shook his head quickly, explaining anxiously. But Harry's explanation was too pale, and almost no one wanted to believe it, and all kinds of questioning eyes made him very uncomfortable. He turned his head in a panic and asked his friends for help. Ron, Hermione, you should know that I stayed with you all the time last night, and the whole day today. I don't have time to put my name in. Hermione nodded www.mdlnovel.com and explained a few words to testify to Harry, but unfortunately not many people listened. Ron was a little absent-minded and kept pursing his lips without speaking. Enough, don't explain. Who knows if you are in collusion? Karkaroff yelled and interrupted Harry and the others, and then looked at Ivan with chills in his eyes. And there is another person here who can compete against the rules, isn't it? Who knows if he has thrown someone's name in? I wouldn't do this. The previous Triwizard tournaments are very dangerous. I can't let friends who are not strong enough take the risk. Ivan retorted. Afterwards, Ivan looked at Karkaroff sarcastically, without any mercy. In addition, please use your mind to think about it. There are many students who have put their names in the Goblet of Fire, but the candidates for the warriors are fixed. It doesn't make sense to choose 4 warriors. It should be someone who has moved something to this thing. Hands and feet. The Goblet of Fire is a very powerful magic item. Don't you think 2 14-year-old children can do this? Chapter 595, Unhappy Banquet. Ivan's unceremonious words made Karkaroff angry enough. Dumbledore on the side made a round and spoke. Well, Karkaroff, what Hall said is reasonable. The Goblet of Fire cannot elect 4 warriors for no reason, and we should not blame these on the 2 children. Who should be to blame? Are you to blame? Dumbledore. Karkaroff demanded. He even suspected that Dumbledore had moved something on the Goblet of Fire that caused this result. After all, the current situation is beneficial to Hogwarts. The participation of the 2 warriors can greatly increase Hogwarts' winning rate and become famous in the 3 finals. Dumbledore also has this ability to cast a spell on the Goblet of Fire. If you insist on thinking so, it is indeed my negligence and I didn't take good care of it. But please believe that this result is also not what I want to see. Dumbledore said calmly, not being annoyed by Karkaroff's questioning. He paused, then continued. We are all aware of the dangers of the 3 finals cup. I have no reason to put my mind and effort into getting a child who is not strong enough to participate in the competition. If I want to choose a second warrior, Hogwarts has more and more suitable candidates. Who knows what you think? I only know that there are 2 people participating in Hogwarts now. This is a serious violation. Karkaroff said patiently. Mr. Crouch, Mr. Bagman. Maxim also turned his head angrily to look at the 2 Ministry of Magic officials who were frowning, and said. You are the organizers and fair referees of this game. What should you do now? Should you re-register or ban a warrior from Hogwarts from participating? Objectively speaking, it is not up to the specifications for a school to select 2 warriors, but the problem is that now the contract has been established. According to the regulations, each of them must participate. Bagman wiped his handkerchief. His round baby face was full of embarrassment. Bagman is right. In addition, this matter has not yet been fully understood. We can't hold someone accountable without evidence, maybe this is just an accident. Crouch began to persuade. You made me treat this incident as an accident? Don't even think about it. Karkaroff's face was very ugly. In his opinion, Bagman and Crouch were favoring Hogwarts and bullying them. These foreigners. Maxim also echoed. Since there are 2 warriors at Hogwarts, to be fair, we have to redisplay the Goblet of Fire and increase the number of places until each school has 2 warriors. No, I'm afraid this won't happen, Ms. Maxim. The Goblet of Fire has just been extinguished, and it will not reignite until the next tournament as usual. Bagman shook his head and said helplessly. There is no next year. Durmstrang will never participate in such an unfair competition again, and I will take my students to leave tonight. Karkaroff was angrily crowned and pulled up angrily. Crumb left. The rest of Durmstrang's students also got up from their seats angrily, and followed Karkaroff out of the auditorium. The same was true for Maxim, taking Budvaden's students out of the scene midway in protest. Harry stood there watching the two leaving figures, looking a little at a loss. He felt that this year's triple finals must be over before it even started. Don't worry, Harry, they didn't have the guts to go. When that Crumb and Fleur put their names into the Goblet of Fire, the magic contract was already established. If they didn't compete in the end, the backlash would be very serious. Muda limped down from the platform, his face heavy, but he still spoke to comfort Harry. Yvonne looked at Moody and suddenly asked. Professor, why didn't Mr. Bagman suggest cancelling a person's score? Even if it is necessary to participate, as long as the result of a warrior at Hogwarts is invalidated, wouldn't it be relatively fair? Having said that, Yvonne looked at Harry again, his face full of apologetic. Oh, Harry, don't mind, I'm not targeting you. Harry nodded blankly. He was still wondering why he became a warrior. He didn't even hear what Yvonne was talking about. We can't do this, Halls. Moody sighed, glanced at Harry, and explained to Yvonne. This is too cruel to Harry. He has done nothing wrong but has to face those dangerous projects like you. We can't make him work hard without getting a fair evaluation. Also, the Tri-Wizard tournament is a very important event. There are many wizards all over Europe paying attention to it. In case Harry performed well in the game and eventually won the championship, we cancelled his result. Then the referees will be overwhelmed by yelling letters. Of course, you can use your method. We can replace the Hogwarts warrior with the lowest score. The final result is invalid. However, I guess Karkaroff and Maxim will definitely not agree with this. Fair. Moody grinned and laughed. Only then did Yvonne understand. After explaining it to Yvonne, Moody turned his head to look at Dumbledore. How about I track down the Goblet of Fire incident? Albus? I think Hall's speculation just now makes sense, maybe someone moved their hands and feet on the cup and wanted to target Harry. It would be best if you are willing to take over. After all, you are more experienced in this area. Dumbledore agreed without hesitation. www.mtlnovel.com. Yvonne frowned insignificantly, but didn't say anything. On the face of it, Moody's is indeed the best candidate for the investigation, and he is not sure whether there is any problem with Moody's, and retorting it will only startle. In case he is mistaken, next time he wants to find a chance to reveal some information, such as when the Horcrux is down, the credibility of the words will be greatly reduced. Dumbledore talked with the two high-ranking officials of the Ministry of Magic for a while, and soon reached a consensus. He raised his wand and blessed himself with a magnificent curse, and then spoke to the noisy little wizards below. Well, it's not too early now. I think you need a good rest. This is the end of today's dinner. As for the guidance and advice to the warriors, we will arrange it until tomorrow. I will inform Mr. Karkaroff and Ms. Maxim. After Dumbledore finished speaking, he left the auditorium with the professors and Crouch of the Ministry of Magic and others. The other little wizards returned to their respective lounges unwillingly under the prefect's scolding. Chapter 596, Pot King Snape. Let's go, don't think so much, Harry. Yvonne patted Harry, who was still frozen, and said. Harry nodded, his expression tangled. Along the way, he opened his mouth several times to say something, but each time he was held back in the end. Just say what you want. Yvonne glanced at him and said casually. Yvonne, you will believe me, right? I didn't put my name into the Goblet of Fire at all, and I don't know why that note came out of the Goblet of Fire. Harry, who had been holding back for a long time, had a somewhat unstoppable posture when he opened his mouth. He talked about it for a long time, and made his 2-day itinerary clear, so that Yvonne knew that he had no chance to touch the Goblet of Fire. Of course I believe you. Harry. Yvonne interrupted Harry's words comfortingly, and then added. It's not easy to fool the Goblet of Fire. Only a powerful wizard can do this. Based on this, you have no suspicion. Seeing Ivan's willingness to believe in his own words, Harry's depressed mood eased a lot, but he really didn't think anyone would specifically want to make himself a warrior. The two of them went back to the lounge all the way while chatting. When they read the order and opened the entrance passage, the noise from inside almost deafened Ivan's ears. More than a dozen hands stretched out from inside and dragged the two in together, almost making Yvonne think he was attacked. Gryffindor's lounge was obviously decorated, the surrounding walls were hung with brilliant colored lights, and crimson lion flags were floating in the air. A little wizard even took out his torn sheets and wrote the names of the two warriors on it with a large pen. Yvonne, Harry, you are amazing. I didn't expect the two warriors of Hogwarts to be in Gryffindor. George said excitedly, hugging Yvonne. But you should have told me you signed up sooner. Fred hammered Yvonne on the shoulder. Why didn't we think that we could take out that cup? George also said annoyedly, and then looked at Harry on the side and asked. By the way, Harry, how did you add the name? Like Yvonne? Or some other, newer method? Seamus also got together at this meeting. The other little wizards looked at Harry one after another, all curious about this question. Enough. I swear I didn't do that. I don't even know why it became like this. Harry shouted angrily, his voice loud enough to startle everyone. For a while, the noisy lounge became a little silent, and George, Seamus, and others were frightened by the sudden explosion of Harry. Well, if you didn't vote by yourself, who would be helping you? Angelina murmured, and finally turned to look at Yvonne. Don't throw this mess to me. I explained the specific reason when I was in the auditorium. Yvonne shook his head, but he didn't carry the pot. Come on, we all know how good you are. What is the difficulty for you to fool a broken cup? George said with a grin, now we are all our own people, we are just curious, absolutely not someone said it. Yvonne rolled his eyes and didn't believe a word. Doesn't he know what kind of temper these people are? All of them didn't keep the door open. If he talks nonsense tonight, it will be spread throughout the school tomorrow, not to mention that this matter has nothing to do with him in the first place. Since there are no outsiders here, why did I lie to you? And there are 2 warriors at Hogwarts participating. Even if we win, we will definitely be gossiped. I won't take that effort. Yvonne explained with all his heart, but seeing the expressions of everyone, he understood that not many people wanted to believe it. Simply, Yvonne didn't bother to explain. He is used to some misunderstandings. Compared with the group of brains in Knockoff Alley, this can only be regarded as a trivial. Alas! Excellent people are like this, and they always cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Yvonne thought distressed, and perfunctorily celebrated with everyone about becoming a warrior. Harry looked absent-minded all the time. After the short celebration, Hermione pulled the 2 directly to the corner. Unlike the others, Hermione didn't ask how Harry actually competed, but looked worried. Remember your dream? Harry? Hermione asked solemnly. Of course, remember. What's the matter? Harry replied hesitantly. Don't you understand? It must be the mysterious man who wants to take the opportunity to get rid of you, or is preparing some plan in secret. Even if he didn't do it himself, it is possible that he secretly instructed someone to do it. Hermione quizzed. While talking, his expression was very serious. Yvonne looked at Hermione unexpectedly, but didn't expect the little witch to deduce the cause and effect so quickly. Harry also felt that Hermione's guess was very possible, and after thinking hard for a while, he said suddenly. I thought of who it might be. Who? Yvonne asked hurriedly. He almost forgot that Harry was also a good breakthrough. If Barty Crouch Jr. got in, he would probably try to contact Harry and gain his trust. It must be Snape. Harry shouted loudly. Except for Snape, he couldn't think of anyone else. Only Snape and Malfoy had treated him badly this semester. If anyone wants him to die, Harry thinks it must be one of the 2. Yvonne almost didn't draw it up in one breath. He looked at Harry with a weird look. Can you not stare at someone every time and wonder if Snape has carried enough pots these years? Just thinking that Snape always likes to stare at Harry alone. www.mtlnovel.com. In a sense, the 2 sides are even. Although Yvonne disagreed with Harry's words, Hermione agreed very much, and even suggested that Harry could tell Moody to let him stare at Snape, or write to Sirius to ask his opinion. If it doesn't work, go to Dumbledore. Hermione said a lot, and Yvonne couldn't help but mention a few words to make Harry be more careful. If someone is suddenly good or bad to him, it means that there is probably something wrong with this person. The support of the 2 best friends made Harry forget the questioning words, and he realized that someone still wanted to believe and cared about himself. Wait. Ron? Where did he go? Harry looked around, but didn't see his other friend. Ron said he was a little tired and went back to the dormitory to rest. More specifically, you should ask him yourself. Hermione hesitated for a moment, and didn't say what Ron had complained in private. She felt that everyone was friends, and Ron might just be unable to think about it for a while. Chapter 597, The Crack of Friendship. Where is Ron uncomfortable? When I was in the auditorium, I saw that his face was a bit wrong. Harry asked worriedly. Hermione didn't answer, just told them to go back to the dormitory to rest soon. It's better to ignore Ron for now, he will figure it out after a night's sleep. Harry was at a loss, wondering what was going on. Yvonne had noticed something from Hermione's attitude, but he didn't care. He had too many things to consider recently, and he didn't have the time to pay attention to Ron. After bidding farewell to Hermione, the 2 went back to the bedroom. Pushing the door open, Harry saw at a glance that Ron was lying on the bed in his shirt, with his back facing them and covering his head with a pillow. Ron was the only person in the entire dormitory, and Neville and the others did not come back in the lounge. Ron, are you okay? Harry felt a little strange, so he stepped forward and shook him. I'm fine, Harry. It's just a little uncomfortable, so I don't have time to celebrate for you. Ron removed the pillow from his head and pulled out a smile, looking reluctantly. Celebrate? What to celebrate? Harry frowned, feeling that something was wrong with Ron. Of course it's to celebrate that you have all become warriors. Ron sat up, his tone a little heavy. He looked at Yvonne and then at Harry, and asked. Yvonne was selected after taking out the goblet of fire and putting his name in, so what about you? Harry? How did you do it, using the invisibility cloak? Ron. Do you think I put my name in that goblet just like them? Harry laughed angrily, and he gasped and explained in annoyance. I said very clearly when I was in the auditorium, I didn't do that. And I stayed with you for these 2 days, you know I didn't have that opportunity. Ron didn't pay attention to Harry's explanation, but guessed for himself. Not during the day. What about when I go to bed at night? Yvonne went in the second half of the night, maybe you did it in the first half of the night? Or did you go together? You all have a way to become a warrior, only I was a little bit close, I can't think of a way, I don't blame you, really. But you should at least tell me, so I can prepare to celebrate for you in advance. At this point, Ron's expression became a little depressed, his voice getting lower and lower, and finally so small that he couldn't hear him at all. Don't be silly, Ron, why do you think that? Didn't Hermione tell you? This Triwizard tournament is likely to be Voldemort's conspiracy. He must have wanted me to die in that game. Remember that dreamland? I told you. Harry was furious. He thought that Ron, as one of his best friends, would support and believe in himself like Yvonne and Hermione, but he didn't expect Ron to doubt himself. Ah, mysterious. Ron looked a little shaken, but under the control of his jealousy, he still insisted on his own ideas, and quickly found the loopholes in Harry's words. The questioning sound was like a cannon. General. But why did he do this? The mysterious man is not in school, how can he guarantee that you will be selected? And Professor Dumbledore was there during the game, no one dared to take you like, or say the mysterious man just wants to watch you win the championship. Are you crazy? Now someone is going to kill me, you are still wondering if there is something or not. Will you wait until Voldemort kills me before you believe it? Harry thought Ron was unreasonable. Yes. I'm crazy. I thought we were best friends. The result? Each of you has a way to break through that line, but you keep hiding it from me and throw me aside. You know that I want to become a warrior. Ron shouted loudly, jealousy eroding his reason. Ron couldn't help but think of the words Yvonne asked him last night, and he became more certain of his thoughts. He thought that it must be Yvonne who needed a qualified helper in order to ensure the victory of the Triwizard tournament, so he first approached himself and asked his own opinion on the side. After learning that he insisted on playing fair with everyone, Yvonne thought it would threaten him to win the championship, so he chose Harry in the end. The more Ron thought about it, the more he felt it was possible, and he spoke out his guess without reservation. Harry was choked immediately. He didn't expect Ron to have such a vicious idea. I have to say, you have a lot of imagination, Ron, you should write a storybook. Yvonne was also very speechless. But I guessed it right. Ron asked nonchalantly. I say something you don't like, Ron. I have never regarded Crumb and Fleur as a threat. From the moment I competed, there was no suspense about the victory of the top 3 cups. Yvonne was endlessly questioned by Ron. Getting bored, after a pause, he continued to speak, his words were not merciful. And you think you are too high? Your magic level can't help me at all. I told you that last night because of curiosity. Ron's face flushed red, his fists under the quilt clenched and loosened. What he disliked most was Ivan's self-esteem and indifferent appearance. Whether it was the honor he wanted to get, or the people he admired and liked, Yvonne dismissed it, as if they were all things at his fingertips. The more he came into contact with Yvonne, the more awkward Ron was, and he felt as small as dust in the ground, without any sense of existence. Even if he brags about his adventures with others on weekdays, he will be considered lucky to follow Yvonne and Harry. Yeah, www.mtlnovel.com. You are the hero of our Gryffindor. It's amazing. You don't need anyone's help. Ron became more and more angry, said annoyedly, and suddenly pulled the curtain over. Covering his 4-poster bed, he put his head under the quilt. Ron's attitude made Harry angry, and he tried to pull Ron out of the quilt after 2 steps, to make it clear. Yvonne next to him stopped him in time. Forget it, Harry, let Ron think about it. Yvonne shook his head at Harry. Combining what happened in the original time and space, Yvonne could probably understand why Ron suddenly became like this. To put it bluntly, all these years of life experience has developed his oversensitive and over-inferior temperament, and Ron always compares Harry as the savior, and it is inevitable that his mentality will be out of balance. Not choosing the warriors was just a flashpoint, releasing the emotions that had always been backlogged. But this is obviously not the reason why others have to get used to him. Chapter 598, I wish you weren't so good. Harry glanced at Ron hesitantly, saw him buried himself in the quilt like a dead body, and knew that he could not be persuaded, so he ignored him. Due to the Cold War in the Triple Room, the dormitory no longer had the cheerful atmosphere at night, so that when Neville came back, he almost thought whether he had entered the wrong dormitory and hesitated at the door for a long time before daring to come in. Yvonne had been busy all day, and lay on the bed early after washing, but he kept tossing about and couldn't sleep. Harry became a warrior to prove that Voldemort was still secretly working on his resurrection plan, but he had no clue now, and he couldn't even tell who was suspected. This passive feeling made Yvonne very uncomfortable. He tilted his head and looked at the squirrel cage placed on the table. Several white mice were lying in the cage. Yvonne believes that this knot can only be solved by grasping the mind of Sanctuary as soon as possible. It's a pity that the mouse's thinking is too simple after all. Since his invigorating mind has been upgraded to level 3, the growth of his experience has come to a near stagnation. He needs a new experimental subject. Thinking of this, Yvonne turned his head and glanced at Harry's bed, but soon dispelled the idea of Harry helping him. After all, this goal was too big. Dumbledore, Moody, and Voldemort's potential subordinates all stared at Harry all the time, and if he was accidentally talked about by someone, then the things that he would be seduced by would be exposed. The most taboo of this kind of memory-reading magic is to be deliberately guarded against, especially if his spell-casting level is not high. If the opponent practices occlumency, he may get completely wrong information. Relatively speaking, Hermione would be a better choice than Harry. The little witch is clever enough and knows how to keep secrets, but I don't know if she wants to. Yvonne kept thinking in his mind, not knowing how long it took before he fell asleep. On Sunday's breakfast, Yvonne woke up from the bed with a yawn and fed the mice in the cage that had lost their usefulness to Macca, as today's breakfast. After a while, Harry also woke up. The first thing he did after getting out of bed was to look at Ron's bed. After finding that there was no one on it, he looked at Yvonne curiously and asked, "Where is Ron?" "I don't know, I probably wanted to avoid us, so I went out." "Why, are you still going to explain to him?" Yvonne put the empty mouse cage away and replied casually. Harry hesitated and nodded. He thought about it for half the night last night. With a very good reason, he was ready to go to the line with Ron again. He felt that this time he would be able to convince Ron to believe him. "Go if you want. But it's better not to have any hope." Yvonne shrugged, thinking that no matter how Harry explained Ron, he wouldn't listen. Only when the Triwizard battle for hegemony begins and Ron realizes the danger of the game can this matter make sense. In the original time and space, Harry was able to barely win the championship with someone helping him to cheat. It was a question of whether he could pass the fire dragon for Ron. He did not have Harry's super flying talent. The two chatted like this, while walking towards the auditorium. Along the way, people greeted them from time to time, especially the little wizards in Gryffindor, who seemed to regard them as heroes. "Come on, Halls, Potter. Let the people of Booth Batten and Durmstrang take a good look, we are the best school at Hogwarts." A senior Gryffindor rushed to them shouted. "Of course, rest assured. You will see me win the championship." Yvonne responded with a smile. Harry on the side seemed a little restrained. Whenever someone cheered him, Harry always seemed very flustered and didn't know how to respond. He was worried that he was not capable enough to meet the expectations of these people. After arriving in the auditorium, Harry realized that the situation was worse than he thought. Compared with the Gryffindor students who welcomed them unusually, the little wizards of the other 3 academies gave them mixed praises and criticisms. Yvonne is okay. Although there is a suspicion of trickery in the registration method, after all, he cracked the age line with wisdom, and expounded the specific method openly. Even if someone is dissatisfied, he will not say anything. Harry was different, he heard someone talking about himself as soon as he reached the threshold. When passing by the Slytherin long table, he even heard a student guess that he forcibly asked Yvonne to cheat for him and became a warrior. These sounds made Harry feel very uncomfortable. "Be confident, Harry. Now that you have been selected by the Goblet of Fire, then you are the warriors of Hogwarts. Just ignore those oppositional voices. As long as you perform well during the game, they will recognize you," Yvonne said comfortingly. "Hope," Harry said dully. At the same time, Hermione at the long Gryffindor table also saw the 2 people coming in from the door, and hurriedly waved to them, and then made some space for them. "Yvonne, Harry, how did you sleep last night?" Hermione asked very tactfully, because she saw Ron this morning and he was obviously not in a good mood. "It's terrible." Ron didn't know what was going on. He had to suspect that I had secretly signed up from him. Harry became a little angry when he thought of it, and then he looked around, but he couldn't find where Ron was. He just got out of the side door and might want to hide from you. Hermione knew what Harry wanted to ask, and said. Harry was a little confused. Why did Ron hide wherever he went? Don't you understand, Harry? Ron doesn't want to hear you explain, he is just jealous, so he doesn't want to see us. Yvonne slowly stuffed a piece of butter cake into his mouth, his tone vague. Said. Jealous? Why? Just because we became warriors. Harry still didn't understand. It's not just that www.mtlnovel.com Harry. Ron has always been jealous of you, not just because of this. Hermione sighed, then explained to Harry. You can think about it. If you have two very famous friends and everyone likes them very much, you will be ignored every time. No one wants to take care of them. Even if your parents are, what will you think in the long run? I will be very happy, so that no one will stare at my forehead stupidly everywhere. Harry said excitedly. If my childhood was spent in the burrow, with my parents, then I would die of happiness. And you, Hermione, don't you also have two famous friends? You are different from Ron. Harry turned to look at Hermione again and added. No, you are wrong, and sometimes I will be jealous of you. I hope you won't be so good. Hermione quietly glanced at Yvonne and said. Harry's eyes widened and looked a little surprised, even Yvonne couldn't believe it. But usually only a little bit of jealousy. It's gone after a while. Hermione blinked and laughed. Chapter 599, I have never heard of that kind of magic. Hermione's words calmed Harry a lot and made him realize that jealousy is an emotion that everyone has. For example, he occasionally jealous of Ivan's privileges in class and that he can get good grades without much study. Ron may just be weak in self-control. Then I'll go find him. Thinking about this, Harry was not so angry, and after eating a few mouthfuls, he stood up and said. Yvonne didn't stop seeing Harry's look firm. After he left, Yvonne turned to look at the little witch next to him, and asked. Hermione, are you free lately? I want you to do a favor and practice a magic. Hermione hesitated, she had a lot to do in the near future. For example, studying the book sent by Yvonne, or looking up the history of house elves, the most important study can't be pulled down, and can't stop all day long. But even so, the little witch quickly nodded and agreed, but just asked curiously. What kind of magic is it related to the top 3 cups? No, it has nothing to do with the game. Yvonne shook his head, and then hesitated again. He hesitated for a while before asking. Also, this magic may be a little special. I don't know if you mind. In Ivan's view, memory is the most private and important thing for a person. Most people always have some embarrassment in their lives, and it is inevitable that some dark and inconvenient thoughts will arise. Comparing the heart to the heart, Yvonne would never agree if someone asked him to practice the mindfulness of the mind, even if the factors such as the crossing and the system were eliminated. Special? Is it dangerous? Hermione was surprised by Ivan's hesitant attitude. No, there is no danger, that is, you may see some of your privacy when you cast the spell. Yvonne cautiously tentatively said. Privacy? Hermione's mind was stunned, and the spoon she was holding accidentally fell to the ground, almost thinking she had heard it wrong. After a while, the little witch reacted, bends down in a panic to pick up the spoon, but bumped her head on the corner of the table. At this time, Yvonne also realized that there seemed to be some ambiguity in his words, coughed lightly, and wanted to make it clear, but was interrupted before he could even speak. I've never heard of that kind of magic. Hermione shouted loudly, and the blush spread from her cheeks to the base of her ears. She looked around in a panic, and noticed that more people were looking at her because of her yelling. After being attracted, the little witch's face became even more red. I'm going to the library. Hermione didn't give Yvonne a chance to explain at all. She clasped the book on the table in her arms, and hurriedly turned and left. Yvonne was confused, wondering why Hermione reacted so strongly. As for? Even if you disagree, just say it directly. House. Just when Yvonne couldn't laugh or cry, a gentle voice came from not far away. As soon as Yvonne turned his head, he saw a large group of little wizards approaching here. From their school robes, it could be distinguished that they should be Hufflepuff students. Cedric is the leader. Hermione, who was about to leave, also stopped at this time, ignoring the episode just now, because these people were obviously unkind. Cedric, are you looking for me? Yvonne asked calmly when he looked at the students surrounding him, with some guesses in his heart. Yes. It's about the warriors. Cedric nodded, the expression on his face looked a little embarrassed, but he continued helplessly under the instigation of the students behind him. I want to understand where our gap lies, why the Goblet of Fire chose you who are not enough age to become the warriors of Hogwarts, so, please also try a game with me, Halls. After Cedric finished speaking, the Hufflepuff students behind him roared enthusiastically. Yes. Who wins, who is a warrior. A fair match, Cedric will not lose. Cedric is our true warrior at Hogwarts. When the selection of the warriors was announced at the banquet yesterday, those who were most dissatisfied with the results were the little wizards of Hufflepuff. You know, they have always believed that Cedric would become a warrior at Hogwarts before this. After all, among the graduates of the same period, Cedric had the best grades, and he was the prefect of Hufflepuff in his usual manners, and none of the students over the age of 17 in the school could compete with him. And Hufflepuff Academy has been low-key for too long, desperately needing the honor of the warriors. But who would have thought that the two warriors selected by the Goblet of Fire in the end were both from Gryffindor, and both were 4th graders under the age of 17. This made them suspect that Yvonne and Harry had moved something and grabbed the place of the warriors who belonged to Cedric. It is precisely because of this kind of thinking that the Hufflepuff students, who have never liked making noise, come to the auditorium to attack. They wanted to find the weaker Harry as a challenge, so that it would be more secure. Who would have thought that Harry had heard some wind from nowhere, and ran away in fear without even eating? This kind of fleeing behavior is contemptuous. So they had to temporarily change the target to Yvonne. But even so, they believe that Cedric will definitely win. Didn't you hear what Professor Dumbledore said? Once the candidate of the warriors is determined, you can't change it. And with so many of you around here, if the professor sees it, Hufflepuff will definitely be deducted. Hermione stepped forward and stopped between Yvonne and Cedric, persuading in a hurry. But the little wizards of Hufflepuff didn't mean to retreat. All of them looked firm. www.mdlenovel.com As if Yvonne disagrees, don't even think about leaving today. The harassment in the auditorium attracted more and more attention, and many little wizards joined in the excitement and formed a larger circle on the periphery. The little wizards of Gryffindor didn't think it was a big deal, and they expressed their support for Yvonne to teach Cedric a good lesson, so that everyone knows that Gryffindor's warriors are well deserved. Cedric was not affected by these people's words, his eyes were only fixed on Yvonne. How about it, okay? Halls. Okay. No problem. Yvonne didn't hesitate much, so he directly agreed, and then asked intimately. Do you need to go to a place where no one is, and do it alone? Public duels are glorious for winners, but losers can be ashamed. Of course, Yvonne is not worried that he will lose, but takes care of Cedric's face. No, right here. Cedric shook his head and rejected Ivan's proposal. Chapter 600, A Duel That Ended in a Flash. Excuse me, please spread out. Cedric turned his head and said to the little wizard gathered nearby. Everyone retreated very wisely, and no one wanted to be affected by the battle between the two. But none of them left, and they were all curious about who could win this duel. Hermione, you will be the referee. Yvonne said. The little witch looked a little worried. The professors would deduct points for a duel in the auditorium, but at Ivan's request, Hermione walked to the side and started to command the two to bow according to the duel process, and then read it out loud. Countdown. 3, 2, 1, start. Hermione waved her right arm. Cedric on the field immediately took a few steps back at the fastest speed, and at the same time tapped his chest with his magic wand, and said. Prot Egos, Armor Bodyguard. An invisible magic shield surrounded his body, protecting Cedric. This is the iron armor curse that he mastered after hard practice last year. It allows people to take advantage of the duel in a duel. It was just different from what Cedric had imagined. Yvonne didn't launch an attack immediately. He just stood still and looked at him, holding the wand lightly in his right hand without any movement. Shocked? This was the first reaction that came out of Cedric's mind, but he quickly forsook this thought. He had heard a lot of rumors about Yvonne in school, and the other party would never be so embarrassed. In addition to this, it is only possible to despise it. Maybe the opponent didn't put himself in the eyes at all, so he seemed so sloppy in the battle. Thinking of this, Cedric couldn't help being a little angry, for the first time he was looked down upon like this. Expelliarmus, accept your weapon. Cedric quickly drew out his wand, pointed it at Yvonne, and shouted loudly. The crimson light beam flew out from the top of the wand. The distance between the two sides was less than 4 meters, and the light beam almost jumped. At this time, Yvonne slowly pointed the wand at him, and he did not see him chanting the spell. The red light beam bounced back at a faster speed. Cedric's body had already made an evasive action, but he could not dodge it. Fortunately, the iron armor curse that was released earlier worked at this time and resisted this attack. But Cedric didn't relax at all, his heart directly mentioned his throat, because the second spell beam was already in front of his eyes, directly breaking open the weakened magic shield, and hitting him firmly. Doesn't he need to chant a spell? At the critical moment, Cedric's face suddenly changed, and he was very puzzled. He didn't hear Ivan's curse from the beginning to the end, only vaguely saw Yvonne wave his wand twice. The thoughts in his mind flashed by, and the next moment Cedric felt his body fly out, embarrassedly bumped into the long table of Hufflepuff College in the rear, and swept the empty plates and candlesticks on the table. Ground. At the same time, the magic wand in Cedric's hand also slipped out, swirling in the air, and finally fell into Ivan's hands. The students onlookers were shocked and watched this scene in disbelief. They might have thought that Cedric would eventually be defeated by losing to Ivan, but they didn't expect the battle to end so quickly, and Cedric was knocked out immediately after the official engagement. In the crowd, Crumb and Fleur also looked at Cedric, who fell on the long table in amazement. Compared with most unseen little wizards, they saw too much from this short battle. In particular, Ivan's silent and instant magic twice made them feel extremely shocked. Silently cast spells? Furong thought so. She could do it by chanting the spell silently in her heart and releasing the magic, but she usually needs to maintain a very focused state, and the preparation time is longer than the spelling. However, it was obviously not the case when Ivan cast the spell just now. It was very easy and freehand, and after releasing the protective spell, he silently cast the disarming spell again for a while, which was not in line with the characteristics of silent casting that required preparation in advance. Unless, the opponent uses a more high-end non-spell casting technique. But how is this possible? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Furong would never believe that this is what a 4th-grade little wizard can do. Cedric, are you okay? Hufflepuff's little wizard stepped forward anxiously to help Cedric up after a brief stupefaction. Several people still stood in front of Ivan, seemingly to prevent Ivan from doing anything to Cedric. Ivan scratched his head, feeling that he was too heavy to start, but he really had to keep his hand, and gave Cedric a chance to shoot first, so that the other party would not be too embarrassed. At this moment, Cedric stood up with the support of everyone, but his face looked very pale, and his eyes towards Ivan were full of complex colors. He didn't expect that he would lose so thoroughly, he couldn't even make a little resistance. More excited than Cedric are the little wizards of Hufflepuff. They came to surround Ivan with enthusiasm just to prove that Cedric is the real warrior candidate. Now that their pride in Hufflepuff is so easily defeated, most people find it difficult to accept this result. Some people even thought that Ivan was playing tricks, or Cedric didn't play well. They clamored to compare it again. Listening to these people's words, Ivan frowned, then looked at Cedric. Why, do you plan to compete with me again? No, no need to compare, I lost. I don't think there will be any change in the result even if you try it a few more times. Cedric rubbed his still aching chest and shook his head with a wry smile. By the way, I didn't hear you chanting a curse just now. Are you able to cast spells without a curse? Cedric asked with a solemn expression. He was as afraid as Fleur and Crumb. I believe that a 4th-grade little wizard can have such high-end skills. So, you didn't come at the right time, I just practiced this time. Ivan nodded. Since learning about the mystery of magic from Nicolas May, he has been trying the technique of spellless casting during this period of time. Now those frequently used magic, Ivan has been able to smoothly release without cursing, that is, the power of magic will be weakened a lot, at most it will be used to abuse vegetables, or beat opponents unexpectedly in formal battles. Amazing! After getting Ivan's confirmation, Cedric was completely convinced, sighed and praised, then turned around and looked at the students gathered around. It's all gone, you should see that I am inferior to others. Ivan Halls is indeed more suitable than me to be a warrior at Hogwarts.